ask. And 30% said they're able to sleep on top of laundry. I'm assuming that's clean laundry?
I would hope.
And why are you sleeping on it?
What a messy home.
Like, are you among the 30% who likes to nap on laundry? And if so, help us out. What are the best loads to sleep on? Towels, whites, delicates?
And I can't do that napping on the floor thing anymore. Like, my back is not suited for that.
Do you actually lay out over the whole pile or, use it for a pillow? Are you propping yourself, up on, like, folded laundry? Is that?
I think so.
I don't know. And 15% said they're able to sleep outside, maybe on a hammock or a lounge chair. I did sleep in a hammock for 6 months. Yeah. When I first moved out, I moved into a one-bedroom apartment with my roommate. And flipped a coin. Said, all right, for the first 6 months, whoever wins the coin flip gets the
room.
Gets the room.
Wow.
And there was a hammock strung up across the living room. So whoever lost hit the hammock. And I lost. And sleeping in a hammock, not that great.
Your back just destroyed?
Not that. Maybe that's why I got back problems to this day.
I would think that would be possible. Man, that's crazy.
You'd think, oh, cool, man, I'll sleep in the hammock. Sounds neat.
Sounds neat for like a day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that first day, it's all good. And it's one of those, it wasn't one of those big, wide hammocks, like with the crisscross, weaving. This was like a cloth hammock that almost got you in a cocoon. Kind of like wrapped you up.
Oh, boy. So no back support then.
No back support at all. No back support, and there was a little slack to it.
Yeah.
So it wasn't strung up taut.
So you didn't think about a blow-up mattress or anything like that?
Blow-up mattress?
Mm-hmm.
Probably take up a lot of
What do
room.
you think, I'm a sperm donor? I could afford that?
Good point. Those
No
are
way.
very pricey.
No way. Can afford that. Hey, Scott, before we move on, I don't have the Team Rizz member of the day.
I thought I'd brighten that in for you.
No.
All right. I'll grab it real quick.
So the webcams are on now. Mm-hmm. I need the Team Rizz member of the day. Sleeping on a hammock, though, is not ideal.
I mean, even like I remember every once in a while, like having to, when you passed out on a friend's couch, and then inevitably that couch was too small, and you've got feet hanging off of it, and like that was a not great situation. But a hammock sounds even worse, way worse.
Yeah. Yeah. Back in the day, man, you used to sleep anywhere. It'd be fine. Hit the couch, hit the floor. Just give me a blanket. I don't even need a pillow. I'm fine.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Not in this, middle-aged body. That's not happening. But hey, good on you if you're able to sleep anywhere. I'm jealous.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good skill.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people texted in saying, yeah, they have the DVD porn now.
Well, that's good. That's good that they've ramped it up a little bit.
Yeah, when did the turnover happen from VHS to? And you're still touching. You're still touching things.
Yeah.
Which is just, I am not doing that in those situations. I'm not. I'm not even like.
Did somebody come in with a power washer?
I'd have to see it with my eyes.
Like after everybody's done, like after the next, and then we shut that room down. We open up the next room, power wash the one.
Hazmat suit, power wash.
Yeah, power wash it.
I think people were power washing all day in there.
Because not everybody has great aim. Oh, God.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm never sitting on that couch.
Wash your hands.
No, no way. No way.
All right, let's do this. All right, Team Rizz Member Today is brought to you by Hot Shots Sports Bar and Grill, proud sponsor of Team Rizz. Visit hotshotsnet.com/Team Rizz. From Potosi, Missouri, Kyle Hefner is our Team Rizz Member Today. Kyle's been a fan of the Rizz Show since its inception, listens via the podcast every day, and says that his weekends are not the same with the show off. Kyle says Rizz Show is how he keeps up with the news and what's going on with the world. That's sad. Sad. Well, at least now you know it's 100, $150 to donate sperm every time you visit. Put that in your pocket. Kyle says he truly loves the chemistry between all the members of the show. Well, thank you, Kyle. Kyle Hefner from Potosi is our Team Rizz Member of the Day. Get super sweet Team Rizz Member of the Day soccer jersey. Get yourself signed up 1057thepoint.com/Team Rizz. All right, crap on celebrities after the break. Donnie Fandango is here. First look at the traffic and weather. King Scott coming at you.
Your Point Traffic brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. It's more than a race. It's a festival. The NASCAR Cup Series on Sunday, June 4th. Go to www.raceway.com for the fastest tickets in town. The roads are all clear, so nothing to report there. And Your Point forecast today, a mix of clouds and sun with a high of 60 and a low of 39. Right now, it's 32 at the Point Studio. Your Point forecast brought to you by CarX Tire and Auto.
My sweet summer is gone. She left me with sand in my bed. She played me all night long. Gonna do it all over again. Oh, my sweet summer is gone. And on my mission made it clear. Lipstick can't be wrong. My summer, my sweet summer is gone. My sweet summer is gone.
Guys, it's time to stop making excuses and start making changes. You do that with the best of the best when it comes to men's health, and that's Mantality. Mantality Health, a South County and a West County location to make it easy for you. Book that consultation. Go in there, talk to the board-certified physicians. They're going to do a blood draw and find out where your numbers are at. You'll find out if you need a little boost in testosterone replacement therapy, which can be covered by insurance, so every guy can afford it at Mantality. Or maybe you just need some more vitamins. Maybe you need this. Maybe you need that. Whatever it is, they'll get you back to 100%. They pride themselves on making sure that you feel, look, and perform your very best. Thousands and thousands of men in our area have left the Mantality facilities with a bigger smile on their face, knowing that they've increased their strength, they've increased their libido, they're sleeping better, they're performing better, looking better, feeling better, thinking better, being better because of Mantality Health. Get in today. Get all your questions answered on the website as well. It's Mantality Health, mantalityhealth.com.
Time where my Catalina, I don't spend my last buck on a title of my first car, my first love, where we got my first rub, where we did the first drugs. And the bikers and the bottles that I grew up with, trying to steal my zapatas, now they give me shit for never being on for parties and the weekend trips. Fuck it, then I'm coming over, man, I'll be there quick. You keep telling me to make it, yeah, to the spot where we would stay lit. Finished bottles never wasted, that's where I'm from. Old school mixtape, that's all I need. I'm killing that low ride Sunday, that's all I need. Everybody sing, there ain't no place I'd rather be. I'm talking about right here, right now, that's all I need. But This reminds me of a good time back in the day. Rolling through the neighborhood, must have been a Sunday. Caddy with the bench seat for an East Rose. Scarlet Begonia, cigarettes roll. The bossins in the back will make it sound so sweet. The drop Cadillac can make you dance to the beat. I love the way it feels when the sun shines down on me. I'm feeling like old school mixtape. That's all I need. I'm killing that low ride Sunday. That's all I need. Everybody sing. There ain't no place I'd rather be. I'm talking about right here, right now. That's all I need. Everybody like, oh, 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 oh. That's all I need. Everybody like, oh, 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 oh. That's all I need. You keep telling me to make it to the spot where we were stately. Finished bottles never wasted. That's where I'm from. Everybody's coming to the show tonight? Okay. I'm feeling like old school mixtape. That's all I need. I'm killing that low ride Sunday. That's all I need. Everybody sing. There ain't no place I'd rather be. I'm talking about right here, right now. That's all I need. Everybody like, ooh, oh, oh, oh. That's all I need. Everybody like, ooh, oh, oh, oh. That's all I need. Everybody like, ooh, oh, oh, oh. That's all I need. Ooh, oh, oh, oh. That's all I need. Thank you, guys. We will see you tonight in 5 minutes.
All right, it's Rizz. It's Jeff Burton backstage at Point Fest with Eric and Jeff from Stone Temple Pilots.
All right, how you doing today?
Good, how are you?
You seem like you're like a morning radio show where you're all
A
amped
lot
up on caffeine.
Did you know I do a morning radio show?
do?
Yeah.
All right.
And a lot of cocaine.
Yeah. Hey,
Good morning. Actually, good afternoon. Hi.
it's kind of morning. That's why
To
I'm
me,
commenting
yeah.
on that. Yeah.
So how have the shows been so far? I mean, Jeff's the new guy. So what hazing has been going on, or any?
Did you ever see Full Metal Jacket?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bars
boy.
of soap and
Yeah.
socks?
No, we haven't been doing that. But I just wondered if you saw the movie.
Of course I did.
It's a great movie.
He's
And
just a big fan of the movie.
I thought we were going to talk about Stanley Kubrick today because that.
Oh, we
you know,
can. We
yeah,
can. What do you
because
wanna
he's so just how great he was.
He was great.
Yeah.
He was great. No, seriously, no hazing? We don't do any of that stuff still?
No,
Or are we too
he's-
old for that?
We're not never too old for that. It's,
You're just not talking about it, is what it
yeah.
is.
Well, no, and he's doing such a great job. So.
He is.
Yeah.
He is fantastic. And
Yeah.
one of the things about being the new guy, and I've been the new
So
guy.
my friends over at Hoppin' Brothers have partnered with Stray Rescue this month, and they are donating a portion of sales directly to Stray Rescue. So if you use Hoppin' Brothers for any repairs or installation for heating, for cooling, for plumbing, for electrical, for appliance, sewers, drains, duct cleaning, and more, a portion of the proceeds will go to help a stray animal. Stray Rescue is a local organization dedicated to rescuing and giving these animals a second chance. So now is the time to schedule your home services needs with Hoppin' Brothers. Hey, we're going to kick on the AC soon. Might as well make sure everything's running right. Get Hoppin' Brothers in there. Just for that peace of mind. Also, Hoppin' Brothers is proud to announce they are the official home services partner of St. Louis City SC. Proud to be the official heating, air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and appliance partner of our newest team, St. Louis City SC, and an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. Hoppin' Brothers, hoppinbros.com. Is our guest on the phone?
There's some guy named Bert on the phone.
Oh.
Bert.
Hopefully it's
That's the guy who's
right
supposed to be
bird.
calling, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Ladies and gentlemen, the machine, Bert Kreischer on the phone.
Hey, man.
That was well played, gentlemen. That was well played.
Well, we're expecting a call from Bert Cummings, too.
Hey, this is Joe West, and you're listening to the Rizzuto Show.
You know, it's funny. I
Happy
told my
birthday,
son
Rizz.
yesterday. I was like, hey, I have one of my favorite. All right, welcome back to the Rizz Show. Phone number 314-624-3833 or 618-398-3833. Mick Ultra Studio Cams, 1057thepoint.com/Rizz. The socials at RIZZ Show. Your emails, RizzShow1057thepoint.com. Also send us your instant feedback through the 1057 The Point mobile app. Donnie Fandango is here.
Hey-o.
We'll talk to our buddy Chris Kerber in just a little bit. How about the Blues winning last night?
Making it interesting, but absolutely so. We'll take it.
Listen, there's 8 games left. I want to say there's 8 games left in the season.
Feels about right.
Yeah. And listen, they're not going to be the worst team in the league.
No. And I think, if anything, man, the Blues fans have real reason for optimism, man. I feel like
so too.
I don't think that this is going to be the rebuild that some people are afraid of. It's not going to be that. I don't think we're going to be down long. I really don't.
So they won last night 6-5. It's the 3rd straight game of 6 goals.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, they're like watching them. The offense is there. It's just the defense is just,
And the special team stuff
is pretty rough.
Yeah. Yeah. So listen, we'll talk to Kerber, and my big question is, what are the Blues looking at or looking to do for the rest of the season?
Yeah.
Like, is it all about the younger players, getting them ice time, getting them in the mix? I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to hear what Kerber says about that.
One thing was very cool last night, and I don't know how many people caught it, but Jake Neighbors got into a fight last night. And so he gets into this fight, does okay, goes to the box. They're playing Fight for Your Right over the PA, and he's in the box singing Fight for Your Right after he just got done.
I think his mom was there, too.
His mom and stepdad were there as well, yeah.
And they interviewed his mom.
Yeah, and his mom said, well, he didn't get a goal, but it was still a pretty good fight. He still
I'd
did
rather
okay.
see my kid score a goal, but okay, fight is a fight. Yeah, that was interesting. Also, we'll talk to our buddy Polo Asensio. The Cardinals Spanish language broadcaster. He'll be in studio around 8:30, 8:45. Also, another March Music Mayhem matchup. Dude, I love this tournament we're doing this year with putting Point Fest up against Point Fest.
Yeah, all my favorite Point Fests have lost already. So,
listen, we thought yesterday the Point Fest with Run DMC was going to win, and it did not.
Right.
It was like Weezer, Run DMC, and just a killer show. It was the 2001 Point Fest.
Yeah.
And Rafe and I were predicting this could be the one to take it all. Nope.
Dude, I had an infected tooth at that Point Fest and had to do the entire day, all my interviews with like my jaw swollen. It was like one of the most super, super long days that I can remember. And like, it just felt like the day
So
was
all
never
those
gonna
great
end.
bands playing, and that's what you remember.
Couldn't
remember anything about any of the bands, just my tooth hurt.
It was just brutal all day.
So today it'll be Point Fest 19, which was 2006, versus Point Fest 34, which was 2016. 2 killer shows, and one of these shows moving on to the next round of the March Music Mayhem Tournament. So again, we're putting Point Fest up against Point Fest, because this one that we're doing this year is 40. Point Fest 40. Unbelievable. So you'll vote on the website, on the app, and we'll play a couple songs in the 9 o'clock hour, and you get to choose what your favorite Point Fest was. Okay, so I do, before we get into crap on celebrities, I do have to make an announcement. I don't know if you saw this, Donnie, on Facebook yesterday. We've been notified of a fake Facebook profile posing as the Rizz Show.
Oh, jeez.
And soliciting for personal information from our listeners. This is a fraudulent account and is not operated by anyone here at the Rizz Show or anyone at the radio station. So just be aware that there are not currently any promotions, events, offers on Facebook or social media that require you to give your personal information.
Always got to be on the lookout, unfortunately.
Yeah.
There's a couple tells. First, my name is spelled wrong in the posting. So if it was something official from the Rizz Show or the radio station, I would hope
that it wouldn't.
Although with this crew, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I would hope that they would spell my name right.
It would be Rizzuto with 4 Z's.
It was 2 Z's and like 17 T's. Where it's 2 Z's and 1 T, just so you know. For those of you scoring at home. But no, somebody called the radio station yesterday and said, hey, I gave my credit card information over. I go, man. Yeah, we've been trying to contact Facebook. I hope it's not up anymore. We've tried to get it taken down. I know the boss tried to call Mark Zuckerberg to no avail.
No avail.
He didn't
Tommy
answer.
the boss couldn't get through, huh?
Yeah, report, delete, or ignore any messages or posts posing as the show. So again, don't give your credit card information over.
What do you do? Don't do that. Please.
Listen, I know you want to participate, but just
and we love you to pieces.
I felt terrible.
Yeah.
When I heard that, I felt terrible. All right, today is March the 29th. Back in the day, 94 years ago, 1929, President Herbert Hoover installed the first telephone in the Oval Office. 50 years ago today, in 1973, the U.S. withdrew the last troops from Vietnam. 48 years ago, 1975, this is fascinating. I'm a big Zeppelin fan. You a Zeppelin guy?
I like Zeppelin, yes.
Okay.
Don't love, but like.
1975, Led Zeppelin had all 6 of their records on the Billboard Top 200 chart at the same time.
That's incredible.
All 6. So at number 124 was Led Zeppelin 3. 116 was the first record, Led Zeppelin. 104, Led Zeppelin 2. 92, House of the Holy. 83 was Led Zeppelin 4. And the number 1 record, 48 years ago today, was Physical Graffiti.
That's incredible.
All 6 of their records in the top 250.
That's some Beatles stuff right there.
Yeah.
37 years ago, 1986, Rock Me Amadeus by Falco hits number 1.
Dude.
On the Hot 100.
That is one of the first songs that I remember trying to record off of the radio on pop stations here in town, KHTR specifically. I loved that song. It was always trying to play and record, pause. And as soon as it started,
Rock Me Amadeus, number 1.
Loved it.
On this day, 37 years ago. I don't think Falco is with us any longer.
I honestly don't know. I mean, to me, that's like kind of a pretty ultimate one-hit wonder kind of thing. I don't think that dude did anything else.
I don't. He was supposedly a composer. Died in 1998. I'm not sure.
Oh, wow. He couldn't have been that old.
Falco died of severe injuries received on February 6th, 13 days before his 41st birthday, when his car collided with a bus in the Dominican Republic. Yikes.
Ooh.
36 years ago, 1987, at the peak of Hulkamania, in front of 93,173 fans at the Pontiac Silverdome, WrestleMania 3.
Get out of here.
Hulk Hogan, and I'm getting chills even. I'm getting
one
chills
of the greatest
even,
moments of my life.
I'm getting chills even talking about it. Hulk Hogan body slams 520-pound Andre the Giant to retain the WWF title.
Dude, and the thing that was so rad is all of the things that led up to that. Like Andre the Giant going heel in the first place. Like, it blew my young mind. I couldn't wrap my head around it, man. Oh, that was so awesome. Oh, that was so, I could see it in my head, too. That's one of the best parts about
he didn't get him far off the ground.
No.
He maybe got him waist high with a little hop from Andre.
Yeah.
A little help. But if you watch some of those old WWE matches, they're really cheesy. And the guys are just so roided out huge.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely different than it is now.
Now it's high flying, really, I'm not saying it wasn't athletic back then.
Yeah.
But now it's like another level of athleticism.
Well, also, too, man, everything that you're doing is filmed in like 4K and whatever. So you best make sure that you're selling whatever it is, whatever move you're doing, or it's absolutely going to be caught and then some. And then you're a meme or whatever.
So did he slam Andre? Then did Hogan do the leg drop? I think he did the leg drop, and that was it.
Yep.
Yeah. That was his finishing move, the leg drop.
Also, too, and I'm
he
sure
just jumped on him with his leg.
If you have not seen the Andre the Giant documentary that's
Wonderful.
on HBO Max, it is fantastic.
Wonderful. 31 years ago, 1992, presidential candidate Bill Clinton admits that he'd experimented with marijuana a time or two. But do you remember the quote?
Didn't inhale.
Yeah.
I didn't inhale.
My ass.
And I didn't try it again. But we know Billy lies.
What?
30 years ago in 1993, the Supreme Court announced they'd used Two Live Crew's case to decide whether copyright holders can ban song parodies. So Two Live Crew won the dispute with Roy Orbison's publishing company over their naughty song, Pretty Woman, a parody of Orbison's Oh, Pretty Woman. 27 years ago, 1996, Tommy and Pamela Lee sued Penthouse for $10 million. They were asking a judge to stop the magazine from marketing the stolen home video, showing them, getting it on. They failed. I guess we won? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, at the time.
At the time. Now it's kind of sleazy.
Yep.
Thinking back.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Everybody was very excited to see it. When your buddy got a copy of it, everybody was excited to see it.
Man.
Now, in hindsight, yes. Sleazy. Indeed. But stop lying. You wanted to see it.
A record person brought it in to the Old Point Studio conference room on Cole and Tucker, and it was playing in that conference room.
Damn.
Yes. That's where I saw it. That's
Damn.
the only time in which that I have seen it.
Gosh.
Times have changed, thankfully.
18 years ago, 2005, former O.J. Simpson attorney Johnny Cochran dies of an inoperable brain tumor. He was 67. And 3 years ago today, 2020, country singer Joe Diffie dies after
Unbelievable.
contracting COVID-19.
It's the worst.
Less than a week after we did a whole Joe Diffie segment
I know,
on this
man.
radio program.
One more for you. It was on
Man.
this date back in 1994 that the Crow soundtrack was released.
Whoa.
There you go.
That was
We're
a
going to play a
great
couple
soundtrack.
from that during Alt 101 today at 12
Whoa.
noon.
So, and what was on that? Nine Inch Nails?
Nine Inch Nails covering Joy Division. The
Right.
big single was Big Empty from STP.
That's right.
You had The Cure doing Burn on there. You had Pantera on there, Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah,
It was,
what a soundtrack.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the best of the 90s for sure.
Cool. So listen to Donnie for a revisiting of that soundtrack.
We shall do that today just after 12 noon.
All right, that's what happened back in the day. All right, it's time to find out what's going on in music and entertainment with your crap on celebrities, which is brought to you by Bright House Plumbing. Call the best, flush the rest, brighthouseco.com, 636-600-0188. So a little crap on Who Said It quiz to start us off.
Oh, okay.
So who said this? Even when I was 21, lube was just part of the conversation. Even when I was 21, lube was just part of the conversation. Was that Emily Ratajkowski, Christina Aguilera, Charlie Sheen, Neil Patrick Harris, or Madonna? Even when I was 21, lube
I got it.
was just part of the conversation.
Madonna.
That's my guess, Madonna.
No?
No, not Madonna. No.
Christina Aguilera?
Winner.com.
Christina Aguilera. Yeah, she is getting in the lube business. She's getting in the lube business. Christina Aguilera, co-founder and chief wellness advisor of Playground, a company specializing in personal lubricants.
All right.
Hey,
She says, quote, as early as that was for me in my career, I've always loved talking about sex. So there you go, Christina Aguilera.
hey, make that money.
Speaking of sex, once you declare something in a song, you better be able to back that up indefinitely. So I was thinking of a couple examples. Like if you're George Thorogood, you better always be bad to the bone.
Always.
If you are Right Said Fred, there could be no situation ever for which you are not too sexy.
It's a lot of pressure, man.
And if you're Lionel Richie, you damn well better last all night long. He was on The View yesterday, and Lionel Richie says, quote, when I wrote All Night Long, it was truly all night long. Now my all night long is down to a fierce 15 minutes.
Man, I want to see that guy live so bad. And he's touring this summer with Earth, Wind, and Fire, and unfortunately it's not coming to
not
St.
coming
Louis.
here?
Yeah.
But man, I mean, like, I just forget all the great songs that dude had, man. So many, so many.
Yeah, I'd like to see him. Man, there's a couple artists that I'm bummed I didn't get to see, either for them not coming here or just me being lazy. Phil Collins.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Bummed I never went to go see Phil Collins.
And I should have paid for a ticket to the Genesis reunion tour last year, because that will never happen again. He's done.
Yeah, he's done.
Done.
And not in great shape, apparently.
Yeah.
Elton John.
Yep. Same. Stevie Wonder was another one
Stevie
for me.
Wonder.
That was so stupid. I could have bought tickets. What was I thinking?
Yeah.
Nothing.
There is one band that I thought I'd never get to see again, but I believe we're announcing something next week that I will get an opportunity to check off my list. That I was bummed that I didn't see the first time they came around.
Yeah.
And just out of sheer laziness, I didn't go. Had a ticket. Didn't go. Because I'm like,
Yeah, one of those were on the road.
And we'll talk about that next week.
We were in a random town. This is back whenever I used to tour and sell the merch and stuff, and they gave us all free tickets to go see Prince down the road. And
Prince, another one. Throw
I
Prince
didn't
on
do
that
it.
list.
I was like, nah, I'll stay here and do this thing and go
And now
eat
he's
restaurant.
dead.
Yep. Missed it. Free. It would have been free.
Free.
Met him.
Remember the Mike Myers movie, The Love Guru?
Yes. Wasn't it like, I never saw it, but wasn't it like abysmally rated?
Friggin' bomb.
Just terrible, right?
Yeah, look
Great
up the Rotten
script,
Tomatoes on The Love Guru. Yeah, what was I forgot what the even premise was.
I have no clue. I never saw it.
It just looked, and I love Mike Myers, but it just looked terrible.
Because he was on a little roll there, and then that kind of killed it.
Oh, actually, that's weird. You said it was a bad. It was
Well,
13% on.
13%. It bombed in the theaters. Well, there's a radio guy up in Canada who says that he was fired from the movie because he broke a big rule on the set of The Love Guru. No eye contact with Mike Myers. I don't know. I'm going to take this with a grain. He said that there's a radio guy up in Canada. He says he was a security guard assigned to a shooting location in downtown Toronto. And this was back in 2008. He said that he was warned, you can't look at him. He's going to be in a wig. He's going to be in prosthetics, but you can't look at him. Mike Myers was in costume on the guy's first day, and he said, quote, first hour I'm there, I don't know what he looks like yet. So I see a man approaching, long hair, thick beard, and I think, that's Mike Myers? I look down not to look at him. But then I realize I'm a security guard. You can't just let anyone into the trailer. So I look up, I catch his eye for a second. Then within the hour, I get a phone call saying, you're fired, get off the set.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I'm calling.
Get the out of here.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't believe that. I just don't.
He's Canadian.
I think that's one of those kind of urban legends that hold don't make eye contact. Did that ever happen? Is there a documented case of that ever happening?
I'm sure.
And somebody getting fired for something like this?
Like Kim Jong-un or something.
I was actually at Lollapalooza one year that Jack White headlined, and he was coming through the press area, and I heard them say over the radios, here comes Jack White, everybody look away.
No way.
Yes, but I don't know if it was a joke at that time amongst those folks. You know what I'm saying? But, he came through in the
Or maybe
area.
it could be a handler trying to be proactive and...
Listen, if there is anything that we have learned over our time working with bands, is that a majority of the time it is the tour manager or the band manager
being overly cautious.
That's the issue, not the artist.
Something close, but it makes sense if you take a step back. But some of those big concerts, they'll have you where they make everyone. It doesn't matter what band you're in or crew you're in. They make you get out of the hallway, and the head act is coming out. But it's so they can just stay focused and they run.
They'll clear the hallway so they could go to wherever they got to go unimpeded.
But a lot of bands
I
don't
understand
care.
that.
A lot of bands don't care, but some they want to stay focused and they're.
Yeah, just so you know, Mike Myers people say the story is completely BS. They say Mike didn't have a bodyguard on the Love Guru, so I'm taking with a grain. The weirdest thing I'd ever had told to me or asked of me before interviewing somebody, and you may remember this, Jeff and I interviewed Scott Weiland at a Hooshe show at the pageant. I don't know, was I music director then, or were you?
I think you were.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you were. I think you were still doing afternoons.
So, Hooshe show, it was Eagles of Death Metal and Scott Weiland solo. So they said, all right, you guys are going to interview Scott Weiland. It's going to be at the Halo Bar. He was like 45 minutes late. And for anybody else, I was such a big Stone Temple Pilots fan, such a big Scott Weiland fan. I didn't care. I'm like, I'll wait 45 minutes for him. So before he came down, wasn't his manager, it was the head of the record label. A guy named, remember Danny Bush?
Yeah, absolutely.
He was heading up whatever label that he was on at the time. So he goes, hey. He goes, just so you know, He goes, if Scott says there are helicopters following him, just go with it. Like, he's really paranoid that there's helicopters following him. Just if you could, just don't correct him. Don't make fun of him. Just kind of go with it. Super sad.
Yeah.
Because he was out of his mind.
I remember.
Out of his mind.
I remember listening to that, or at least parts of it, and it was painful.
It was painful because as a fan, I just had so much, and that was my first opportunity to interview him.
Yeah, man. Well, then you start thinking about the human factor of what is going on in this guy's. And the thing that sucks about it is that I had the opportunity to interview Wyland 3 times. Twice he was clean, once he wasn't. And when he was clean, he was the sweetest, most wonderful interview. But man, when the time that he wasn't, it was nonsense. Like I aired it because I had to.
Yeah.
But I was just like, this is terrible.
He lit a cigarette and didn't smoke it, and the thing burned down to his fingertips. And he was like burning. I didn't even realize it.
And for real, one of the best front people I have ever seen in my life.
Is that called enabling? If they're putting him out there still, even though he's that
I mean,
goofed up?
You can only help a guy so much. I guess at that point with him and his history of drug abuse.
And who knows, at that point in his existence, he might have only had people that he associated with that allowed him to do that kind of behavior. You know what I'm saying? Like, he might have kicked out anybody.
He was not an SDP at the time. He was doing the solo thing.
Right.
Because they didn't let him mess
And then
around
basically,
with
at that night at the pageant, he was just about booed off the stage.
Yeah. I remember people complaining the next day.
People complained because he only did one Stone Temple Pilots song. It was like a jazzed up version of Interstate Love Song. And he did all the other solo stuff, which I was actually a fan of. Remember Barbarella?
Yeah.
Lady Your Roof Rings Me Down?
Right. But and
From the
again,
12
like,
Bar Blues record?
where could he have gone if it was? I mean, that's just sad.
So when Jon Favreau got his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame back in February, Robert Downey Jr. christened his star with a piece of chewed up gum. So he just put it, during the ceremony, just put it right on the, let me be the first to do this.
Awesome.
And now that gum, ladies and gentlemen, is on eBay with a starting bid of 55,000 Canadian dollars. That's a little over 40,000 US. Is it legit? Who knows? The seller claims to have attended the ceremony, scooped the gum up right from the star. And the seller says, quote, I'm selling it in the same condition I got it in, and it can be tested for his DNA. Of course, that would depend on Mr. Downey giving you a sample of his DNA. Good luck with that.
Yeah, he shouldn't do that. Yeah, no. Robert, no.
No.
There's no need. There's no need.
Hey, maybe there's some idiot that's going to buy it for 40 grand.
Right.
I don't know.
How cool is that? It's a little flavor left, which is nice.
It was fruit stripe gum. No flavor.
None.
Are you a fan of Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Yes.
Big fan?
Yeah, I have not watched the last couple of seasons, but I'm slowly kind of rewatching, yes.
I am a Curb Your Enthusiasm enthusiast.
Mm-hmm.
Love it. Love everything about it. My wife hates it. Hates it. Because she thinks that Larry David is just a piece of garbage. And I see myself in Larry David a little bit. Maybe that's why I relate.
I feel the same. I was watching an episode the other day where they were at like a lunch, and Jeff was saying something to Susie about getting a divorce. About, if we get a divorce, I don't want there to be any fighting. I just want you to take whatever you want, and I'll take whatever's left over. And then Susie just lays into him like, I'll tell you what, I'm going to take everything.
She's one of the best yellers on TV.
Just one of the best. And when her and Larry get into it, it's amazing to me.
Well, it looks like this is going to be it for Curb Your Enthusiasm. There's going to be a season 12, which is what they just finished filming, but this is pretty much it. Season 12 just finished filming this week, in fact, and the final episode, according to a source, felt like a homecoming. So in a now deleted tweet, John Heyman, who's a writer, producer for the show, tweeted out a photo of himself with Larry writing, maybe you love the show, maybe you hate the show, maybe you don't give a crap. In any event, shooting the last scene of the last episode in the final season. Richard Lewis is also on the show. Great on the show.
Oh, so good.
He also tweeted out about his last ever scene of the series. Says, I was a few hours ago in my trailer on location to shoot my last season of Curb Your Enthusiasm, season 12. Hard to believe we started in 2000. The cast and crew all knew we were working for a genius. When that rarity happens, no one ever takes a moment for granted. We love you, Larry David.
I think it's time though. That's all right.
Yeah.
And his current contract with HBO is up this year, so it's unknown if he's going to resign. And there's been no comment from HBO. So with its 11th season, Curb became HBO's longest running series.
I'll be darned. Boy, think of the money that Larry David has.
He's done okay.
I mean,
He's done all right. With Seinfeld residuals and all that stuff, he's all right.
wow.
Anybody watch Yellowstone?
Yes.
No.
Not the new season, but before that, yeah.
Yeah, I want to get into it. It is the show that everybody's talking about.
Yeah, it's one of those ones, but I don't know that. Truthfully, I don't know that that's one I'll ever watch.
It's a soap opera, but the landscape is worth watching. It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
So I guess Kevin Costner's future with Yellowstone is concerning fans.
Yeah.
But we have a new actor coming into the play.
Larry
coming
David.
coming into the mix. Rumors have kind of swirled around that there could be a spin-off series starring Matthew McConaughey and much of the original cast. Well, on Tuesday, those rumors were confirmed by the head of Paramount Media Networks. There were no updates on the Costner situation, but he did say about Yellowstone wouldn't be what it is today without Kevin, and we hope that he stays for a long time to come. And then he shared the news that Matthew McConaughey is lined up to star in a Yellowstone spinoff, which is happening regardless of whether Kevin Costner is in or out.
That the fellow that created that, he has Tulsa King, Yellowstone, and all the different year ones.
That's Taylor Sheridan.
Yeah, he is crushing.
So I said Matthew McConaughey is
Absolutely
lined up
crushing.
to star in a Yellowstone extension, which will move forward regardless of whether Costner returns to the original. In fact, it's one of more than 10 projects that Chris McCarthy, the head of Paramount, has with creator Taylor Sheridan.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, that guy's on a roll, man.
Beavis and Butthead.
Yes.
Have you seen I don't know, it's a reboot?
I think they did an amazing job when they brought it back, I thought.
I wouldn't call it a reboot. It's just...
No, it's a continuation.
It's a continuation.
Yeah.
Paramount Plus has released the official trailer for Season 2 of Beavis and Butthead. The first 2 episodes will premiere April 20th. In the second season, Beavis and Butthead like things that are cool and hate things that suck. That's basically it.
You know, man, when it comes to like Mike Judge-related stuff, I'm all in.
Yeah.
Like, I just love it. And I cannot wait for King of the Hill to come back. So
And that is coming back?
that is coming back. That'll be on Hulu, yes.
Now, we will have one fewer award shows this year. The American Music Awards taking a year off. Sorry to let you know this way.
Oh, no. What are they going to do with all those pointy trophies?
Well, the Billboard Music Awards will slide into the regular AMA slot in November. So,
I was finally
Good.
going to watch the AMA, and now
just so
this
you
is my
know.
year to start.
These award shows are the worst. And also, too, and I don't know the idea that a radio company has their own award show, please stop.
Oh, iHeart?
Please stop. I could weekend rage about that right now. It makes me so unbelievably angry. And it's just so like...
Well, and you know the way this works. So they get all the biggest stars to come out to the iHeart Awards, which aired on Fox on Monday or Sunday, what it was. So here's how they do that. They go, if you don't show up to this award show, we will drop your song from every one of our stations.
Boom.
Wow.
That's how that works.
And they have so many radio stations across the country that that maybe it doesn't hurt your 21 Pilots artist, but if you're trying to build something, you're crushed. You're out. And it is just... I cannot imagine the artists love playing in that situation. It just...
Yeah.
Why don't you worry about making good radio first before you're worried about an award show?
Speaking of award shows, the CMT Music Awards are this Sunday.
Oh, boy.
And they just added 3 more reasons to watch. You'll be seeing performances from Shania Twain, Gwen Stefani, and Alanis Morissette.
All right.
Shania is also getting the Equal Play Award, which they added a couple of years ago. It's for artists who helped elevate diverse and unrepresented voices in country music. Gwen Stefani is set to duet with Carly Pearce during the show, which I guess will be interesting. And Alanis Morissette will be performing with 4 other artists, Ingrid Andress, Lainey Wilson, Madeline Edwards, and Morgan Wade. They're doing You Ought to Know to celebrate the 10th anniversary of CMT's Next Women of Country franchise.
Lainey.
Put that on your calendar.
I will. I saw this amazing clip from, I think it was the CMT or one of the Country Music Awards from back in the day, and they had Alan Jackson. He was at his, just the big dog at the time. And they're like, we want your band to play this, but you're not actually going to do any music. We're going to have the, just backtracked. So you guys can't play any instruments or anything. And he didn't want to do it, but he kind of had that contract thing. So he did it, but he had his drummer not use drumsticks. So the whole time you watch the video, he's back there just hammering away with nothing. It's no cymbals move or anything.
I love that.
Yeah, it made me love it, man.
Have you ever heard of the Australian punk band Private Function?
No.
So you are missing out. And they're giving a whole new meaning to gold records, selling limited copies of vinyl filled with their own urine.
Gonna pass.
This is a first. The band says, congratulations to the 50 people who ordered the gold version of our new record. You just bought a liquid disc full of RP. And they also asked fans not to use their DNA to commit crimes. If you want to see how this whole thing works, the band's got an Instagram video posted, so look up Private Function, if that's your thing. Anybody see John Wick 4? My son saw it.
Nope. Not yet.
Said it was the best movie he's seen this year.
Wow.
Said it was amazing. All the great adjectives for John Wick 4. Got great reviews.
Yeah.
Rotten Tomatoes up in the high 90s, mid to high 90s. Keanu Reeves did not have a lot to say in John Wick Chapter 4. The Wall Street Journal actually counted how many words he said in the movie. Keanu Reeves, the star of John Wick 4, which has a running time of 2 hours and 49 minutes.
Jeez.
I can't wait.
He said 380 words.
Dude, that's fantastic.
I wonder how many minutes, though, was him just doing that.
380 words throughout an almost 3-hour movie.
Dude, that's amazing.
And about 10% of his words are spoken in the movie's 2.5-minute trailer. And he says more in the trailer than he does in the first 25 minutes of the movie. Here's Keanu's longest line of dialogue in John Wick Chapter 4. You and I left a good life behind a long time ago, my friend. That's it.
Wow.
That's his longest line.
Congrats to the scriptwriter.
Hey, man, absolutely. And congrats to Keanu for just being flipping awesome.
Yeah,
Well, and
do that.
And by the way, they say that was Keanu's call. The director says Mr. Reeves stripped out roughly half the dialogue written for his character in the initial script.
Wow.
So for the first John Wick movie, Keanu Reeves almost, I'm not going to say $1 million is almost free, but for a movie star of his stature, $1 million to get Keanu Reeves to do a movie for you, it's basically a favor.
Yeah.
Which I think it was. I think was John Wick done by the stunt guys or the stunt director from The Matrix, if I'm not mistaken.
Something like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
So almost as a favor, Keanu Reeves did it. For this last one, he made $15 million.
Oh, well, good.
Yeah.
About time.
Yeah. He'll be all right. X-Files. Anybody an X-Files fan?
Nah, man.
Well, they get a reboot courtesy of Ryan Coogler, who is the director of Black Panther. The X-Files creator Chris Carter says he's got his work cut out for him because we covered so much territory. And this is sad that it's going to upset some people, but Chris Carter also said the new version will have a, quote, diverse cast. No details yet, but this Ryan Coogler guy, he's pretty accomplished. He did Creed movies, Judas and the Black Messiah, Space Jam: A New Legacy.
Oh, wow.
So some good stuff.
And finally, in your Crop on Celebrities Day, Kelly Ripa. She's been doing live for 22 years. She started out with Regis, right? She now makes around $20 million a year, but she didn't always have the kind of stroke she has now. In fact, when she started as Regis Philbin's co-host, she didn't even have her own office. It took them 4 years to clean out a janitor's closet and put a desk in it so she could have a place to put her things. So says Kelly Ripa. She also didn't have her own bathroom for a couple of years. She had to use the same one as the 250 audience members. She says, quote, I have to host the show, and I'm still waiting in line to use the bathroom. And in addition to all this chaos, Kelly Ripa says she was blindsided twice when both Regis and his replacement, Michael Strahan, left the show. And she says, had I known how difficult it would have been, I don't know that I would have gone for it. I just think my ignorance in the situation wound up being my blessing and my superpower. I did not have an easy time. Things are a lot better now, obviously.
Yeah.
20 million a year. She's fine.
I think it might have been worth it.
Seems like it.
Yeah. And I'm sure at the time it was worth waiting in line.
Kelly knew well in advance that Ryan Seacrest decided to leave, but they're still really close, so it's all good. And it was ABC's idea to replace him with Kelly's husband, Mark Consuelos. All right, celebrating a birthday today, Lucy Lawless, Xena, Warrior Princess. She is 55 today.
Speaking of an amazing Curb Your Enthusiasm episode, she was a Larry's love interest.
That's right.
In one of the early seasons. Yeah.
That's right. John Popper from
Blues Traveler.
Blues Traveler. He is 56. That's the guy that is armed to the teeth at all times.
Yeah.
Correct.
Not just with harmonicas, but he was busted with pretty much an arsenal in his car
And
during a pullover.
And I believe still during Blues Traveler shows, smokes like an absolute chimney.
He lost a lot of weight, though.
Yeah, but I still think, because like the last time I think they played Delmar Hall, like somebody that I knew said that he would just go off to the side when he wasn't playing and just be chain smoking away.
I need to see them. I still have never seen them live.
Really fantastic.
I have
John
their live
Popper's
album.
56. Elle McPherson, former Aussie supermodel, is 59. Amy Sedaris. Jerry on Stranger with a Candy.
One of the greatest shows of all time.
She is 62. Perry Farrell from Jane's Addiction is 64. And Monty Python genius Eric Idle is 80.
Wow.
And brilliant. 80 and brilliant.
Today's porno birthday, which is being brought to you by Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet, is Sugarcane. And today's birthday girl has been in 60 fine films, including Assume the Position, Breaking and Entering, Chubby Cheeks 1, Fast Times at Deep Crack High 8, and a movie called I Want to Be a Whore. So then she went to Slut Training. That's the name of a movie.
Okay.
In a movie called Truck Stop Anal Tramps, and Who Could Forget a Rule? In 2002's Howard Ramone's Bada Bimbos. Sugarcane is 40 years old. That's your porno birthday. Those are your crappy birthdays, and that was your crap on celebrities. All right, up after the break, let's give away some stuff.
Sounds great.
Donnie?
Yes, sir.
Let's do a contest. And you came up with something today. You were wearing your St. Louis Cardinals T-shirt.
Yes.
Opening day is tomorrow.
Yes.
What are we playing?
All right, so this game, I titled it last night, Past, Present, Never, St. Louis Cardinals Edition. All right?
Past, present, never, St. Louis Cardinals edition.
I'm going to throw 3 players your way. All right?
Okay.
You're going to tell me past Cardinal, present Cardinal, never a Cardinal.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
Dang.
Easy as that. All right. I've got some of these with varying degrees of difficulty. But like, for instance, Scott, here we go. Past, present, never. St. Louis Cardinals edition. Ray Langford.
Past.
Colton Wong.
Past.
Wilson Contreras.
Present.
That's the current, yeah.
Yeah. Present.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boom. You get 2 of those 3, you're a winner.
Yeah, 2 out
winner,
of 3
chicken
right,
dinner.
you win.
And that, I would say, was probably an
That's
easier
easy.
one of those.
Yeah, Donnie's going to throw some curveballs here.
Absolutely.
So past, present, current, Cardinal. 2 out of 3 right, you win.
Actually, my name was better. Past, present, never.
Past,
Past,
present,
present,
never.
was.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yep, sorry,
You're right.
sorry.
The present
I'll get it during the
didn't
break.
come to my brain.
All right, if you want to play, 314-624-3833 or 618-398-3833. Up for grabs, Point Fest tickets, Offspring tickets, Fall Out Boy tickets, and Disturbed tickets.
Man, you got some good choices
Chock
there.
full of good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, 747. Another look at your traffic and weather. King Scott coming at you.
Your Point Traffic brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. It's more than a race, it's a festival. The NASCAR Cup Series on Sunday, June 4th. Go to www.raceway.com for the fastest tickets in town. And it looks like the roads are all clear, so nothing to report. And your point forecast today, it's going to be a mix of clouds and sun with a high of 60, a low of 39. Right now, it's 33 at the Point Studio. Your Point Forecast brought to you by CarX Tire and Auto.
Hi, I'm Rizz from the radio, and I've been playing guitar for about 10 months now. And that means I'm ready to teach you how to play guitar too. Are you ready to learn some fine licks? Well, I want you to take classes at the Rizzuto of Fine Music. In no time, I can get you playing like this. When you sign up for classes at the Rizzuto of Fine Music, I will teach at least 1 class a week, 15 minutes only, and you'll get this commemorative tote bag. Achieve all your dreams. Learn how to play guitar. Yes, fine licks like this.
Jimi Hendrix.
Do you hear that? Adventure is calling. Hey, it's Moon from the Rizzuto Show, and I'm here to tell you that it is time to turn off that GPS and see where the back roads take you. But before you go, roll into R&R to get the best tires for the scenic route. Right now at R&R Tire Express, $50 gets you started on in-stock wheel and tire packages, and that includes installation. Everybody needs a little R&R. R&R offers flexible payment options, plus peace of mind coverage that includes roadside assistance, lifetime rotation, alignments, and so much more. It's a package deal. Just pay as you go. No credit needed. Everyone's approved. Why wait when you're just $50 away from the tires you need and the wheels you want to stand out from the crowd? Visit rnrmidwest.com. That's rnrmidwest.com to request a quick quote, while $50 gets you started on in-stock wheel and tire packages at R&R Tire Express. That's R&R Tire Express.
Hey, we're the Interrupters! And we're here with our new friends Sarah and Donnie from The Point. We're at Music Record Shop and we're gonna go get some records.
Reggae and ska. This record is going to change your life. It really is. This is nightclub, gangsters, Rudy, A Message to You, Rat Race, man, Ghost Town. So we come, Interrupters, before we come out on stage, we play Ghost Town, and it's on this. You just have to get, this is, I insist that you get that one.
Okay.
If you were gonna get a Ramones record, are you a fan of the Ramones?
I don't know, a lot of times I hear songs and I'm like, oh yeah, I love that song. I just can't remember who
like,
it was.
I Want to Be Sedated.
Mm-hmm.
And like Blitzkrieg Bop. Mm-hmm. So this is their second record, and it's really good.
In 8th grade, I went to Catholic school. I had to walk from my school to my parents' office, and in between the school and the office was a reggae record store. Like it was a record store, mostly just reggae. Mm-hmm. From school until then, that most of my time was spent at that record shop.
Wow. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of where it started. Like,
and the
pretty
owner
much.
of that record shop was like, check this out. It's called incense, and you burn it. And I was like, cool.
Check this out. It's kind of like incense, but it makes it feel fun.
And then he was like, check this out. He's like, you're really gonna like this, because I was like, I really like Nirvana. And he was like, if you like Nirvana, you're really gonna like this. And he put on Bad Brains, and I was like,
This slaps. We all know that. Oh yeah. You know. I don't have that.
I'm getting all of these records. I'm getting this record.
You should crush me.
Yes.
I'm getting this record. I'm getting this record.
Okay, so we're going. I definitely think
These records are hard to find. Do you like Leonard Cohen?
I don't know much about Leonard Cohen other than the Pump Up the Volume songs, to be very honest with you.
He is an incredible songwriter. He's a huge inspiration. My dream would be to just write one song as good as a Leonard Cohen song. He's just the best songwriter.
And you, and I mean, and you hold, but so like then, but then how do you rank your own like songwriting when you're ranking it up against some of your favorites and arguably some of the greatest people that have ever written a song ever?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, well, like Kevin and I were talking the other day, listening to Bruce Springsteen. I mean, his lyrics are out of this world. You paint a picture. Like, you don't even need...
He puts you there.
He puts you there. Yeah. Taste, touch, smell, sound. You're in the 3D experience of wherever he's taking you. Yeah. And that's really, like, Leonard Cohen does that. And I don't think I'll ever achieve that level, but like I'm a perfectionist. I'm always gonna keep trying to put you there, put you in the place.
Well, because that's the best, and you know the ones that can do that are. I mean, it's not. I don't want to say few and far between, but it's just like those are the best of the best. Everybody, we've had a pretty good time.
Incredible.
We've got some good things. So thanks to the Interrupters. You guys have been amazing.
Thank you, and thank you.
No problem, Sarah. Did you have a good time?
Absolutely.
I would assume that you have increased your vinyl collection sizably.
I have.
All right, very good. Very good. And thanks to Music Record Shop. They're always so great. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Had a great time.
It's Lux, and I'm joined by Josh from Bad Flower. Dude, what's up?
Cheers. How are you?
Cheers. I'm doing so well. I'm so glad we're getting to chat here.
What is that? You got stickers on your cup.
Oh my God, I got so many stickers. My vaccine sticker. I got my Canada sticker. I got all my good stickers.
Nice.
I'll hook you up with some stickers when you come here because we'll be seeing you in less than 2 weeks at Point Fest, which is very exciting. And then after that, you got a record coming out, so we got a lot to chat about today. I'm excited.
Yes.
So where are you in the world right now? Because I know you guys are currently on tour. Are you like in a bunker somewhere?
No, we're not on tour.
Right?
I mean, we've just been doing like weekend festivals.
Well, you start on the 10th or 9th, right? You start this week.
Yeah, something like that. I'm in a barn. This is where I live. This is my home.
Still on the farm. How's farm life?
Farm life is great. I mean, it's been like very sparse. Like we've been doing shows over the weekend for the most part, or like just these random things. So it's go do a big drive, come back, spend like 2 days at home prepping for like the big headline tour, go leave again, try to come back and like get more stuff done. And like it's chaotic for sure.
Who's keeping track of Maggie? Who's keeping track of the
we have
animals?
other people here who are watching.
Okay,
this
good.
Thankfully, yeah.
Good.
And the other
Were you able to do all of the recording for the new record?
All right, so Donnie, I'm going to ask you a question. What's the one part of all of our houses that we kind of take for granted?
I'm going to say the roof, probably.
The roof. We just know if it's raining out, our head's dry. That's it. But have you ever put a ladder up on the side of your house and gone up there?
Oh, yeah, I clean out our gutters.
You clean out the gutters?
Yeah.
But as far as inspection goes, you don't know what you're looking for. You know if the gutters are full.
Dude, no idea. Like, and I wouldn't even try to say, oh, there's something wrong. I don't know. I wouldn't even try to make that guess.
And if there's a problem with the roof, that little problem now becomes a big, costly problem down the road. Man, if you get water behind the walls, oh boy.
Yep.
You are in for some trouble. Well, Happy Roof Co., I had those guys on my roof a couple months ago just for full inspection. And it's one of those things you should have done every year or so. Get the guys from Happy Roof Co. up on the roof just to see what's going on. Lucky for me, everything's good. But I wouldn't have known if there was a problem or not. Because I ain't going up there. I wouldn't know what I'm looking for. I don't know what, what's going on with the shingles or the flashing. I don't know any of that
How it's
stuff.
supposed to look, what it's supposed to look like. You don't know.
Happy Roof Co. over 50 years combined experience, roofing, siding, gutters, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. If you mention the Rizz Show, man, these guys will take great care of you. They're not storm chasers. 100% of their market is in the St. Louis and surrounding areas. Yes, local company, headquartered out of Sunset Hills. Free estimates, very competitive pricing. Give them a call, 314-665-3001. They're online at thehappyroof.com, thehappyroof.com. They put the happy in happy endings.
Hey, this is Gary Valentine, and you're listening to The Rizzuto Show. Happy birthday, Rizz.
All right, I'm going to throw out the Eagle Call once again.
Eagle Call!
Join Team Rizz Purple Stride St. Louis 2023 Auto Benefit, the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. Join us, our team captain, Tracy Bibb. We're walking the support, research and awareness through the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. Saturday, April 29th in Forest Park. We always have a great time. It's a great cause. Great opportunity just to be in Forest Park and just be outside. So get signed up by Sunday, April 16th. Raise a minimum of $50, and you'll get this year's Team Rizz Premium T-shirt. Again, thanks to Tracy Bibb. Thanks to Moritz Royce Jewelry for helping to sponsor Team Rizz. Join us, Purple Stride, Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, Saturday, April 29th, Forest Park. All the details at 1057thepoint.com. All right, let's give away some stuff. All right, and the game we're playing is called
Past, Present, and Never St. Louis Cardinals Edition.
Okay. Very simple concept.
Yep.
Donnie's going to give you a name.
Yep.
And you have to tell us, is this a past Cardinal, current Cardinal or never Cardinal? Something from a movie or just something made up?
100%.
All right, 2 out of 3 right. You win your choice of tickets. Tickets for Point Fest. Point Fest happening Saturday, May 27th. Tickets to go see The Offspring with Sum 41, August 27th. Tickets to go see Fall Out Boy with the Alkaline Trio, Friday night, June 23rd. And we got tickets to go see Disturbed with Breaking Benjamin, August 29th. All those shows are at the Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. 314-624-3833 or 618-398-3833. Let's go to the phones. And we've got Abby in St. Louis. Good morning, Abby.
Good morning, guys.
All right, Abby. Past, present, or never Cardinal, your first name.
All right, first name, Dizzy Dean.
Past.
Correct. Cardinal. All right. Nicely done.
Orlando Cepeda. Orlando Cepeda. Past, present, never.
Never.
Incorrect. That is a
that did not
past.
ring a bell.
He is one of the he's a GOAT. He's one of the Cardinals' greatest
One of the
players.
best. All right,
All right,
one
and then
more.
finally, you get this one right, you're winning. All right. Mike Trout. Mike Trout. Past, present, never.
Present.
Incorrect.
Never.
He is one of the best players in baseball, but he plays for the Angels, not the Cardinals. Sorry about
So
that.
you're going to be like
Abby.
that, Donnie.
I am going to be like that. Absolutely so. It's
He's
Mike
welcome
Trout.
to join us, though.
All right,
Yeah.
Jared.
Hello.
Ready to play past, present, or never Cardinal?
All right, here we go.
Sorta.
Barry Bonds.
Pass.
That would be a never.
Never a
He has
Cardinal.
never played for the Cardinals. All right. How about this one? Pedro Serrano. Past, present, never.
Never.
That's correct. Because that's Pedro Serrano from the movie Major League.
Eagle call.
Nice job.
I don't know why I didn't even call, but okay.
And you get this one right, and you're a winner here. Jordan Walker. Past, present, never.
Present.
You said present? That is correct.
That is correct. You were unsure, but you got it. There you go, man. You're a winner. Nice
Hang
job.
on. Okay, one winner. Corey, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, so in honor of opening day, which is tomorrow, past, present, or never Cardinal. Here we go, Corey.
All right, Corey. Dexter Fowler.
Pass.
Correct.
Past.
Ryan Helsley.
Current. Present.
Present. Correct.
Winner.
All right. And can I give him the last one just for funds?
Well, let's move on to Ryan.
Well, that's probably a better idea.
Let's move on to Ryan.
Okay.
Scott's already taking Corey's information.
So we don't even need to mess with that. I'll save this good
Save
one
that
for the
one.
next one. Yep, got it.
Ryan. Hello, Ryan.
Morning. Happy birthday, Donnie.
Hey, thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate it.
All right, Ryan, here you go. Past, present, or never.
All right, Crash Davis.
Never.
Correct, because he is a star in the movie in Bull Durham.
Bull Durham.
All right, Jack Flaherty. Past, present,
Current.
never.
Current.
There you go. Winner, winner. I like it. Good.
Let's go to Steve in Cedar Hills. Steve.
Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Here we go.
All right, Steve. Vince Coleman. Past, present, never.
Never.
Incorrect.
Present.
All right.
I'm sorry, no.
Past.
Past.
All right, and here's Bill White. Past, present, never.
Past.
That is correct.
He played for the Cardinals?
He played for the Cardinals and was president of the National League for a time as well. You get this one right, you're a winner. Past, present, never. Edgar Renteria.
That's past.
Yes.
Correct. Winner, winner.
Hang on.
I like it.
Rolling through these. Nathan, hello.
Good morning.
All right, Nathan. Past, present, or never Cardinal.
All right, here we go. Lars Nootbaar.
That'd be present.
That a boy. God love Lars. Tommy Edmonds. Tommy Edmonds.
That'd be present as well.
That'd be present as well. Winner, winner. All right, there goes that one.
314-624-3833 or 618-398-3833. Let's go to Ken. Uncle Ken, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on?
All right, Ken, here we go. Past, present, or never. Make this especially hard for Ken.
All right, very good. All right, so we'll do Daryl Porter. Past, present, never.
Superman. That is the past.
There you go. Very good. All right, here's one. Benjamin Franklin Rodriguez. Benjamin Franklin Rodriguez. Past, present, never.
Never.
It's never because that's Benny the Jet Rodriguez from The Sandlot. Nicely job, Ken. Nicely
right.
done, rather.
Ken wins.
Ken wins.
Damn. I'm
Stop
kidding.
it, man.
I'm kidding.
Kid's the greatest.
Let's go to AJ. Good morning, AJ.
Hey, good morning. Happy birthday, Rizz.
Thank you, buddy. All right, past, present, or never Cardinal. Here we go.
All right, AJ. Ricky Vaughn. Ricky Vaughn. Past, present, never.
Never.
Correct.
Ricky Wild Thing Vaughn.
That's right. Calvin LaLoosh. Calvin LaLoosh. Past, present, never.
Never.
Yeah, very good. That's Nuke LaLoosh from Bull Durham. And, so you're winning.
Yeah, he won.
Yeah, good. All right.
We're going through these so quick. Scott's trying to take all the info down. All right, let's go to Chris in Belleville. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
All right, Chris. Past, present, or never Cardinal.
All right, Miles Michaelis.
Pass.
Incorrect.
He's starting tomorrow.
He is on the current team and will be your starter tomorrow. All right, how about Brendan Ryan?
Never.
That's a pass. Nope, sorry. I put Brendan Ryan on there because Jeff had this love of Brendan Ryan because he was a great defensive player, but he only hit like $180. And he was just always he said to me 100 times, what if he could hit? I don't know, Jeff. It'd be amazing. He'd probably still be in the majors.
Jeff was a Brendan Ryan enthusiast?
100% a Brendan Ryan enthusiast. That's why I put him in here today.
All right, Eric, you there?
I'm here.
All right, Eric. Past, present, or never Cardinal.
All right, Jordan Montgomery.
Present.
Present.
Correct.
Present.
Tino Martinez.
Never.
Incorrect. He played for the Cardinals.
The Cardinals,
Yep.
huh? Former Yankee and Mariner.
There you go. So you got to get this one right to win. Kelly Leak. Kelly Leak. Past, present, never.
Never.
Correct.
All right.
That is Kelly Leak.
There we go.
Yep, that is your cigarette smoking, dirt bike riding, Bad News Bears character there.
All right, let's do one more. I'm waiting for Scott to get me somebody on the line here. Hey, people are good at this game.
Why are my hands so sweet? See, I figured with it being St. Louis and baseball that you could get into the weeds a little bit with your Vince Colemans and things because, we have an unhealthy relationship with an addiction to this
People are on
team.
it, man.
Good.
Eric, hello?
Hey, what's up, guys?
All right, Eric.
Hey, man.
Past, present, or never Cardinal.
All right. Willie McGee.
Current, but he's a coach.
Ooh, man, we hit a gray area. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows it.
All right. Roy Hobbs. Roy Hobbs. Past, present, or never.
Never.
Very good.
The natural.
That's the star of the natural. Well done. Winner there. I feel good about this.
I don't think we have anything more to give away.
Listen. Last night, I'm making dinner and I'm going, I'm gonna ask these guys if they want to play rock, paper, scissors. I have no idea. And then so I started kind of flushing it out with Mary, and she was like, I think you might have something.
Yeah, this is a good contest.
Very good.
Scott, let's get Scott to play
All
couple.
Right. Sounds good.
Scott, he's on the phone here.
Yes.
is a baseball enthusiast. Let's give him a couple.
All right. Let's see. I know he's going to get all of them.
He's going to get all of them.
All right, here, I'll do this last one here. George Hendrick.
It's a great question. Never.
Passed.
Dang it.
He was a part of the 82 championship team with the Cardinals. Silent
Okay.
George, as a matter of fact. Tyler O'Neill.
Present.
Correct. And ripping out of his shirt somewhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he looks like me.
Andrew Kisner.
Former.
Current. He's present.
Dang it,
He's
I didn't
the
know. I
backup
thought
catcher to Contreras.
All right. I thought they, yeah.
All right, here we go. Scott Rowland.
A former.
Correct. Eddie Harris.
Never.
Never. That is the older pitcher from Major League.
Yeah,
the
the
one
old
that had,
drunk guy.
that had all the lube and all the stuff rubbed around it.
That
And then
sounded familiar.
Tom Herr.
Former.
Tommy Herr.
Passed, yep. Randall Grichuk.
Former.
Passed, yeah.
Pass. Sorry, pass.
Yep. Hamilton Porter.
Never.
Never. That's Ham Porter from the Sandlot movies. Oh, yeah. And the cool thing about this, man, you can do this blues with anything like that.
Well done, Donnie.
So if I'm on the show again and we can do this again, at least I've got a go-to game that I thought of myself.
Listen, I think I'm ready for opening day now. And speaking of opening day, we'll talk to Chris Kerber next about Blues hockey.
Hey, it works. Sports town.
Oh, it is, man. We got something going on in this city with the soccer and the Blues and the Cardinals and the Battlehawks.
It's a good time to be a sports fan in St. Louis.
That's right. All right, it is 8:09. It is Wednesday. Another look at your traffic and weather. King Scott coming at you.
Your Point Traffic brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. It's more than a race. It's a festival. The NASCAR Cup Series on Sunday, June 4th. Go to www.raceway.com for the fastest tickets in town. And there's a 2-vehicle crash just east on 64 past McKnight's. So keep the left lane open there because it is closed at the moment. And your point forecast today, it's going to be a mix of clouds and sun with a high of 60, a low of 39. Right now, it's 34 at the Point Studio. Your point forecast brought to you by CarX Tire and Auto.
Hey, Lizzie, it's Lux in St. Louis. Hi. And I brought my friend Learn from KC95.
Oh my God. Hi.
I just wanted to pop on and say, hey girl, hope to see you in December. Can't wait.
Oh my gosh, can't wait. It's so good to see both of your faces. It's been far too long. And, you know, as we all know, many decades in COVID years. So
yes.
Yeah.
It's funny. She and I were emailing this morning and I sent over the video of you and Amy Lee covering Lincoln Park and Heavy. And we were talking about being women in the rock industry and you two women just really taking off and seeing where all the women are going. And I was like, Learn, you have to come in and say, hey, we gotta talk women rock with Lizzie today.
Yes. That's
I'm
awesome.
gonna let you guys do your thing. But
So a little over 11 years ago, I was introduced to Dr. Huatma over at South County Urological because that's where I went for my vasectomy. 11 plus years ago, everything's all good. Got my vasectomy, no kids. That was the point of going to see Dr. Huatma over there at South County Urological. So the plan was for my wife and I, 2 kids and shut her down. So after my daughter was born, literally 2 weeks later, I was at Dr. Huatma's office for my vasectomy consultation. And the doctor says, you know, there are a lot of guys that go for the consultation and then kind of punk out and don't show up for the procedure. Fellas, it's the no scalpel vasectomy. It's quick. My insurance covered my procedure. You would go in on a Friday, you rest over the weekend, and you're back to work on Monday. How painful is recovery? I mean, okay, minor swelling, maybe discomfort for about a week. You know, I would say it's like getting grazed. You know, like a grazing shot down there. But it lasts about a week. Will your sex life be affected? No change in interest level. No ability to do anything. All good. Just no kids. South County Urological. 314-843-8000. SouthCountyUrological.com.
Wake up! Cause when you gotta go on a table, and then you gotta go on a table, and then you gotta sit on a table, and then you trust in my sip and slide. That System of Downs, Chop Suey.
Try that out. See how it goes.
All right.
Okay. She came to me in robes of white in the corner of my room, a specter of the night, silhouetted by the moon. We're floating fast over traffic lights, bearing down on blackened sky, and colors burst as I close my eyes. Ooh, and she said, lay me down in golden dandelions, 'cause I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Follow me into the dark. Ooh, and she said, lay me down in golden dandelions, 'cause I've been waiting. 1,000 pictures in my mind, in a painting of the past. I'm brushing over lines, and I paint them all again. We're floating fast over traffic lights, bearing down on blackened sky, and colors burst as I close my eyes. Ooh, and she said, lay me down in golden dandelions. 'Cause I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Follow me into the dark. Ooh. And she said, lay me down in golden dandelions. 'Cause I've been waiting in orange, we're bright in the candlelight. Now we'll cradle all these memories to the end. She said, lay me down in golden dandelions. 'Cause I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Follow me into the dark. Ooh. And she said, lay me down in golden dandelions. 'Cause I've been waiting. 'Cause I've been waiting. 'Cause I've been waiting. Try and keep me out of sight. You try and keep me out of sight, out of mind, out of mind. You try and keep me from the light. You try and keep me from the light, but I know it's mine. I know it's mine. You're rigging the game. Part of the system, it shows in the way that you never listen when I speak. I'm not gonna wait. I made my decision, and I'm not gonna sit in the dark anymore. No, I'm not gonna sit in the dark anymore. You're always telling me I'm not. You're always telling me I'm not enough. But I'm enough. You're always turning back the clock. You're always turning back the clock. But time is up. Your time is up. You're rigging the game. You're part of the system.
So you've decided to buy a house. Good for you. Build some equity, stop renting. And I'm sure you're getting all sorts of advice from everybody, your parents, your friends. Well, here's what you should do. Well, if you're going to listen to one person, listen to your buddy Rizz. If you're going to buy a house, call Kevin Putney over the 123 Mortgage team. He is going to find the loan that fits your needs. Every loan is different, like a fingerprint. A mortgage is like a fingerprint. Everyone's different. My loan's going to look different from your loan. And Kevin Putney at the 123 Mortgage team is going to help you secure your dream home with the 123 Mortgage Rate Advantage, where you can reduce your mortgage within the first 2 years in your home. Who doesn't want to save money? And Kevin Putney makes it really simple. It's as easy as 123. You call, you qualify, and then you close. Boom, just like that. Kevin Putney, 314-862-0123, 314-862-0123. He's online at 123mortgage.com. Kevin Putney, Equal Housing Opportunity, all loans subject to underwriting approval, restrictions apply. Call for details. Cross Country Mortgage, LLC, NMLS 3029, NMLSconsumeraccess.org, 123mortgage.com, 314-862-0123.
Hey, everybody, this is Chip Carey. You're listening to The Rizzuto Show. Happy birthday, Rizz.
Big day for that guy tomorrow. Super handsome, too.
Watching the game the other day, or I guess it was on Saturday, and he was talking about how when he was growing up, you know, he was here in St. Louis watching Bob Gibson pitch.
Yeah.
You know, just like that kind of perspective, man. There's not a lot of that.
Did you get to talk to him?
No, I did not.
So he was kind of sprung on us, like, hey, Chip Carey's in the hallway. You want to talk to him? And I went, oh, okay. And he walked in the room. I go, whoa, man, this is a handsome fella.
Yeah.
And is it tall guy, too?
Tall, like thin. He looks like a politician, like sweet suit. Damn.
I just wish he was
Fell in love that day.
Yeah, I just wish he was personable and nice. And
Yeah,
kind.
super nice, too.
Yeah, no skin. That guy's awesome.
Speaking of super handsome, Chris Kerber's on the phone.
Ooh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Kerber.
Morning, fellas. How are you?
Good morning, Chris. When are you going to Chicago? You there already?
No, fly out today, 2 o'clock.
Oh, 2 o'clock flight today up to Chicago. So how many games? 8 games left, if I'm not mistaken?
8 games, 9. Last night was 73. So 9 games to go.
9 games to go. So you're going to Chicago.
Oh, wait, no, was last night 74? Last night might have been 74, so 8 games to go.
8 games to go. So, and think about this, Chris. When you first started in your hockey broadcasting career, you know, doing, minor league stuff, think about your hotel accommodations. What were those like?
Oh, yeah, they were a little bit different. They were, you'd stay in the motels, that where cars would park right in front of your door, and yeah, they were quite different. I don't like a lot of Holiday Inns. A little different than Four Seasons and Ritz-Carltons.
Yeah.
So yeah, quite a bit different there. The per diem was about I think it was $12 a day. There was one trip we had to Tallahassee, Florida. I literally had, and we were staying that night after the game. I had breakfast, lunch, and dinner at McDonald's.
Oh man!
And now look at yourself. I'm sure you got a nice place to go in Chicago to stay.
Yeah, no, we stay in great hotels in Chicago. The restaurants you can eat at are different. It's a different beast. But you know what? Like, I'll tell you something. Like, I wouldn't trade a day that I spent in the minors for nothing. I spent 6 years there, but the players I got to know, the people I got to know, their family now, the work, the people I worked with, the lessons you learn. So, like, when a Jake Neighbors comes up or, a player gets called up from the minor leagues, you can really relate to what they're going through because they're like for me, I can no longer stand the smell of pasta-soaked cardboard because what would happen is you'd go in before the game starts and you'd look at a menu, and if you're on the road, there would just be a team-sponsored menu in there, and you'd say, okay, I'll have like a chicken parm sandwich and a salad, and then you'd take some money and you put it in a cup to cover the bill, right? And then you'd get it. And by the time you get to the bus, and this stuff might have been on the bus 15, 20 minutes or so, you go in, you find a bag that had your name on it. And then you've got like a 6-hour bus ride home, and you couldn't wait for that bus to stop so you could just dump all the pasta-soaked cardboard off the bus. But, like, the smell got to the point where I'm like, man, I can't even eat anymore. So it's different, but I love the stories and the respect for the game you learn from it, and I wouldn't trade any of it.
Yeah, well, speaking of accommodations, and I was looking at this list here. This is from Lifehacker, and I'm sure you're staying in a nice hotel tonight. Even the nice hotels might not be as clean as you think, and we've gone over this before.
Oh, we're going there, aren't we?
Yeah, but some stuff I didn't think about. Like they posted a list of things you might want to clean yourself after you check in. And, of course, it goes without saying the TV remote. Everyone uses it.
Before you do this, what I can tell you is when last time we were in Calgary, I had to call down to the front desk. I said, do you mind somebody coming up and spraying the hair out of the shower before I get settled into this room? Or
what kind of hair, short and curly?
No, well, there were short and curlies. There were long and furries. Like this was like somebody shaved in there.
Yeah, nice.
So, of course, you got to clean off the TV remote, the nightstand,
Yes.
They may not get wiped off like you might think. The door handles, that's another thing everybody touches. Light switches, the phone, the handle on the mini fridge. Wipe that off, Chris.
Good call.
Geez, I don't want to so basically I got to clean the whole room.
Clean the whole room, yeah. Bring your own mop and bucket.
Hey, listen, we laugh about this now. I'm not kidding you. I got like a puffy left eye right now, and it's not pink eye or something. It's just got swollen like something's in it. And it might have happened from that last hotel. I have no idea.
Well, somebody knew you were standing there after them, and they farted in the pillow.
Yeah. Listen, that's my biggest like concern. Like, okay, so first off, there are certain rules when you go into hotel. Like, never look under the bed.
Oh.
Like, just don't do it. Because, there's going to be something under there you don't want to see.
Nothing good could come of it.
Like, don't.
Nothing good could come of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if something falls and it actually, kind of goes under the bed, you're like, oh, hell, do I really have to do that? So, no, you don't, that you don't want to do. And then the other thing is just, take the comforter or take that top, whatever it is, because I swear there's no way they could change those and just take it off the bed. Just put it aside, don't think about it, and hope your immune system's working.
1 in 10 people bring their own sheets when they stay at hotels. 1 in 10 people.
Wow.
Huh. Oh, well, they're nuts. That's a waste.
Hey, Chris, I've stayed in places where I put a T-shirt over a pillow. Like, I will take a clean T-shirt and put it over a pillow because I'm skeeved out.
Okay, well, keep in mind, too, guys, I can't believe we're going here as I'm about to go on a road trip, but yeah, we've gone there. Well, there's no way the pillows are clean. There's just no way. I mean, they may change the pillowcase. The pillowcase, but somebody sweats at night, right? And that sweat goes through the pillowcase. They're not changing the pillow.
You got a drooler?
Yeah.
Who's drooling with
Oh, God.
I'm never going to be able to stay in a hotel ever again. Thank you very much. I can't.
Good, Donnie.
I can't.
Good. Well, enjoy your stay in Chicago.
I'm sending you guys a picture of me sleeping, sitting up, and although I'll bet you
with a puffy eye.
Those chairs and the couches.
Oh, those are never cleaned.
Number one,
never cleaned.
The chairs and the couches. Holy cow! Those things. Oh, yeah, those are slimy, man. Those are no good.
The chair in the corner of the room is never cleaned, and somebody's Joed in that chair.
Oh.
Well, if not, they probably said, hey, going commando while I'm reading my book.
Yep. And they ain't putting a towel down.
Oh, there's some
like a good nudist should.
Yes.
All right, Chris, let's talk hockey real quick here. Blues win in overtime last night, 6-5. Third straight game of 6 goals for the Blues. Where has this team been?
Well, I think that team's been there all year. I don't think offenses really hasn't been the problem. But it's also a couple of straight games where you've allowed 11 goals total, right? So the issues really continues to be just the ability to play team defense, and I think that's been the issue all season long. So, interestingly enough, there's a chance still here that Robert Thomas, Pavel Buchnevich, and Jordan Kyrou could all hit 70 points again this season. The last time the same 3 players for the Blues had back-to-back 70 or more points in a season, you got to go back to 92-94 with Brett Hull, Craig Janney, and Brendan Shanahan.
Wow.
So well, yeah, and it's worth bringing up, and you go, wow, on that, because you're like, okay, we're seeing some offensive things here with this team that we haven't seen in 25 years. But at the same time, we're also seeing defensive goals against going in that we haven't seen in a long time, too. So the focus really is not the offense. The focus is a system of play that's going to help you prevent some goals, and that's where the team has to find a way to move forward.
How do you think that's going to be addressed in the offseason, Curbs? You would just have to think that a shakeup in that defensive core is just something that's got to happen one way or the other.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm not taking the defenseman or the goaltender completely off the hook, but to me, this is the forwards. The forwards have to come. You can't. We saw it happen again last night. Forwards go to take the puck in over the line instead of getting it in deep because the defensemen are changing. It's turned over, and the defensemen are having to rush back, defend a 3-on-2 when they haven't even been able to get set.
Yeah.
At one point, Colton Perico has the puck behind the net last night. He's waiting for the forwards to come back to give him an outlet pass. I mean, they do breakout plays every practice, and eventually no one's there. He tries to chuck it up the middle to Sammy Blais, who was like 4 or 5 feet from the blue line, and it hits off his stick. It's turned over in the neutral zone, and Vancouver comes right back in. I think it's going to be. It has to be more of an the system employed by the coaching staff on how they're going to defend in their own zone, and it's demanded. And if you don't, you sit, you're benched. And then the second thing is, I just think the forwards are going to have to be much more aware defensively in the own zone, but honestly as well, like situational hockey. If you know it's the end of the shift, you don't try to make a move at the blue line one-on-one where all of a sudden guys now get hemmed in even that much longer. You get the puck in deep, you get fresh guys on the ice, and you go at it again. And so, to me, those are the two big areas, not so much personnel.
Makes sense.
Our buddy Polo Asensio just walked in. Chris, do you know Polo?
I love him.
Hey, Chris, how you doing, my man?
Polo, I'm doing great. We had some great conversations in our broadcast booth about you in Anaheim because we had the Spanish engineer for Dodgers baseball that worked here for us.
Amigo, friend.
You know, Polo played a lot of hockey growing up in Tijuana.
A lot of hockey. Mucho hockey. A lot of eating, a lot of popsicles, Mexican paletas, and the shaved ice, the raspados, as we call it. A lot of hockey. A lot of hockey, a lot of golf. Actually, you know what? When I was a kid growing up, we found a golf club somewhere in the trash. Well, we didn't have grass in the front yard, so what did we do? We made holes in the dirt, and we made like our own like golf course in the front yard. Mm-hmm. So we played golf with dirt. So take that, Tiger Woods.
God, can you imagine? I can't imagine doing that at my house and my dad not murdering me.
Well, I mean, my dad was just happy that we were not getting in trouble. That's I mean, that I stopped hanging with my friend El Chapo or my friend El Matador. Like, my dad didn't like those guys, so I guess it worked out well for me because one of them is locked up and the other one, they haven't seen him in like 25 years. So. Yeah, he appears. Rich kids are trouble. Yeah, he appears once in a while. Like one day a nail, the next day a finger, the next day an eye. That's my friend El Matador. He's been gone for like 25 years. Hopefully one day we'll find them all together.
And you just reassemble them.
Yeah.
When we were just in L.A., they had it was Hispanic Heritage Night.
That's right.
And the band that did the national anthem. This was awesome. It was Mariachi El Toros, and they were awesome.
Hey, can you imagine that here, Chris? Can you imagine?
Oh, I'd love it.
Right?
I think that would play well.
Yeah,
here.
like last season.
Gosh, yeah, it'd play. It'll work.
Yeah, last season with the Cardinals when we had our Hispanic Fiesta Cardenales. On the 7th inning, we had a mariachi band play "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" in English. Mm-hmm. I mean, they played the notes in English. I don't know if you can play the notes in Spanish, but the words were also in English. So everybody was happy. A lot of toasting around. People were asking for tequila in the 7th inning, but the bars were already closed. So you know what I was thinking about, Chris. And guys, how you doing, guys? Welcome to the Polo Show. This season, with the clock and the game moving faster, there's going to be a lot of loss in the bar and the concession stands because the game is going to be shorter, 2.5 hours, 2:45, maybe 3 hours. From 3:40, 3:30 to 2:45, 2:30. That's an hour of less drinking, less everything.
Listen,
you know what? Maybe, but this is the only caveat I'd throw at you on that. Is where the games really seem to get long is in the last 3 innings, and that's when they cut off a lot of beer sales anyway. So I'm hoping you're right, but maybe there's another efficiency that comes out, and the lines get quicker too.
I just feel like St. Louis loves a challenge. So now you're saying, I got less time to do it? Well, then we better get started a little earlier then.
I got an idea. They could just quit selling it the first 2 innings and sell it the rest. That way it makes up for it.
There's that, Scott.
Wow. You see, I like him better when he doesn't talk. Yeah, me too. I like him better when he's quiet.
Polo, by the way, congratulations to you and Benji, because I know you guys are going to be doing more games this year too. Like I think you're doing every home game and then more road. Like we've got a lot more Spanish broadcasts coming this year from you.
Every home game for sure, right? That's what we know. And there's talks about doing road games. Last season we did 3 road games at the end of the season in Pittsburgh, because of Yachty and that guy. What's the name of the other guy? Pujols.
Oh, that's how you say it?
Yeah, Pujols.
I've been saying it Pujols.
Pujols, no, Albert.
How embarrassing.
His name is Alberto, not Albert. Come on now. Yeah, there's talks of doing more games in September when the games, not that they don't matter in April, but in September, that's when you have clinching, when you have different celebrations. And the last couple of times when the Cardinals clinch, they're on the road, so we get to miss the champagne because, we like that champagne in our eyes and everything, right? And the beer, so we need to be there. So hopefully, Chris, and you've been talking about something that I want to do, Chris. One game, one hockey game.
I know we got to do this.
We'll put it somewhere. We'll put it. Okay, I'll do it by myself in a booth. Just give me a microphone.
I just want to be there.
Be
Can I be there?
awesome.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
you can be. No, we definitely have to do this, and we'll find it into the schedule when you're in town because I'd love to do it. But I think you guys have done such a great job to fight for this because I know. I think I was told too. Like your Spanish network is now 5 or 6 days.
Yes,
growing. It's pretty awesome.
We have our flagship La Tremenda 880 plus 6 stations around Indiana, the Ozarks, another station
That's
here
awesome.
in St. Louis picking it up, and Chris, Rizz, Scott, Donnie, and where's the guy who sounds like a little boy? The funky hats.
He's in Mexico.
Oh, he is in Mexico?
Yeah, well, it's one in, one out, so you're out, and he went in.
Bring the other Mexican, yeah. We're going to go to London. This year, the Cardinals...
Oh, you're going to London?
We're going to play baseball. They call it in America. Oh, that's more like French, but anyway.
Man, that didn't sound like an English accent at all.
Yeah, that was
Prince Charles.
I mean,
that was DeSoto right there.
Man, and we'll in baseball terms.
All this listening to Adele and Harry Styles not helping, so I don't know. I need to listen to, I don't know, some other English band. But yeah, we're going to be there 2 games, Cardinals, Cubs. And we'll be there, so that's exciting.
That's great.
They're gonna cram this baseball field inside West Ham's stadium in London, and we'll be there. So I'm excited. Like, a couple of years ago, we were in Monterrey in Mexico. Obviously, a lot different crowd, but I'm more than welcome to go super international.
Well,
So
speaking of the Cubs, Chris is heading up to Chicago. Got a flight at 2:00, so it's the Blues and Blackhawks tomorrow. Blackhawks, are they the worst team in the league, or is it Blue Jackets?
What are you saying? What?
Blackhawks.
Okay. He just says it too fast. It's like, what is going on here, bro?
Yeah, we've got that Chicago team that's not very good. Are the Bulls any good this year? Do they have any teams that are good?
I don't think so because I don't think the Bulls were great either. The Bears, obviously.
As Polo would say, no bueno.
And you know what breaks my heart is unhappy Chicago sports fans. I mean, it truly breaks me, man. I hate it so much.
How about the Chicago Fire? Are they doing any good? Do they still exist? The Chicago Fire?
They do. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I have no idea. Chris, have a safe trip up there, and we'll talk to you next week.
Fellas, good luck, and hopefully at some point in time you get that one that sounds like a little boy back in the studio.
There he is, the great
Cheers,
Chris
boys.
Kerber, everybody.
Later, Chris.
From one broadcaster to another.
Fantastic.
Two of the greats. Polo Asensio's here.
I like it when people clap for me here.
It's fake clapping.
No. They're just standing there, and then you raise your hand. They're like, there you go. Thank you.
All right, Polo's here. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll talk cards baseball. And a little quiz for Polo, Mr. Baseball expert here.
Oh.
So, America's favorite baseball mascots. Who's the best? Who's the worst? And can you name the baseball mascots around the league? And I'll tell you where Fred Bird came in.
Okay.
Our very own Fred Bird. Let's see how good you really are, Polo.
Yeesh.
Right now, we're gonna beat the hell out of you for the guacamole recipe too.
Hey, last time I was here, I got beat up by the gun. Remember? People.
Oh yeah, we shot.
I got
you with an
7
airsoft
shots,
gun,
and people were complaining that I owe like 10 more. I'm like, dude, my ass is on fire already.
Usually, when people leave here, their ass is on fire. It's 8:38. It's Wednesday. Now to look at your traffic and weather. King Scott coming at you.
Your Point Traffic brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. It's more than a race. It's a festival. The NASCAR Cup Series on Sunday, June 4th. Go to www.raceway.com for the fastest tickets in town. There's a one-vehicle crash on East 70 right before Zumbel, so give them plenty of room over there. And your point forecast today, it's going to be a mix of clouds and sun, a high of 60, a low of 39. Right now, it's 37 at the Point Studio. Your Point Forecast brought to you by CarX Tire and Auto.
Hey, it's Lux, and I'm backstage at Point Fest with the Glorious Sons. What's up, guys?
How you doing?
This is your second Point Fest in a row.
Yep.
Not only were you invited once, but you've been invited back again. How has this day shaped up compared to last year?
It was a nice day.
Nice
Good
day?
crowd,
Great
crowd.
crowd
Great
today.
crowd, yeah.
Good crowd, great crowd.
I needed that show today.
Did you?
Yep.
Where
I
were you
didn't.
guys?
Brett didn't,
I could have
but I
just stayed
did.
home and done this. So where were you guys last night?
Oklahoma.
Good. You know what?
Rocklahoma.
Rocklahoma.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big festival.
Yeah.
Did you get to see any cool bands?
No. We stayed in our bus and we left before tornado hit.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, really?
I don't think a tornado
No, it
actually
didn't
hit, but there was like a
Bad weather?
Yeah,
I just
bad
didn't
weather
wanna
warning.
Get hit by that one.
Never even seen a tornado, so I'm quite scared of them actually. To be
Now,
honest.
we have them quite often here in Missouri.
Yesterday was my anniversary, and that meant a few years ago we had to spend some money on a wedding, and there's no reason to get yourself in trouble. That's why you got to go First Community. They have an incredible deal right now with their wedding loan, and it's from First Community, and they have a rate that's as low as 7.49%, which is probably lower than most credit cards for sure, much lower than the majority of them. So your money, it goes a long ways this way, and you can use it for anything you want, the ceremony, the reception, the honeymoon, because as you know, weddings are expensive. You're going to have to pay for, do you want a band or a DJ, big venue, small venue, or you're feeding your family, what's going on, the hotels, this and that. So get yourself in a good shape so you're not weighing over your head. When you're starting out as a newlywed, you want to do it right. Trust me, take it from me. You want to do it right and save yourself some money and also get educated. Go to First Community. You can swing by any of their branches throughout the area and ask them more questions about their loans. And they are educators, so go to First Community, get yourself set up. That's firstcommunity.com.
All right, guys, welcome back to the farm. So it's a Sunday, and we got a whole crew here doing stuff. We're going to work in the field today. So this will be the final episode of the farm series for now, but I'm sure we'll return back to the farm at some point. So I'm going to show you what's going on here, the progress of the plants, how those elderberries are looking, and we'll look inside the house, and I'll tell you about some future projects we got coming up here. And there's our tractor, courtesy of Herb Equipment, the Captain Rizz tractor. We're moving some poles. Poles. All right, so behind me is another barn. This is a future project that we're going to do. So we're going to turn this barn into a greenhouse. So come on, let me show you what's going on inside. So this is where the old owner, I guess, stored some of his tractors, some of his big carts for the field. So eventually, what we're going to do is we're going to take the sides off and kind of renovate this structure and make it a greenhouse, so we could start cultivating our own elderberry brands and maybe start selling what they call the cuttings. Right now, this is home to many a groundhog. All right, we're out here in the big field, and I am going to show you the progress of some of these elderberry plants. So you saw at the beginning, pretty much nothing. And it's a couple months later, and I'll show you what these elderberry plants look like. Look at that. Mulch is down. Plants are looking good. You know, you'll see a weed every once in a while, but we gotta pull those. But these plants are looking sweet. There's my partner in crime, Cat the dog. All right, Cat. Let's go. Cat is the consummate farm dog. And there's new dog. Come on, Maggie, Cat, let's go. So I'm not sure if we're gonna get a very good crop this year, but this is basically laying the foundation down for years to come. First year being a farmer. So it's been almost 2 straight months of mulching. We're not even all the way done. See some of these rows? They still need to be done. Still need to be mulched. We've been taking down fences, trying to clear stuff out. So there's a whole nother area that we haven't even touched yet. All stuff beyond that fence right there. Basically untouched, but I guess we'll talk about that next time. We're talking about future projects. Check this out behind me. There's the house the old man used to live in. So we're not sure what we're gonna do with it yet. It's got no running water, no plumbing. Pretty much uninhabitable. Still a cool building, been here a long time. So we gotta figure out what to do with it. Here's one thing we're gonna keep. Just a random, in the middle of nowhere, dinner bell. So there's one more building I want to show you guys. This is behind me, the calf birthing barn. So let's go. We're going to open it up and hopefully not get stung by a wasp. So it's a little dark in here, so hopefully you guys can see what's going on, but take a look inside there. So there's stalls on the left and right, and the calves would be born in here. And if you could see on the trusses over here, a lot of wasp nests. So I don't know if I want to go in there, but of course you got to keep your equipment clean, so I got to give the old John Deere tractor a shower. All right, so that's it. You've seen most of the farm. There's a lot of work still to do, and there's still a lot more to show you guys, but maybe the next series of videos. Big thanks to Herb Equipment, big thanks to Colonel Landscaping, and we'll see you guys next time on the farm. Thank you.
.7 The Point. AO. Let's go. It's Liv Maddox, broadcasting live from the Hollywood Casino Amphitheater, and I am joined now by the one, the only Jelly Roll.
Yeah, baby.
How are you, sir?
I feel like I'm back home, man. I love St. Louis. It's one of my favorite cities in America for dozens of reasons. Mm-hmm. And then the last time I was here was just sheer disappointment because Point Fest got rained out that day. And
Yeah. We're still mourning that. And the crazy thing is that.
So are you somebody that suffers from chronic sinus infections? And that, I mean, it sucks. You get these sinus infections 4 or 5 times a year. You go into urgent care, they're just throwing antibiotics at you. That's no way to live. So if you're suffering from facial pain, drainage, pressure, you're tired all the time, it's time to research what's going on. Make the phone call to St. Louis Sinus Center. Ask about the balloon sinus dilation procedure from Dr. Gould. Dr. Gould, by the way, is, when it comes to this procedure, he's the guy. You've got doctors from around the world flying here to St. Louis to be trained by Dr. Gould. So this is easier than going to the dentist. It's proven to be as effective as your traditional sinus surgeries, which you'll have to go to the hospital for. With balloon sinus dilation, minimally invasive, 90 to 95% of patients who have this done should never have to have another procedure done on their sinuses in their life. And you could get in for this procedure within 2 or 3 weeks of your first consultation. Believe there could be relief with St. Louis Sinus Center. 314-4RELIEF, 314-4RELIEF online at stlsinuscenter.com, stlsinuscenter.com.
And if only you could make a deal with God, I know we'll eat places. Been running up that road, been running in my heels, been running on the buildings and those places.
This is Bev.
And Bob.
You can hear us while you're listening to
The Rizzuto Show.
Happy Birthday,
Running up the
Rizz.
hill.
All right, welcome back to the program. Donnie Fandango's here. Polo Asensio is here. Man, big day tomorrow, huh, Polo?
Every day is a big day under the sun.
Well, I mean, tomorrow's opening day.
Yes.
It's a St. Louis holiday.
It is a holiday. I remember before I did my first opening day, Benji used to tell me, oh, man, you're going to love it.
This guy, just Benji. Like we're all supposed to know. Benji Molina.
Benji Molina, sorry. Benji Molina. BMO.
You should say, so BMO and I are talking.
Or as I call him, dinosaur arms. Ben knows. He told me, like, hey, opening day in St. Louis is like no other. I'm like, we'll get out of here, whatever, blah, 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 blah. I've seen really cool opening days. But yeah, it's true. I mean,
It's huge.
The horses, the Clydesdale. Sorry, not the horses. The Clydesdales, the cars, the Hall of Famers, the trophies, the people. Everybody's there early. 75-80% of the stadium is there when the celebration starts. And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's an event. I know I'm going to be up 6 in the morning doing TV from 7.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what your day is going to look like
Oh, yeah.
tomorrow. I mean, I know my day will be doing the show, and I'm going to be down by the stadium by 11. Just hanging out at the Ballpark Village, you know, getting the lay of the land, having a couple cocktails, and it's a 3:10 game start. I mean, people go down that early.
Yeah. That's one day that I wear a suit to the stadium.
That's right. You always look at, dude, opening day, Polo always looks sharp. So what's the outfit tomorrow?
Tomorrow I'm going to go classic. I'm going to keep it low. I'm going to keep it low profile, not like last year that I went all out.
You went all out last year.
Last year I went like, boom. I just like, bam. I just went, placata. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know exactly what you're saying.
But tomorrow's...
I don't know what he's saying.
Tomorrow's going to be classic, you know, gray suits. I'm still debating and if I wear tennis shoes or boots.
Dude, go boots.
Alligator boots.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude.
those alligator
on.
boots are beautiful. You got to wear those.
I have a few, though.
Oh, you do?
Which ones? Yeah, I have like 7 pair.
Okay. Well, the fourth pair. That one.
Okay, I'll do the boots. You know, the nice charcoal grayish suit with like periwinkle shirt. You know, and a red tie with the little pattern there with the pocket square.
Oh, pocket square, classic.
Always, and a little lapel. Every year they give us an opening day lapel, but I always bring my own, like a flower or something special. Sometimes I wear something that reminds me of somebody, like my family, my dad, my mom. Tomorrow I'm just going to wear like a nice red little flower, keep it simple. I'm going to shave my head in the morning, nice shaved face.
Wax you, so shave and wax your head.
Wakata. Like wakata. See, I'm full of noses. Placata and wakata, different. Don't confuse your placatas with your wakata, because if you do that,
it's totally different.
There's a lot of trouble.
Yeah, placata and wakata, different.
So, opening day, you know, Paul, it's a bit. You take a Bic, right? A Bic.
Yeah,
close.
I comb my
and
hair
then
with
a little
a
turtle
shaver.
wax on top for that shine.
Just making sure. Got that gleam.
Yeah, and then for good luck, the lady in the lobby of the building that I live. She licks my head for good luck for the season. So,
That's an interesting way to go about it, Polo.
see, that's why you don't have good luck, Donnie.
That might be.
Yeah, you need somebody in the morning, your dog, your wife, I don't know,
Somebody
anybody.
lick your dome.
I'll start doing that for you, Donnie.
Okay. Well, thanks,
Good luck.
Scott.
You're
That's a good friend.
But yeah, it's an early morning. Fox, CBS, all the local shows are going to have a dose of Polo in the morning. Radio stations all over.
Awesome.
By the time the game starts, I'm exhausted, but I'm ready to go.
All right, so somebody conducted a poll on the best and worst baseball mascots. The fact that Fred Bird is not number one, travesty.
Travesty. I hear Fred Bird listens to the show almost every day.
Yeah.
From his house somewhere, flying around.
Yeah.
I love Fred Bird. I do. But he's not the best. And I'm sorry to say that, but he's not.
All right, so who do you think America picked as their favorite baseball mascot?
I bet you it's the Philly Fanatic.
Nope.
Astros.
That's 10th.
What?
The Philly
Fanatic is 10th?
It's 10th?
Yeah, there was a big, giant poll of baseball fans taken.
Wow.
Then Astros.
The Philly Fanatic is number 10. Well, first of all, can you name the teams? There are 3 that do not have mascots.
I know 2 for sure. The third one,
Well, who's one?
the Dodgers.
Dodgers don't have one.
Tommy Lasorda used to be, but he died 4 years ago. The Yankees.
Yankees
They
don't have one.
Wow.
And the third one, oh my, that's a...
Would the Mariners have one?
The Mariners have
The
one.
Mariners have a
Mariners have
moose.
Oh, that's
The
right.
Rangers have a moose too. The Rangers have something that looks like a moose, I think. All right, let's go division by division. The West, Padres have the Friar. Baxter with the Diamondbacks. The Rockies have the purple dinosaur. Rocky, I think is his name. I forgot. The Giants have Lou Seal. The Seal Giants, and the Dodgers don't have one. So that's 4. The Central, Fred Bird, Bernie the Brewer for the Brewers. The Reds have.
All right, let's go. I'll tell you, it's not a National League team.
National League.
It's an American League team.
American League team.
Is it Boston?
No, Boston have Wally. They have Wally.
I guess Cleveland.
Wally the Green Monster.
No, Cleveland has
Cleveland's got one.
They brought one in?
purple thing.
Okay.
The Angels.
The Angels. There it is.
Damn, I'm good at mascots.
The Angels do not have.
They have an unofficial mascot come out in the big screen board thing. The monkey, the rally monkey. Remember in 2002, they started with the rally monkey and they kept it, but they don't have a mascot.
America's favorite mascot is Paws from the Detroit Tigers.
Really?
The Detroit Tigers, Paws.
He's good.
Is America's favorite baseball mascot.
He's not hilarious.
Listen, I don't want to get upset about a ranking of baseball mascots, but this is terrible already.
What about the runner-up? Clark the Cub from the Cubs.
These are guys that just shake their head.
Who voted for this?
This is a poll taken from of baseball fans. TC Bear from
TC Bear.
the Minnesota Twins was third.
All right, I'm out. I got real issues here.
And again, arguably the most famous mascot, the Philly Fanatic from the Phillies, came in 10th.
That guy is brilliant.
Yeah.
I love, legitimately watching the Philly Fanatic to this day.
He and Orbit are the two most clever, funny mascots that we have.
Orbit is pretty funny.
Yeah.
The guy, Blooper, from the Braves is also funny.
Yes.
Obviously, we're not talking about Fred Bird because, we're little homers,
We
but
know him.
we all love him.
Our dear
I love
Bird.
Fred.
Yeah.
Our dear Fred Bird came in 11th.
Dude.
Oh, no,
When we had the 2020 with COVID and the stadium was closed, there was only one fan allowed in the stadium, Fred Bird. Mm-hmm. The stadium was empty. We're calling the game, Benjamin Molina and I and all the broadcasters there. And there's nobody in the stands, but cutouts everybody had a cutout, right, at the stadium. And Fred Bird, and he's doing all kinds of crazy things by himself. He's taking a shower. One day, Harrison Bader hit a home run. He had an easel, he was painting, he was drawing.
Yeah.
And the ball hit the thing, and it got paint. It was a high fly ball above Big Mac land, and he almost killed Fred Bird.
It's so awesome.
Yeah, and then one day he brings a kiddie pool. He's inside the kiddie pool over there. There's a game going on.
He had to get creative.
Or else. Get creative or go crazy, and he almost did both. So,
all right, who was the worst mascot? Who came in last place?
Ooh. Has to be the San Diego Padres.
The Swinging Friar. There you go.
Wow, I'm good at that.
Yeah.
That guy does nothing. He just rings a bell when the team wins, and lately they've been winning a lot, but he does nothing. He just walks around looking at my father-in-law, and he's just
In fourth place
bring back
was
the San Diego chicken.
Fourth place was the Oakland A's mascot, who's called
Oakland A's. Oh, my God, that's an elephant, and it's very raggedy. What's his name?
Stomper.
I had a picture. I took a picture with Stomper. When I went to Atlanta, to Oakland, and it just fits. Not the person, right? Or not the guy handling the mascot, but the mascot. The stadium is raggedy in Oakland. The food is really nasty. The ushers are nasty. I almost got in a fight with an usher. And the mascot just fits. They need a new everything. New stadium, new ushers. And the mascot, keep the same person, the same guy, the same handler.
You don't want to see anybody lose their job.
No. But that mascot, it was dude.
Do you think they stay in Oakland, or do you think they move to Vegas?
I think they move.
Yeah.
They've been moving for the last 10 years.
That's right. Yeah.
I don't know.
Everybody says that's the worst stadium. It has been for many, many,
backup
many,
the
sewage in the
Raiders
West.
were there. How bad has to be for the Raiders to move out? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's so bad, even the stinking Raiders moved out of there.
Yeah. All right, the Mets have
Mr. Met.
Mr. Met. The guy who, remember when he flipped off some fans a few years ago?
I do.
Well, it's a New York thing.
No, he, like somebody said something. He was walking away, and he was like, "Blip, double bird" to the fans of New York.
I got to get a picture of that.
Yeah.
All right, the Blue Jays have
the Blue Jay.
No, Ace. Is Ace a Blue Jay? Yeah, I guess Ace.
Yeah.
Ace is a Blue Jay.
Hey, Blue Jays are going to be here tomorrow.
That's right.
Yeah. Wow.
Dinger is the mascot of who?
Dinger. The Rockies.
Rockies.
Yeah. Danny Dinger.
You talked about Lucille. The Royals. Who's their mascot?
I know it's
the lion.
Yeah. Lion.
His name is Lord.
Kaufman.
Slugger.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Slugger.
Yeah, I know.
He slugs.
The Reds mascot is
Mr. Red.
Yep.
Mr. Redlegs.
Okay.
Because he just wears the baseball head thing, right?
And has red legs.
Yeah,
And
his brother is Mr. Met.
He has a lady. He has a lady with him sometimes. Oh, yeah, like a really cute. She is hot.
Oh, good for him.
Baxter the Bobcat is the mascot of who?
That makes, well, it kind of makes sense, Arizona.
Yeah, Diamondbacks.
The Diamondbacks have a Bobcat, so. He's very animated. He's always clapping. Mascots there's a lot of mascots just clap. They just walk around and clapping. They don't even make a noise because of their paws.
There is a Twitter handle. It's about mascots during solemn moments. And I forget what it's called. So the mascot will line up with the players, and during like a moment of silence, that big goofy,
right? They like bend their head
big
down.
goofy smile on their face during a moment of silence is priceless.
Like the 9/11 memorial stuff.
Now
and
we
all that.
remember the victims of 9/11, and there's
speaking of
the swinging friars smiling.
Yeah, mascot's silent, or mascot silence, and his mascot's minute silence.
Yeah.
It's, if you next time you go to Busch Stadium, you get there early, and get there early because the games are going to be faster. You don't want to get there in the second inning or like 30 minutes later because it's going to be 4 innings. Pay attention to Fred Bird when they are doing the lineup. If you haven't, when they're doing the home team lineup, pay attention to Fred Bird. He mimics every single one of the hitters the way they actually stand.
Really?
Yep.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Pay attention.
I
to
never
that.
noticed that.
Yep.
I will be looking for that tomorrow. That's killer.
Your thoughts on the pitching clock?
I like it because my day is gonna be done faster. You know, it's like
it's shaving off a half hour.
Oh yeah. No, we did one game in spring training with the new rules, the new bags, the new everything, and it was 2 hours and 30 minutes. It's usually spring training, as you guys know, they're long games.
Yeah.
Because you bring in this, you bring in 99, player number 97, and players with no name, right? And I like it. Would I like to see a few more seconds? Yeah, because you need to feel baseball to throw the ball, to hit the ball, to get in the moment. Baseball is not like, let's say, like soccer. Soccer, the faster the game goes, the better. It's 45 minutes, but if the action is fast, you are excited, you're into it. With baseball, I think it's is the other way around. You need to slow down, you need to simmer it down a little to enjoy it more. Let's see how it works. I like it. Would I like to see a few more seconds in the clock for both the pitcher and the hitter? Yes, I would.
So a batter could call timeout twice, correct?
Once
during an at-bat.
Per at-bat.
And that's how Max Scherzer has taken advantage
the best
of the pitch clock. So a batter will call timeout. They'll step out. The clock will still be going. He's got to be back in the box by 8 seconds.
Yep. No. He needs to be ready. So it's 15 seconds with no runners, 20 seconds with runners. So if you are the batter, you need to be the umpire. Obviously, everything goes discretion from the umpire. You're the batter. The minute you make eye contact or you look to the mound, that means you're ready. So if you step in and you look, that means you're ready. So the umpire's like, okay, you're ready to pitch. So if you are in the box and you're in the box, you're just like doing your thing, doing like Nomar Garcia Parra used to do,
batting gloves,
every single thing. And the clock is going and you're in the box, but you're not ready for the pitcher, then it's going to be a strike on you. So it doesn't matter if you're in the box. You need to be ready, like in charge position. Let's go. And the pitcher needs to be moving towards the mound before the clock strikes 0. So they actually have until second 2 or 1 to stop their motion and go.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
It's gonna be a learning curve the first couple months here,
and especially for the fans and the broadcasters. For the players, not so much. Especially for the ones coming from the minors because they've been doing it for a couple of years now. If you notice the young guys, they don't step off. Like tomorrow when you see, let's say, Jordan Walker, he's not going to step off the box because he's been doing that for the last couple of years.
Damn.
The pitchers that have been in the minors, they're standing in the mound. They're like, give me the ball, let's go.
Is Jordan Walker going to be in the lineup?
I believe so. If you bring a guy like that, and I don't know what Oliver Marmol, our manager, is going to do, but if you bring a guy like that up, it's to play. It's not to sit on the bench. It's not to sit there and see what happens. It's for you to play every day until either you get out of the lineup because of you're not doing what you're supposed to, or you're in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, with the excitement around this guy, you don't put him on the bench.
No.
I cannot wait to see him play. I just can't. And it doesn't do a young player a lot of good to just sit there.
No.
And when you say young player, he's 20.
20.
Wild.
Jeez.
He cannot even drink Wink, wink.
Why?
Right.
Well, in Mexico you can because 18.
And he'll be what batting 8th. They're saying. I think I heard somebody say maybe 8th, 7 days.
I believe in my heart that they are going to follow somewhat the model the Mariners did last year with their player. Oh my God, what's his name? Rodriguez, J-Rod. Julio Rodriguez. Thank you, Ben. They started him like 7, 8, 7, 8 to start the season or to start his career. Then he gets going. Oh, you go 4, you go 5. Now he's like 3 or 2. So that's the way I think they will try to do it. Start you slow. If you do well, you're going to move up. If not, you're going to stay there.
Boy.
There's some excitement on this team. I mean, there are a lot of, if things go the Cardinals' way, this could be an incredibly impressive team. I mean, obviously you've already got Goldschmidt and Arenado and Wainwright's last year and Miles Michaelis. But man, like if you get production from Walker, if you see Nolan Gorman take it up another notch, you see Tommy Edman continue to do what he does. Lars Nootbaar, like this could be a legitly fantastic team.
You almost went through the whole lineup without mentioning who I think is going to be key, not only hitting, but also playing defense, Wilson
Contreras. I can't believe I left him out. I should have done that.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You know, he was with the Cubs. Boo.
But he's here now, and that's all that matters.
So, and just so you know, he's such a nice guy. Like the minute I met him, he kind of knew who I was. We start talking. Next thing you know, we're talking about tacos. Next thing you know, we're talking about arepas.
But how many third graders can he beat up at once?
We didn't ask him. Jordan Walker said 75.
Jordan Walker, yeah. Jordan Walker an answer.
You know, when he makes it to the Hall of Fame, you pulled that clip like, this guy's going to the Hall of Fame because of this. He said 75 at least, right? That's 75 or 100.
I believe him.
Dude, I had so much fun doing that. Like,
that was great.
I thought I was going to get in trouble, but I'm like, okay. If I'm,
everybody got to be a good sport. Come on.
I'm like, hey, there's empty chairs in the studio. I'm sure they give me a job over there.
Hey, here's a real question. What the hell do you put in your guacamole? Honestly, tell me.
Aguacate, which means avocado.
Yeah, what else?
Love.
Oh.
Mexican love.
Uh-oh.
What else?
Just lots of love.
There's no, he said no lime?
No lime.
No lemon?
What is this, lemonade? Like somebody sent me a picture the other day of their, like, again, this is a thing now, right? It's like the legend of the guacamole.
The legend of Polo's guacamole.
Yeah, and people send me pictures on social media and things. Hey, how about this? Somebody sent me a picture the other day. I hope she's not listening, but then again, I hope she is. And this guacamole, it was like, okay. And I'm like, what is this, salad? What is this?
Oh, it's got tomato.
Yeah, the whole thing. And she's like, well, my family liked it. I'm like, well, your family doesn't know Polo's guacamole, but they know your guacamole. Good for you.
When we went on vacation and we went off the beaten path to go to a restaurant, and they had guacamole there, and it was pretty simple. Like that's how in Mexico, off the beaten path, when a Mexican has guacamole, it's simple.
Yeah,
it's not with tomatoes and onions and cilantro and what the hell is in it?
Guacamole.
Damn this guy.
And avocado. And love. Lots of love.
See, that's what we haven't been adding.
Okay, there's a key to there's a few different ingredients. Magical, invisible stuff that you cannot buy at the store, right? You need to feel the avocado. You need to know the avocado needs to talk to you. You just don't go and grab here or grab a bag of 5. Oh, they're on sale. Five guacamole, 5 avocados for $10 in a little bag. No, you need to talk to the freaking thing.
That's what I do.
It's like, boom, you grab it. You're like, okay, you're coming with me. Thank you. Like you make a connection with the
if somebody
guacamole.
sees me at Schnucks doing that, they're gonna lock me up.
Dude,
like there's a psycho.
I want to see this out.
There's a psycho in the produce section talking avocados.
Hey,
get him out of here.
I talk to my avocados, my chorizo, my chile, everything. I talked to
this guy in the meat section talking to sausage.
this guy in the meat section rubbing the pork rub butt very weirdly over there.
All right, Paulo Asensio's here.
That's me.
You can hang through the break, right?
Yeah.
All right, we got to take a break, and we got to start this March Music Mayhem matchup. Running a little late there, Donnie.
What's new?
I know.
Sorry, Rizz.
It's 9:09. It is Wednesday. Another look at your traffic and weather, King. Scott coming at you.
Your Point Traffic brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. It's more than a race. It's a festival. The NASCAR Cup Series on Sunday, June 4th. Go to www.raceway.com for the fastest tickets in town. And it looks like the roads are all clear, so nothing to report there. And your point forecast today, it's going to be a mix of clouds and sun with a high of 60 and a low of 39. Right now, it's 40 at the Point Studio. Your Point Forecast brought to you by CarX Tire and Auto.
Hey, my life is real great. Feel like well on my way to my dreams coming true, and I'm getting to do it with you. And it feels so nice. But I take it all back, take it all back, take it all back. I take it all back just to have you. And I take it all back.
So college basketball, that tournament's heating up. You got the Final Four first matchups on Saturday. And with the tournament heating up, there's no better place to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. That's because right now FanDuel is giving new customers a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's up to $1,000 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Just go to FanDuel.com/Rizz. Sign up today, claim your no-sweat first bet. Then you can wager on everything from the money line to point spreads to which team's going to be cutting down that net. For me, I'm going to go Florida Atlantic over San Diego State and then UConn over Miami. I think UConn's going to win the entire thing. But this is all an app that's safe, it's secure, it's super easy to use. So don't miss out on your no-sweat first bet up to $1,000 when you join FanDuel today. Just go to FanDuel.com/Rizz and get yourself signed up. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager. Only $10 deposit required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions do apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Try and keep me out of sight. You try and keep me out of sight, out of mind, out of mind. You try and keep me from the light. You try and keep me from the light, but I know it's mine. I know it's mine. You're rigging the game. Part of the system, it shows in the way that you never listen when I speak. I'm not gonna wait. I made my decision, and I'm not gonna sit in the dark anymore. No, I'm not gonna sit in the dark anymore. You're always telling me I'm not. You're always telling me I'm not enough. But I'm enough. You're always turning back the clock. You're always turning back the clock. But time is up. Your time is up. You're rigging the game. You're part of the system. It shows in the way that you never listen when I speak. I'm
not gonna wait. I made my decision, and I'm not gonna sit in the dark anymore. No, I'm not gonna sit in the dark anymore. Taking on knocks, I'm not gonna take them anymore. I'm not gonna stop. Cause we've seen a world worth fighting for. So ready or not, together we're kicking down the door, and we're not gonna sit in the dark anymore. No, we're not gonna sit in the dark anymore.
Aha! Welcome back to the farm. So today's a special day because I got Mark from Colonel Landscaping here. Hey, Mark.
How's it going?
So Mark brought us a gift, the gift of a tree. So Mark, what is it? What does this symbolize? What is this tree? What do we call this?
So this would be kind of like a statement tree. Or a memorial tree sometimes. Moving on to a new piece of land. You put this thing in there, it grows along with you as you grow with the land.
Well, memorial would be like if I died and then you plant the tree. So we'll call this a statement tree.
Statement tree.
So this is a statement tree courtesy of Mark and Colonel Landscaping for Rizz Farms here, which will be put up in front of the house and it'll be on the farm for forever.
Yep.
All right, so Mark, what kind of tree is this?
This is an autumn blaze maple. So it's gonna get beautiful fall colors. It's a relatively fast grower, so it's going to get nice and big, give the house some shade.
Oh, awesome. So we need to put this into the ground, which I've never planted a tree before, so...
Oh, you're going to get your education.
Chesterfield Fence Deck celebrating 55 years in business. They've been one of St. Louis's top names in home improvement with a commitment to put quality and professionalism first in every single thing they do. They provide the best... During the break, I pissed off Donnie. Sorry.
I'm not talking anymore.
They provide the best and longest lasting. So I said Blink-182 is a bit overrated. Okay.
He's sweating because of all the small things.
What happened, Polo?
He's sweating because of all the small things.
Let me talk about my deck, which is glorious. Courtesy of Chesterfield Fence and Deck. So when we bought our house, the deck was damn near falling apart. And it was one of those things where if we had somebody over, you go, oh, man, don't lean on a railing.
You have told me that before at your house.
Don't lean on a railing because you will die if it gives way.
If you lean on the railing, you will die because of your deck.
Because of my deck. So Chesterfield Fence and Deck tore down the old one, put up a new one, Vecca decking, no maintenance, strongest deck on the market. We also did the underdecking, so underneath the deck we can hang out. We got a
lot
fan,
of decks at your home.
A lot of decks. And a giant fence. Thank you, Chesterfield Fence and Deck. Mention the Rizz Show and get 48 months interest-free financing on your next outdoor project. Chesterfield Fence and Deck, online at chesterfieldfence.com. After all, Polo, who doesn't want a bigger deck?
Everybody.
It's a nerve-wracking day. What? You guys ain't Queens of the Stone Age. Back-to-back interviews. I'm already a high-strung person. Whew. I can't wait to have a beer when this is done. Yeah. Yeah, very much so.
You don't need to worry about us.
Well, yeah, but I do, though, because, see, here's where the rub is with me and bands that I really like. If it's a band that I'm about...
Hey, what's going on? This is Tom Arnold. I like fat women and cocaine, and I also like listening to the Rizzuto Show. That's the show you're listening to now. It's my favorite show. It's my sponsor's favorite show. Probably shouldn't say that out loud, but it's true. Anyways, happy birthday, Rizz.
Very well, sir.
All right, welcome back to the Rizz Show. Polo Asensio is here. Johnny Fandango's here.
That's me. We have a crazy debate here. I mean, we could, you know me, I can go on forever, but with Donnie here talking about bands and how aggravated he got because you said Blink-182 is not a great band. And
I said it's a bit overrated.
And then I said, well, what about Green Day? He's like, he starts, I'm like, dude, Green Day. Come on.
I have not enjoyed a Green Day album since American Idiot.
That seems like a you problem.
Well, but I also think if we go and actually look at record sales, I think that I am probably not alone in maybe my decreasing love of Green Day. Now, listen, here's the thing. I used to love that band, and I still think they're very, 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 very good. But two things happened. One, I interviewed them live on the air once at Point Fest, and they said the F word 27 times. That was a rough day.
Left a bad taste in your mouth, huh?
And again, the second thing is just make a song or an album that I care about again. That's all. That's it. And they haven't done that in a long time.
You know, we were talking about, Point Fest. And Green Day headlined a Point Fest one year.
They actually didn't headline it, I don't think. I think Foos headlined it that year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, what a show that must have been. Foo Fighters.
Foo Fighters. Wow. Love Foo Fighters.
Foo Fighters.
That's a
Green
band
Day.
that I have not seen. Foo Fighters and the Chili Peppers. Those are two bands that I want to see.
Two bands that had played Point Fest.
Before the good God calls my name.
Yeah, we don't have a Chili Peppers date.
We did not, and that's weird to me. I would have to think, because they released 2 records last year, and they haven't been here in probably 5 or 6 years, so I would think that we're really due.
Come on. Who do I need to talk to?
You probably
Your
have
local congressman. But see, I love the musical debates. That's why this March Music Mayhem thing is amazing.
Yeah.
We get to battle it out. It's a who's right, who's wrong. I don't know. We're all right. We're all wrong.
I just always come back to I take music way too seriously. That's
why I got into this. That's why I got into music and into radio. I couldn't play a damn instrument, so I might as well talk about the bands I like.
100%.
So this Point Fest, which, Polo, you're going to go to.
Yes.
There is no Cardinal game on Saturday, May 27th.
I think there's a game, but it's a day game.
Oh, day game. Okay, great.
Okay.
I checked that. Snoop Dogg also and Wiz Khalifa is coming. The same thing. Day game, night.
Boom.
Let's go. Boom. Vámonos.
So this Point Fest happening on May 27th is Point Fest number 40. It's the 40th Point Fest.
Wow.
So for March Music Mayhem, since the Point turns 30 this year, we've pitted all the Point Fests up against each other.
How does that work? If the point is 30,
because some years there's 2. There was 2.
Okay.
Some years we had 2 Point Fests.
Okay.
So we are in round number 3 of March Music Mayhem. It's Point Fest v. Point Fest. Okay. Point Fest 19, which was August 5th, 2006, versus Point Fest 34, which was May 21st, 2016. So Point Fest 19, Stained, Breakin' Benjamin, Hurt, Blue October, 3 Days Grace, Buck Cherry, Evans Blue, Inimical Drive, and Blackstone Cherry.
That's a big old rock show.
That's a rock show. Point Fest 34, Deftones, Cohen and Cambria, Story of the Year, Chevelle, Highly Suspect, Floggin' Molly, The Struts, Sick Puppies. That's a great show, too.
Yep.
That's a great show, too. So what was the better Point Fest? In your opinion, Donnie?
Well, in my opinion, I would go for the second one there with Flogging Molly and the Struts. That's a little bit more my bag as opposed to the straight-ahead Mondo Rock Festival.
Which would be more my bag.
I think it probably would be.
What about Polo's bag?
I like both styles of music, but geez, I like the and I like the
pick one.
The Deftones.
The Deftones one. Oh yeah, the Deftones didn't know Point Fest 34. I love the Deftones.
Yeah,
man.
No, you know what? I'm gonna change. Stained is my that's my guy.
Right.
Yeah, so,
and you saw they're coming back through this summer with Godsmack.
Yeah. Which makes you happy because they have new music and all that good stuff, right?
I don't like either band, so probably not as much.
All right, Scott, I'm thinking of going for the Deftones one.
Yep,
right.
Deftones for sure.
Well, it's up to you guys. So we'll play a song from each one of the Point Fests from one of the headliners. So at Point Fest 19, August 5th, 2006, versus Point Fest 34, May 21st, 2016. You guys vote via the 105.7 The Point mobile app or on the website. So one song from each one of the shows.
feel it. Somebody, I'm staying in Stockholm. I'm not ready for this. Somebody, I'm staying in Stockholm. All right, B-Mac. So if you need me, you know where I'll be. If you need me, oh yeah.
Sorry, I just got really tickled because Mumford & Sons is playing on the TV. When we first started out, because we had a banjo in the van, everybody was like, "Oh, you sound just like Mumford & Sons." We were like, "Thank you." Anyways,
I'm not ready for this. Somebody, I'm staying in Stockholm till I'm not ready for this. Somebody, I'm staying in Stockholm till who knows? Thank you.
Hey, it's Lux, and I'm backstage at the first Ho-Ho show of the season with Grandson. Woo! Grandson with a lowercase g specifically, which I definitely screwed up on Instagram the other day. That's my bad.
Everybody gets one.
Thank you. I hear the name has a sort of sentimental meaning. Can you explain that and the choice to go with the lowercase g?
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to, I think the whole thing was like, I wanted, when people heard it for the first time, I wanted people to feel that it was familiar for them in the way that rock and roll and blues music was familiar for me, because I grew up very much influenced by blues music, then got super into hip hop and felt that rock and roll wasn't speaking to me in the lyrics, in the aesthetic. I just never felt like I fit in this community. So I kind of took this detour through hip hop and electronic music. And then when it became time to kind of find my voice as an artist, something about the kind of cathartic energy of like a live band really spoke to me, and I got really influenced by different artists like the Beatles and Nirvana and Rage Against the Machine and Jimi Hendrix. And so I wanted a name that felt familiar in the way that rock and roll was for me. And I had like a bunch of names going, and they were all really, really, really bad. And I think it's really hard for anybody to think of their name for their thing. And I was talking to my manager about it, and my grandfather had passed away a couple months earlier, and my manager had a dream that he was side stage, and I was called Grandson. So he sent me an email in January of 2016 with the like header, "What about Grandson?" And I've been called Grandson ever since.
Well, it's really nice. I think it's a nice name. It's easy for me to say on the radio, so I gotta say I appreciate you there. And it really is familiar. And the lowercase g was just aesthetics. I mean, as an artist, it's not just about the music. I'm sure it's about everything, the whole way you're presented. I mean,
I feel kind of conflicted about the whole thing, because part of me really does pay a lot of attention to aesthetics, but another part of me is like, this is me. I know there are things I could do that could be more outlandish or more controversial or polarizing in how I present myself on social media or what I dress like, that would maybe be more in line with the music I make, but I don't really give a fuck about any of that. I think that all I can do is just be as honest as possible. But I don't really think I had much of an idea of what the I was doing when I chose to make it a lowercase g. I think that, again, it was about familiarity. It was about, like, trying to keep the ego out of it, and in some way a capital letter meant that to me, and I don't really care anymore. But it's what it is, and there's something familiar and underdog feeling to me when bands don't care enough to have proper punctuation.
I mean, you said the Beatles were,
Shouts out, you know?
So Chevelle's played Point Fest quite a few times.
Yeah.
Quite a few.
Every other one, I think.
For this particular competition, March Music Mayhem, it's their performance at Point Fest 34 we're going to focus in on.
Single out.
Point Fest 34, which was 2016, Deftones, Coheed, Story of the Year, Chevelle, Highly Suspect, Flogging Molly, The Struts, and more, versus Point Fest 19. You heard Crazy Bitch from Buck Cherry. They were at that show along with Stain, Break, and Benjamin. Hurt, Blue October, and 3 Days Grace. So which was in your opinion, the better Point Fest? Vote through the 1057 The Point mobile app or on our website, 1057thepoint.com. Polo.
Rizz.
Tomorrow.
Mañana.
Opening day.
Día de apertura.
First pitch, 3:10.
There's tickets still available.
Are there really?
There's tickets still available. Some, not a lot, which I was surprised. And also this weekend, April 1st is April Fool's Day on Saturday. So there's a giveaway. It's a bobblehead.
Oh, yeah.
But the joke's on you because it's either Yachty or Albert, right? But the last thing you think about when you think about Yachty or Albert Pujols is of them doing what on the field?
What about Albert and Yachty?
Yeah, if you think, Don, if you think of a bobblehead,
are they hugging or
no?
shaking?
Is it final season?
There's
Final season kind of thing?
There's two separate bobbleheads. One is of Albert, and the other is of Yachty, right? Mm-hmm. If you think of Albert Pujols' bobblehead, what is he not doing in your bobblehead?
He's not striking out.
Well, I mean,
it's got to be something. Is this something to happen in this final year?
Brainstorm?
For both of them.
Yes.
Something weird that happened to both of them last season.
Are you going to tell us, or we have to find out on April 1st?
You tell me. You're the boss.
I don't know.
Pitching.
Ding, 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 or the clap or something.
I'll be danged.
That's right.
Yeah.
They both did pitch last year.
I completely forgot about that.
So Saturday, the first 25,000, 16 or older, with the ticket, right, with the ticket in hand, they will get a Yachty or a Pujols. Albert.
That's awesome.
Pitching.
Heck
Wow.
yeah.
I thought it would have been funny if they would have put Albert's head on Yachty's body.
Yeah, that would be a little funny.
And listen, those two guys are, obviously, Cardinal and baseball legends.
Mm-hmm. Future Hall of Famers.
Future Hall of Famers, both of them. Mm-hmm. Going on to retired life must be nice.
No, Yachty.
Well, Yachty's coaching.
Yeah, Yachty's
busy. He was managing team in Venezuela first. He got kicked in a week. He got kicked out like 4 times in 1 week, right? But then later he settled down, and then he didn't get kicked out again until the playoffs. But then he did a great job with Team Puerto Rico and the World Baseball Classic until Mexico came over and beat them.
Right.
I thought before that game where they got bounced, they had asked, somebody in the media had asked Yachty why he chose that particular starting pitcher for the
I
day.
know the story.
And he said, because I felt like it.
Yeah, porque me dio la gana.
Which is just so perfect and makes me love Yachty even more, which I didn't think was possible.
He changed pitchers 3 times before the game. Like, you do the lineup and as a courtesy to the other team. So Rizz is pitching, okay, and then Twitter, blah, 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 blah. Then 10 minutes later, Scott's pitching, and then Donnie's pitching. So somebody in the press conference like, hey, Yachty, why the changes? ¿Por qué? Because I felt like it.
Good enough.
Yeah.
That's a great answer.
Yeah. But both Albert and Yachty, retiring very, very rich men. Maybe not as rich as this guy. So this guy is set to be, this year, the highest paid MLB player in history. This one particular guy I'm thinking about right here. This guy is going to make a lot of money on the field and a lot of money off the field. He's actually going to make more money off the field. Who am I talking about? This guy's going to make $65 million.
I know who it is.
$65 million.
I saw that, I believe, a couple of days ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this guy.
My guess is Bryce Harper.
Nope.
Mine would be Judge.
Nope.
Or Tatis Jr.
Nope.
No.
Or none of Trout.
Nope.
Okay, good. I'm doing
You're
really
close
good.
with the last one.
Oh, is it Shohei Ohtani?
Shohei
really?
Ohtani is going to make $30 million on the field and $35 million off the field in just endorsements.
Just endorsements.
Projected. It could go high.
Yeah.
It's going to go higher than that, for sure.
That guy's contract is going to be, it's crazy.
Massive.
Is it 400 million maybe?
No, 400 is nothing. Anybody gets 400 now.
Well, he's got 13 partnerships with a mixture of American and Japanese companies like Seiko Watch, New Balance, Fanatics.
Somebody's going to give him like a percentage of the team or something crazy like that. You watch, and he is worth it. I mean, I've seen him live. The Angels are coming to St. Louis in the summer, so get your tickets now because they're going to fly, especially with Nootbaar now and him being like close friends because of the World Baseball Classic. He is that good. To watch that guy take BP, it's something else. Like I've never seen or heard clapping during VP until Miami World Baseball Classic. Shohei Ohtani hitting balls like 500 feet up in the air.
I feel like with Ohtani, and not purposefully, but we're already sort of taking how great he is for granted. Like I feel like he could be the AL MVP every single year just because of what he can contribute to that team on a daily basis, man. Like it's amazing. It's incredible to me.
I mean, not since what, Babe Ruth has somebody been dominant at both those positions?
Yeah.
I mean, and remember, I mean, I didn't see Babe, but we see the numbers. He was never a two-way player. Like he was for a little bit. He was a really good pitcher. When he went from Boston to the Yankees, he was a really good pitcher and a good hitter. Then they said, no, you're not going to pitch anymore. You're just going to hit. And that's when Babe Ruth became Babe Ruth. And I mean, it's going to be interesting to see who and how much they pay him. Because, I mean, with Manny Machado getting $35 million, with Nolan getting $30 million. I mean, all of those guys deserve that money because that's what the industry is doing, right? But to think that somebody like Shohei can get maybe 50 a year, 50 million. Imagine that, like finding a 10.
Well, Scherzer's going to make $58.3 million this year.
That's not bad.
That's
not bad.
Wow.
And he does 2 roles on a team.
Shohei.
And he's going to sell every jersey possible.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that guy's worth
just for playing
so,
a game.
So what early prediction do you have? What team is he going to be on?
Well, there's a few teams with a lot of money, right? But one team that I think is doing it, is showing their colors right now, is the LA Dodgers. Because they didn't sign anybody long term. They signed a few veterans, 1 year here, 1 year there, and they let go of a bunch of their veterans. They could have stayed, like Justin Turner and others. But they signed J.D. Martinez to 1 year, Noah Syndergaard to 1 year. They only had they let go of Cody Bellinger, who's now with the Cubs. They have Freeman, Betts, and a couple other guys that they're making about $30 million or so. So next year they're not going to have those huge contracts. And again, LA, 50,000 fans every night. They have their own TV network. It's a lot of money to compete against. But I mean, I see him. Imagine what Shohei can do on the field. We know what he can do, but what he can do on a big market. I mean, I know the LA Angels of Anaheim, of Los Angeles, of Disneyland, they try to market themselves as LA team or a team from LA, but they're not.
They're not. No. The Dodgers are.
Yeah, the Dodgers are.
Yeah.
So imagine Shohei with a New York team, with the San Francisco team, maybe even a Chicago team, obviously an LA team like the Dodgers. He can blow up even more.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
But it's a lot of money.
That is awesome.
Well, listen, Polo, we got a long season. And
We do.
hopefully we see quite a bit of you this season.
Hey, I'll be here. As I tell you guys, if the team is in town, I'm in town. And if I'm in town, I'll show up with guacamole, tacos, enchiladas, anything.
Just like you did today.
Great. Polo, Asensio, have a great time tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
And we'll see you down there at the stadium.
Thank you.
We got to take one final break. We'll come back. We're going to wrap her up. All right, guys, welcome back to the farm. So it's a Sunday, and we got a whole crew here doing stuff. We're going to work in the field today. So this will be the final episode of the farm series for now, but I'm sure we'll return back to the farm at some point. So I'm going to show you what's going on here, the progress of the plants, how those elderberries are looking. and we'll look inside the house, and I'll tell you about some future projects we got coming up here. And there's our tractor, courtesy of Herb Equipment, the Captain Rizz tractor. We're moving some poles. Poles. All right, so behind me is another barn. This is a future project that we're going to do. So we're going to turn this barn into a greenhouse. So come on, let me show you what's going on inside. So this is where the old owner... So when I talk to my avocados, I'm doing it, of course, in the produce section at Schnucks. Schnucks is my neighborhood grocery store. And why don't you reward yourself daily with the Schnucks Rewards app? So with Schnucks Rewards, you earn 2% back on everything you buy. And it's simple. You shop, you earn, you redeem. Just show your barcode in the app or use your phone number at checkout. Not only do you get points for money off, the Schnucks Rewards app has a lot of other features designed to make your grocery shopping easier. You can shop directly in the app to order delivery or curbside pickup. You schedule, Schnucks delivers. It is effortless. If you can't find like breadcrumbs, it's easy right there with item search in the app. You'll also find hundreds of exclusive digital offers and coupons, personalized savings delivered to you in an instant. And everyone is looking for ways to save a little more these days. Why not be a Schnucks Rewards member and get 2% back on everything you buy? So reward yourself. Download the Schnucks Rewards app today and start saving money off your groceries.
Diamond doll face, dreamer girl, the messed up gold teeth, poppies and pearls, wearing in my new coat sweat, like some viewed up deadbeat lying in bed. Love and automatic bang, bang. Hear me shout it, shoot, shoot. Better leave or hang on. Cause we got love, electric magic bang, bang. It's automatic, shoot, shoot. Better leave or hang on to yourself. Just hang on to yourself. But hang on to yourself. But hang on to yourself. It's Friday, blackout guaranteed. The cocaine, champagne, and to the sleeves. The passion's black dust, silver spoon. On a downer, baby, fly to the moon. The love and automatic bang, bang. Hear me shout it, shoot, shoot. You better leave, hang on. We got love, electric magic, bang, bang. It's automatic, shoot, shoot. Better leave or hang on to yourself. Oh, hang on to yourself. Oh, hang on to yourself. Oh, but love and automatic, bang, bang. Hear me shout it, shoot, shoot. Better leave or hang on, cause we got love, electric magic. Bang, bang, it's automatic. Shoot, shoot, you better leave or hang on to yourself. Hang on to yourself. Oh, hang on to yourself. Self, 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 self. Lord, hang on to yourself.
Hey, it's Lux, and I'm backstage at Point Fest with the Glorious Sons. What's up, guys?
How you doing?
This is your second Point Fest in a row.
Yep.
Not only were you invited once, but you've been invited back again. How has this day shaped up compared to last year?
This was a nice day.
Nice day?
Great crowd today. Yeah.
Good crowd, great crowd.
I needed that show today.
Did you?
Yep.
Where were you guys? I could have just stayed home and done this. So where were you guys last night?
Oklahoma.
Yeah. Good. You know what?
Rocklahoma.
Rocklahoma.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big festival.
Yeah.
Did you get to see any cool bands?
No. We stayed in our bus and we left before tornado hit.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, really?
I don't think a tornado
No,
actually
it
hit,
didn't
but
hit,
there
but
was like a
Bad weather?
Yeah,
Just
bad
didn't
weather
wanna
warning.
Get hit by that one.
Never even seen a tornado, so I'm quite scared of them actually. To be
Now,
honest.
we have them quite often here in Missouri, but I have heard today's should be okay. So, but also maybe after the show,
Yeah, we'll leave.
leave the Midwest for leave the Midwest for a little bit. May is not a great month.
Hunker
for
down
us.
in the casino.
Yeah.
Well, I know we talked about this the last time that we chatted. That you guys are hockey fans.
Not really, to be honest. Packer, our drummer, and Jesse, our guitar tech, are major Leafs fans. But I think we've both kind of grown out of it. It gets kind of spoon-fed to you.
Yeah.
you
Well,
know,
I was going to
from-
say, is it being a Canadian? That's like, is that like just a thing that everybody?
Yeah,
you
well,
expect?
it's a huge sport in the country, but I mean, I think there's a lot of people also that get sick of hearing about it.
Yeah.
And I'm one of those people.
Oh, darn! Because I was going to say here
So
in
there are
St.
a
Louis,
lot of you driving
going-
around right now with your check engine lights on for whatever reason. You just don't have time to take your car in for service. Work gets in the way, life gets in the way, you got young kids at home. You just can't sit around the dealership waiting for your car to get fixed. I get that. So it's a bad feeling knowing your car needs some service. Why waste your entire day? So it's a good thing there are companies like Frank Lita. Frank Lita service centers will pick up any make, any model from anywhere in the St. Louis metro area for any service. And when they're done, they will give your car a good wash and then drop it back off to wherever you are, home or work. So get your car fixed and don't waste your day waiting around. That's the good life, baby. And if your Honda, your Acura, or your Mitsubishi vehicle needs some warranty work done, that doesn't have to be a pain. Frank Lita Service Centers will do warranty work on any of those cars. Hondas, Acuras, Mitsubishis. Just visit any of their locations, St. Charles County, North County, or South County, or if it's easier, arrange for that pickup and delivery. FrankLitaService.com, FrankLitaService.com.
All right, backstage at Point Fest, and for the first time playing our fantastic festival, a rock and roll band that we have come to like quite a bit in the last 6 to 9 months. Gentlemen, it's great to see you from Bad Flower. Welcome to St. Louis and welcome to Point Fest. It's
Thank
great
you
to have
very
you
much.
here.
It's great to be here.
So I want
Talking into the fart mics.
talking into the fart mics, absolutely. The first thing that I just want to like kind of cut straight to it. The song Promise Me we're playing right now, and I love it.
Thank you.
Like, I absolutely love it. When we play it, I honestly feel like it jumps out of the speakers and just, I don't know, man, I think it just sounds great, but it definitely sounds different than the first two singles before it. I'm assuming that was a purposeful move on you guys' part.
I think if it was up to me, Promise Me would have been the first single. But there were tactics involved and as to why we went and did it in the order that we did. And I'm glad that we did it in the order that we did because Ghost was such a huge success. And then Heroin, we didn't expect to also be such a huge success. So it was cool to sort of like seal that and now come out with our song that is way less on the rock side that everybody knows us to be. Mm-hmm. And it shows more of who we really are, which is a more diverse group.
Right. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Promise Me went #1 at Active Rock over the week.
Heroin
went
did,
number one.
I was like, it did? No.
There we go. Hey, already screwed up this interview.
Yeah, no, Heroin is currently number one.
We just went there. The reason that I say that is because on the alternative side of things, Promise Me is the one that we are playing right now.
Totally.
But you know, when you see those kinds of things happen, when you see, you know, the song move up the charts and see people start to play it and really react to it, as a young band, I just cannot imagine that sort of feeling. It has to be just a really rewarding thing because I'm sure it's something they've been working on for quite some time. Obviously have a lot invested in it. When you start seeing the comeback, more people at the gigs, how does that trigger in your mind?
It is rewarding, but it also like it becomes normalized really fast. And that's the thing that we didn't expect to happen, that a lot of people don't realize happens, is we never really have that moment where we're like, oh my goodness, we've made it. Look at all these things that we have. It's just sort of like you keep hitting these small tiers and small tiers and small tiers, and eventually you reach a certain point. And if you do sort of look over that cliff at all your past and everything that you sort of went through to get to that point, it's pretty impressive and it's pretty fun to look at it. But we don't spend a lot of time doing that. We just keep moving forward.
Right. Well, and I think that most bands will kind of say this similarly.
Yeah, because we'll never feel like we've made it to any degree. Like there's no level of success that feels like the end end or the pinnacle point. We always thought there was. You know, like in the very beginning, it was we just want to get on tour. We just want to be the support band on the tour. And then we had that. Oh, we just want to sign with a record label. Then we got that. We just want to, you know, have our own fans who sing the lyrics back to our songs. We have it. Like we kept achieving these things that we wanted, and they never felt like it was the end, which is a good thing.
Right. Well, I was talking to the guys in Seether about this just a few minutes ago. Sometimes when you are writing, I've heard from those that are talented enough to write songs, which I am not one, that sometimes they don't like to listen to other things while they write because it unduly kind of influences them. Is that something?
Oh yeah, it's a real thing.
As well?
For sure.
Yeah.
It's not that we don't like to listen to other things, but if you do, chances are some little piece of what you've been into is going to be. It's going to be in your new music. It's just the way it is. Like a little chord progression, a little lyric change, like some tiny little thing. It's going to like recycle itself into your new work.
So then, do you hear that and go, I was listening to X and X at the time.
Yeah.
Out.
Sure, but we also embrace that. Like if it's not straight.
Hey, you need an
plagiarism
engagement ring? I got a guy. You need a watch? I got a guy. You need earrings for your lady? I got a guy. More Choice Jewelry, ninjabling.com, the exclusive jeweler of the Rizz Show. More Choice Jewelry. I've been going there for years and years and years. And every time I go, man, just what an awesome experience. Because I know I'm not being taken advantage of. You know, a lot of these mall, street-level jewelers, they will prey on the ignorance of people. So you going in for an engagement ring, all right, cock of the walk. You walk in a full flop sweat. And they go, here's a sucker. Let me see how many pennies I could squeeze out of this guy. Because a lot of those guys work on commission. So they're trying to get as much money out of you as possible so they can make their nut. But at More Choice Jewelry, they don't work on commission. They just want to make sure you have a great shopping experience. That you leave there knowing, hey, I did good. And what I'm going to give, you know, to the person I love or the person I'm going to marry, they're going to love too. Moritz Royce Jewelry, ninjabling.com. Get the phone number, get the address, make an appointment. That's how it works. They are the exclusive jeweler of the Rizz Show, Moritz Royce Jewelry, where you get the jewels and not the shaft.
Mid-America Chevy Dealers present Point Fest.
It's 105.7 The Point, everything alternative. We are backstage at Point Fest, and I have the absolute honor of being joined by Sean and Mike from Alice in Chains. Guys, how are you?
Wow, how do you live up to that?
Yeah, we better not suck tonight.
That'll ruin our sound. So.
Wow. Man.
All right, so the first question that I have is one that I've wanted to ask you guys and a band of your ilk for quite some time.
Ilk.
I like his vocabulary. He's good at what he does.
Well, when you are a band that has been around for as long as Alice in Chains has.
Millenniums.
And you were I don't know the best way to say this, so it might come out rough, but you were one of my favorite bands when I was in high school. Like, is that an odd thing for people to say? I've liked you for
Okay, we're old. Just say it. We're old.
I am too, man. I am too. But is that, I mean, because I don't mean it in a negative way whatsoever, but I mean, you guys.
How old are you?
How old am I? I'm 37.
All right. See, we're not, we're a little older than you.
Yeah, but I mean, but again, do you mind kind of being, that sort of band? I mean, I think it speaks, volumes for the longevity of it.
It is what it is, right? I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. It's cool though that, it doesn't happen for everybody. Not everybody gets to have that kind of a longer career, and it wasn't on our account of trying to work it and everything. I mean, obviously we didn't talk to anybody for quite a long time, and but the music lived on the radio, because they kept playing the songs, people kept passing it on, and that doesn't happen to everybody, and you can't have a record company or anybody making that happen. So looks like it happened to us, and now we're classic rock.
On a personal
We're becoming
level,
classic rock, though, right? That's a Kansas, Dust in the Wind. We're up there with that, which is fucking.
Play that
I
tonight.
swore.
No, you're all right.
You can swear?
Yes.
Fucking awesomely shit, fucking motherfucker.
Dust in the motherfucking wind, goddammit.
I'm gonna say all that. We don't do enough of that on stage. We don't, like most, these festivals. I'm sure all the singers are like, "Well, you motherfucking knew it. I can't fucking hear you." We don't do enough of that.
We're
I
way
think.
too lazy for that.
We should do way
too
more
lazy.
of that.
Well, you're more than welcome to do that as much as you want during the course of this interview. All right,
Okay,
just,
okay, all right. Because I can't fucking hear you. What? What?
And it's just because we're deaf. It's not because they're not screaming, but
You legitimately
really
can't hear.
I really
hear
don't
'em.
know what the fuck you're saying, man.
I like cussing. This
All
is
right.
nice.
So let me ask about the new album, which is in stores on the 28th. The Devil Put Dinosaurs Here. I would like to be the 1,000th journalist to ask you, can you please talk about that title, where it came from, and why you decided to go with that as the album title?
It's a song on the album. So we thought we'd name the album that.
We're really not that clever. We're just kind of lazy, actually. So that's what we went with.
You know, the song, if you hear it, if you check out that record, you'll probably figure out kind of loosely what it's about. I think we'll leave it at that. But, yeah, you know.
It's kind of cool. We like
I think,
dinosaurs,
and we
like
believe
devils.
that. I believe the devil, a little mythical man with cloven hooves, ran around the globe, hiding bones that were hundreds of millions of years old to fool us into that the Earth is only 6,000 years old. I believe that with all my little black Grinch heart. So, you know.
You're not shying away from the controversy.
There is no controversy.
I guess you're right, but I mean, there will be those that'll probably maybe question
Be mad.
it or say something to you. Yeah,
well,
maybe
they,
be a little pissy.
They can get on their ark with all their animals and do that. You know, I mean, believe in whatever you want. We're not saying there's anything wrong with it. And we're all believing. You need to have faith. Believe in whatever. It's just, it's the fact when people are like, "I'm right, you're wrong." You know, that's not how. That's not how it should work. So, you know.
You know, we were talking about the new album, and I wanted to mention the second single from the album is called Stone. And I really, really like that song a lot. And it, to me, has that sort of kind of broad, foreboding Alice in Chains sound. How can you consistently have that sort of, quote, Alice in Chains sound when you have gone through a lead singer and you know what I mean? I mean, it's pretty tough, but it just sounds like classic Alice in Chains to me.
Yeah, we get asked that a lot. It's not hard to sound like yourself, you know. Right. So it's not hard at all for us to do that. The circumstances, what they are hard, you know, as people and for our friends that we've lost, and you know, that's half the reason we decided to even still do this, you know, to champion all we were and who they are and how important that is to us, and to move forward, because you have to move forward in life, you know. So but ultimately, it's not that hard to sound like ourselves, you know, I guess. But I can see why people are probably shocked, like, "Oh my God, you sound like you."
I guess I just mean, you know, I mean, a band can go away for a while, come back, and they can still maybe have a little flavor there, or a little piece of what they sound like. But I mean, again, I just think this sounds like a just great old school Alice in Chains jam. That's
funny. We don't overthink it like that. We just get in a room and make a bunch of racket, and that's what comes out. That's what goes on the tape machines, you know. So
they pay me to overthink it.
Yeah, but you did play drums really good on, like, you sound like Sean Kinney actually on that record. That's the whole key.
I did the best version of me.
You hire studio guys that sound exactly like you. It's easy.
Yeah,
people don't fucking know that.
Yeah, you know, and taking all that time to, like, you know, listen to it online and, you know, and send back, you know, notes like, "Don't do that, man. Be a better me." On there, so
hey, cool. Me, be a better me.
Hey, phone it in. We phone it in. No, it's not hard to do. I don't know. It's just it's how we sound when we play.
Is what it is.
We don't use a lot of trickery. There won't be any tapes or Pro Tools going tonight. We actually play and sing everything. There's nothing helping it. So if it sounds like shit, that's us sounding like shit. You know, that's just the way it is. We don't know how to do it any other way. You know, I think a lot of people rely on technology. It's a great thing, and there's reasons for it. But I think it's over reliant and kind of puts some bands like us and probably like the Foo Fighters and certain bands like that at a disadvantage. You know, a lot of bands will just go out there and play along.
I think they're,
you know, I always thought that was weird. I mean, it's a live thing, you know. So
I think they're recording us on Pro Tools right now, actually. So maybe you should get us.
No, I mean, you could. The technology is
put
cool.
the intelligent plug-in on my
it,
voice.
It just doesn't seem to make sense for us. I mean, we don't know how to do it any other way. So you know, it takes us. You know, we do it old school. You know.
You have a great tour on coming up. The Big Uproar tour. The lineup is fantastic. You, Jane's Addiction, Coheed and Cambria, another one of my favorite bands, Middle Class Rut, not to mention Circa Survive. How did this feel like?
Span, Walking Papers.
Oh yeah, and how did it work out that this festival sort of made sense for Alice? Well, I mean, was it just, the timing of it all kind of came together, or was there a band on there that you said, oh, we really look forward to going out with those guys?
Well, they kind of were wanting to rebrand the thing. I think they wanted to be a little more. I think they had two sort of similar rock tours going on. They weren't that different, and I think they approached us a while ago about doing that, and we were going to go and do it on our own. So it was kind of like we do the same thing on our own, with just a couple bands, or take part in this thing. And they were wanting to rebrand it and reshape it and make it a little broader, maybe musically, and that appealed to us. So we thought it would be cool.
I kind of like those gathering of the tribes kind of vibe, like goes back to, say, Lollapalooza in 1993. Once again, dating ourselves as old fucks. But, like by the end of those tours, like people are jamming together and, giving each other socks and stuff.
I'm pretty sure I'm making the road.
I hope there's socks. I hope there's socks.
Giving each other bunk socks. Google it. Google it.
Yeah, uproar is the actual
not gonna like what you
Indian word for bunk sock. People don't know that.
It's an old mukluk word for bunk sock.
Come in that sock and let me borrow it.
No, it is cool. It's because it's
so sorry.
It's cool to go to shows. I like going to things where I can be turned on to different kind of music that I might not always be exposed to, and I think that music's universal.
Victory Men's Health. It's time to be you again, and head over there to Victory Men's Health. And they have 3 locations throughout St. Louis. They're open 5 days a week, so you can actually get in there and schedule an appointment, actually talk to somebody, and you can get yourself find out what's going on inside you by going to Victory Men's Health. This is what I did all those years ago, and I'm so glad I did. I went in there, I found out I was low in testosterone. My vitamin levels were just depleted. But thankfully, Victory Men's Health, they've come through and they've helped me out, and they're here to help you. And what else is awesome is that they constantly are coming up with better and new things. And so they've just launched a telehealth care site called VictoryRx.com. Again, that's VictoryRx.com. And then you can go there and get prescribed ED medication, and they've made this process super easy. So again, you just go to the site, and they will consult you right there via text. And Victory Men's Health, they've treated thousands of men like myself at their standalone locations, but now they're giving men from all over the area easier access to their #1 selling ED medication. So again, go find out what's going on inside you, get the help you need, and go to the pros over at Victory Men's Health. Be you again. That's Victory Men's Health. That's VictoryMen'sHealth.com.
All right, that is it for us. Donnie Fandango, who's here and will be staying on.
You got it.
Yeah, Polo, this guy does
everything.
A lot of radio every day.
So today and Friday, I'm doing Rizz Show 6 to 10. Then staying on the point until 2. And then I go next door to the Arch until 6. And then I come back to the point from 6 to 7 to do the way back.
Hardest working man in show business right here.
By the way, I got a text. My wife agrees with you. She says Blink-182 sucks. Or who are you?
Oh,
you.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Not you.
I said overrated.
Oh, overrated. Okay.
Overrated.
And I strongly disagree, and I still
disagree with that.
You know what? Turn off the mics and let's keep going, because this is going to be like another 3 hours.
All right, today's Pappy's Recappy, which is brought to you by Pappy Smokehouse, celebrating 15 years, locally owned and world-famous 2 locations, including Highway 70 and Mid-Rivers Mall Drive in St. Peters.
Well, it's everything we covered on the show today, including crap on celebrities, and we had some great news on there as well. And here's what your family should be doing at dinner time. Do you guys eat at the table or do you eat at your couch? We'll find out what you're doing, and go over to our website. It's 1057thepoint.com, and make sure to check the podcast today. It's titled Lick My Head for Good Luck. Thank you, Polo.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Polo, we love you.
Love you too, guys.
We'll see you soon. Donnie,
Yes.
love you, buddy.
Man, anytime. Well, I'll be back on Friday.
We'll
do it again on Friday.
Scott? Yep.
I'll be back on Friday, too.
All right, we leave you with a selection from our Team Rizz Member of the Day, which is brought to you by Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill, proud sponsor of Team Rizz. Visit hotshotsnet.com/Team Rizz. From Potosi, Missouri, Kyle Hefner is
Potosi.
Team Rizz Member of the Day, and he wants to hear this song, and here it is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, by the way, tomorrow, Craigslist Freak of the Week, and learn and live.
Oh, wow.
Big show tomorrow. All right, see you later. Bye.
Hey, this is Maria Bamford, and you're listening to The Rizzuto Show. Happy birthday, Rizz!
Woke up to the sound. Little man has always been, never been around, and he told me to change my ways at the start. Read the childish games. I told him I know I'm never ever gonna change. He's who I am, gonna feel my own pain. Been here years and it's not your choice. Gonna do what I want, cause I'm not a little boy. Get higher, get higher. The sun is shining, I'm on fire. Like the streets, but I hear no sound. Locking the door, let you fall to the ground. Get higher, get higher. The sun is shining, I'm on fire. Turn off the lights, but I hear no sound. My shiny blue eyes turn a painful, painful brown. Lena Park, where we sat down. So the payphone was ringing, the answer to the sound. Need a lot of color, man, keeps on talking. Don't know where it went, must have lost it in my pocket now. Get higher, get higher. The sun is shining, I'm on fire. Like the streets, but I have no sound. Locking the door as you fall to the ground. And I get higher, oh, I get higher. Let's try it. I can take it. I can take it. I can take it. I can't take it all. Yeah. Get higher. Get higher. The sun is shining. I'm on fire. I walk the streets. Ain't no sound, locking the door, let's fall to the ground. Get higher, get higher. The sun is shining, I'm on fire. Walk the streets with a little sound. Locking the door, let's fall to the ground. Good God, lie, lie. No, 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 I can take it. I can take it. I can take it. Well, I can take it all.
All right, so where it's, I actually made up a word this morning, and I'm so happy about this. Now, the last year and a half of all of our lives, the word synergy has been like kind of a gigantic joke. Like, there's all this stuff happening all over. You're just trying to make it work for the day.
Yeah.
But it seems like, Amy Lee, front woman of Evanescence, that you have a very synergistic year ahead of you. The album is out now. The single doing great. The big tour with Hailstorm later this year. This feels like synergy to me, and I bet you for you, it's finally like, huh, great, we're finally here.
Yeah, it feels really good. You know, part of last year and this time, something that's felt really good is just to keep going, just to go harder. Don't let it stop us. Don't let anything hold me down. Like just this feeling of, I can't waste a minute. I don't want to waste a day. We don't know if we have tomorrow. So it is time to just do what we were born to do. So kind of taking that attitude after the initial sort of like, frustration and heartbreak and just frustration. I want to say that word a lot because a lot of it was that, but also just anxiety and fear about everything. You know how this time has been. I don't have to describe it. But it's felt really good to sort of take control of the things that we can control, make great music, give something to our fans and have something to look forward to and be excited about.
Now, can you kind of talk about how early on or what part of the process of recording the record were you when the pandemic hit and you guys had to split up?
Yeah, we went into this different, regardless of anything. We didn't know about the pandemic or anything yet. We went in the studio January of 2020 just to do a couple of songs with Nick Raskulinix, our producer, just sort of see how it goes. You know, we knew we had a few songs, but we knew we had a lot more music to write before we're going to be really ready to go in and record a full album. But like, as time goes by, like, I know how daunting and soul consuming in a good way, but also in a way it is to make an album. So we were just kind of being adults and going like, hey, why do we have to do this all at once the way we've always done it and lay all the drums first and know exactly what's going to happen? Why don't we just take a more free approach and be experimental about this and go in and do a few whole songs and then come back after the tour? So we were lucky that we started things off that way, because we walked out of that studio with 4 finished mixed songs in March, right before we really couldn't be together for months. And I recorded the last few like vocal bits right here on this mic. And we've sort of mixed remotely. It was like right at the edge. So we had those songs to carry us through. Like, we just started releasing them and simultaneously just dove into the creation of the rest of the record.
So do you think that this might be how you do it going forward as far as the recording?
You know, we went into the studio in like November of 2019 to record this cover of The Chain by Fleetwood Mac for a video game commercial. And it was so fun and satisfying and good to go and just focus on one thing. Really, that's what inspired the idea. So we went in going, hey, like, this we don't have to play by anybody's rules. We can go in whenever we want. Like, let's just do it a piece at a time. I love that. Mm-hmm. I like the idea of we're a band who loves albums. I love transitions and intros and an epic journey and the whole tale. But I also love the freedom of living in a world where it's totally acceptable. Just go record a song for no reason and put it out there. So yeah, I think that we're going to embrace that mentality moving forward. It doesn't always have to be the whole thing.
I was having a conversation with one of our younger staff members a couple of weeks ago, and he mentioned to me that he had just started listening to full lengths. Like in, you know, he was, you know, mid-20s guy. And, you know, Amy, it still blows me away that's, you know, that we are sort of almost the anomaly in being ones that love all those aspects of the full album and the album titles and the artwork and the song titles. Like, I still really get into that. And so it just kind of took me aback a little bit.
Well, if he's listening to his music that's all new, you know, currently that's less of a focus for a lot of artists. It's more about and more about the one song. So he's not wrong. It's not like you can go just find any artist and they're going to have a great album for you. It kind of depends on I wonder what the first ones he's digging into are. I wonder what inspired him.
I'll tell you what it was. It was Radiohead, OK Computer.
Great.
Which was, I was like, okay, well, if you're going to get a start to back or front to back, that's the one.
Yeah.
You know, I've always, my entire life, I've been really I'm so amazed by songwriters on all levels, you know, and even poets and things like that. I just find it so amazing that you have this ability to put your songs on paper and kind of have it speak to you. But I have kind of a two-part question with this. One, when you're dealing with tragic events and things that have gone on in your life, I can't imagine how hard that is to open up and write about. And I've heard people say, well, it could be therapeutic, but then I could also see it being, you know, really a hard thing. So how does that work? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're writing a song about having a broken heart and you're really friggin' living with it, like, does that even help? Does that make you feel worse? I know it's probably like a nerdy, almost famous question, but I'm just curious.
It's a great question. I think different people feel differently about it. I honestly, what's beautiful about writing, creating of any kind, whether you're painting or journaling or making a song, it starts just in a private place. And I like to be able to go into it with the mentality of always, I don't have to show this to anybody. I'm doing this for me. I'm doing something that I love, that expresses something that I can hardly even say just in words to somebody, in a song, in an artistic expression kind of way, to release myself. And then if I decide I'm comfortable with it and it should be shared, then I can, but I don't have to. And it really, I have never, and I always knowing that that's a possibility, I've never gone far down a road and written like a whole song where I was just spilling all the tea about my internal organs. And then gone, it's too real. It's too personal. I can't share it. Honestly, I feel like the more baggage that I release, the more it releases me to put it out and to set it free. It's kind of like when you're standing over like a really big cliff dive and you're so freaked out to do it and you don't know, and you know it's going to be fine, but it's like, it's scary. And once you do it, if you do it,
right.
Like, the amazing relief and release and excitement and goodness that it gives back to you to have done it. And for me, like part of the thing that gives back and it's healing and therapeutic for me about that is I've gotten to see firsthand like this music be something positive in somebody else's life who's been through something like I have, you know, who has lost someone or lived with a disability or just struggled with feeling different or whatever. Being able to have music the way I've had music and loved other bands and artists, and feel like I'm not alone in the universe. If I feel like I can kind of like, I don't know, reach out and give something back into the universe that could be good for somebody else, it's the same as being good to myself, if that makes sense.
100%. No, 100%. You know, I wanted to mention this before we got done here today. I love the song "Yeah Right" on the new record. I like that it is a change of direction a bit, sort of. But you know what? It made me think, and you can tell me that I'm crazy. And I was listening to this, and I'm thinking to myself, she could make this a pop song like that. Like, I mean, it could be a legit radio pop song. You could do whatever you wanted. And I feel like you even have that in your head that, you know what? I appreciate the way that Evanescence leans the way that it does rock, but that doesn't mean it always has to lean that way.
Yeah, it's definitely a production choice. The song, honestly, was written like a pop song. When songs start for me, it's in the box. I'm sitting at Pro Tools and playing with loops and keyboards, and it's very pop, or at least electronic. And then the band, we make it together into what it really is. But the basics always are coming from that kind of synthetic place. And that song in particular was just this like sarcastic FU to everything in my life at the time. And it felt good to like rebel against myself. And it was purely rockless. It was just total pop. But then what's cool, and that song sat on the shelf for a decade. Like that was part of the writing, you know, experimentation before our self-titled came out. So I've had that one in the bank forever going, you guys don't get it, but I swear this could be a great heavy song. You just have to get into it. And they finally got into it this time. I made them. I was like, I'm not giving up on Yeah Right. Like we're going to try again. But I had a new inspiration about it because we're actually at some festival and standing on side stage. We love watching Korn and Rob Zombie. And both of those artists were playing this one particular night. And I was standing there rocking out with Jen. And I was like, this is the vibe that we need to put on Yeah Right. Like it should be like that. You're having fun. You're at a twisted carnival, but also, you know, everybody's zombies. Like we have to make that thing. So I think that it just clicked in a new way, and our producer is really great. So
Rob Zombie does that heavy with the bounce.
Yeah,
almost as good as kind of like anybody else. And I try not to get too geeked out when I talk to folks, but when I interviewed him the first time, it was a real like holy smokes kind of thing, because that was really one of the first metal bands that I ever, you know, kind of gravitated towards, you know, and it was just amazing. I want to ask you about that real quick, because I know that you're a 90s kid and loved the Nirvanas, the Pearl Jams, the Panteras. But what I want to know about you, where did you side on that spectrum? Because I was very much on the Nirvana, Pearl Jam side, the Pantera stuff was just a little too heavy for me.
Right.
Where were you on that spectrum? I'm curious to know.
I've gone in phases, and I've always been sort of a cherry picker of genres. I never was like, this is me. There was a time where I'm like, grunge, that's it. When I was like 13. So it was like Nirvana, Soundgarden, Pearl Jam all the way, like over and over and over. And I was still on tapes. I was one of the old school people. It was still just like listening to my Pearl Jam tape, wearing it out. I know what's the first song of the B-side. So that was me, but then it definitely got a lot more diverse just quickly, because that time in music, alternative music was such this beautiful, broad space for stuff to just be whatever. And the more unique it was, and the quirkier it was, the cooler it was. And that in itself really inspired me. I fell in love with Bjork. I fell in love with Beck, the Smashing Pumpkins. I like things that have a little bit of a melody or pop sensibility. I can get into metal. I used to go to death metal shows, and I love Pantera, but it doesn't satisfy like my whole realm of need in music. And my favorite type of heavy music usually has some sort of a melody at some point coming in, because I love melody.
Like sort of heavy mountain there, man. I just love both of those bands so much. So the big tour coming later this year to St. Louis, we're really excited about this. You're touring with Hailstorm. This seems like a perfect fit. I got to know how this all came together came to be.
I mean, it's just a duh kind of thing. I mean, we've been friends forever. Last time we toured together was in 2012. I mean, we've seen each other plenty since then, but as far as like doing a committed tour together, it's been that long. And it's just a precious memory for all of us. We had such a good time together. And I feel like, we both have really great fan bases who get along. And it's cool to just bring the world together. It makes my fans happy when we go out with Hailstorm. It makes Hailstorm fans happy when they go out with us. So first tour back after all this, it was just like, duh, girl, come on, let's do this. I'm just so excited that is going to be our finally going back to it, just straight up, like just the candy, just US tour, rock and roll, cornhole in the parking lot, Hailstorm at Evanescence.
Dude, it's such a great bill. And so, but here's the thing though, that I wondered, that doesn't start until like November, right?
I know.
So what are you going to do until then?
I don't know. I've been working my ass off for a really long time, and there's always something coming. I've got a great team who's very excited to crack the whip and keep me going and promoting the album that I worked so hard for, and I'm grateful for that. So, I mean, I'm happy to take a moment, to kind of like enjoy the release. We just made a badass music video, and I'm sure there'll be another thing coming around the corner anytime. So there's all to do.
All right, I'm sorry. One more question, and then I will for real be done. So I did see the video yesterday. I know I've seen artists who do not like making music videos. They call it like their least favorite part of the process. I have a feeling that that's not the case for you. You guys put so much into these. They're wonderfully done.
Special. That's a special event. You don't get to make a music video all the time. Those are expensive. And now back in the day, you used to be able to kind of justify it to the man by saying, hey, look, it costs like hundreds of thousands of dollars, but we're going to make that money back in like streams through MTV or whatever. And that is just non-existent. It's strictly promo. So for me, like I have this standard, like I don't want to come in and make a video that looks cheap. If it's going to be Evanescence coming back, it needs to look like it always did. It needs to be nice. It needs to be good. It needs to have a meaning. And it's such a beautiful opportunity to kind of like play with a whole other medium. I mean, we get to mainly play in audio land, it's all about what you're hearing and imagining. But when you have a chance to express yourself visually too, I mean, it's just so fun. It's worth it. And I always put my money where my mouth is and say, no, it's worth it. I'll pay for it. Let's go. So I had a lot of fun doing that. Our director, Eric Howell, did the Use My Voice video too. And that was such a cool moment because we were coming in, finding a way to finally get most of us back together and mask and have the, COVID test people and the stay apart and the stuff. But we had so many people that wanted to be a part of it. And it was just a beautiful thing. And then this one too, we road tripped it. We weren't fully vaccinated yet. So my best friend, Beth, she does my hair and makeup. She and me and Troy our guitar player who lives in Atlanta, he drove up to us in Nashville, and we all got in a car and we drove up to Minneapolis, because that's where Eric and his crew and all of his stuff is. And we filmed up there, and it was such a blast. And I don't know why. It's funny, like the upside to this flipped upside down world is it first of all, it makes you appreciate the things you've had to be without. But second of all, like I would never have taken that road trip at this phase in my life with my friends, you know, if it wasn't because we were trying to avoid the plane because we didn't feel safe with that yet. And we had the best time. Like, I will love my truck stop hoodie forever.
And I'll tell you, and you even alluded to this, and you said something along these lines in an interview that I read in preparing for this. But if there is one thing that I have learned over the course of the last year, as a father of 3, as a 45-year-old guy, is I appreciate now more than ever what is important and what matters to me.
Yes.
And so the things that I would have gotten bent out of shape about work, about whatever, man, I got to tell you, those things are just not sticking the way that they used
I know.
to, you know?
It's freeing, isn't it? I mean, just like, let it go.
It is. And as a type 1 personality, I guess that's what they say, type A for me. It's been a challenge.
Yeah.
But boy, like I can start to feel the muscles in my shoulders again. It's pretty nice.
Good for you. Yeah, perspective's a good thing.
Absolutely. Well, Amy, thank you so much for your time today. Again, I'm so sorry about our troubles yesterday, but I appreciate your time and can't wait to see you again here in December. All right?
Can't wait. All right. Thanks, you too.
Take care, Amy. Bye-bye. It's Donnie Fandango backstage at Point Fest. For one, I just almost fell out of my chair.
It is.
And for 2, boy, that would have made a really great way to start the interviews of the day. Yeah. All right, so let's settle this first and foremost. You and me here right now. 0936.
Yes.
All right. I heard it in a couple of different ways. It confused the hell out of me, man.
It confuses me.
Okay, well then good. Then I don't feel as bad that it's not just me.
I put the colon in there to be read as a time, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No one says it's 9:36 o'clock ever.
Right, ever.
It's never happened. It's never happened.
And it never should happen.
And it won't, I promise.
You know, man, I was reading a bit about you, and it feels like we, as younger guys, had a similar sort of experience. I had one of my dad's friends when I was growing up owned a mini recording studio in his basement. And so I got to go over there when I was like 7, 8, 9 years old and watch the guys plug in and tune in, and then they'd let me mess around on the microphone. And you had kind of a similar thing.
Yeah, it was more just like 3 plywood or 4 plywood walls and then a microphone, but my uncle knew how to, he made like beats.
Sure.
He's not Dr. Dre, but he made beats, you know what I mean? And he sold them online, and that was his side thing. And so that was very easy way to start.
Yeah.
Being like, oh, let me see what's up. So I was doing little sample things for him. He was like, hey, talk, and sample for a beat. And then I remember I wrote a rap, and I was like, can you record me? So
wow.
That's yeah.
What was it like when you heard yourself?
It was hard. Well, I was 10, so I thought it was super sick. And if anybody heard that now, I would be so upset. I'd be offended.
But it shows where you've come from.
I don't want anybody to know. I don't want anybody to know. Some guy pulled us over. Well, didn't pull us over. We were pulled over in a parking lot the other day counting merch. And this guy comes up and says, hey, don't mean to bother you. I know you're a musicianal act. Not a word. And then he said, he was leaving. He said, hey guys, just remember, you got to be somewhere.
Okay.
I don't know. But keep it in mind.
All right. Well, I think we're just going to probably stew on that.
Got to be somewhere. That's what I was getting at with what you just said.
So talk to me about some of your friends that are already on our show today. The Shinedown guys are who you're currently out with now.
Yep.
Is this kind of like one of your first big runs, or have you been out a bunch, or where are you in the touring stage of your career?
I've never toured before.
Oh, wow.
And then they were like, hey, touring's back. You want to go for 84 days? And I was like, let's do it. So here we are. I have 12 more days left.
But for
and alive still.
Thank goodness. But for you, man, I'm sure legitimately that this is a learning experience for you as well as a really great time.
Yes. It was, yes. Yeah. It's a lot, though. You know what I mean? Doing, a lot of people I know will, get their feet wet on, a smaller run or a 2-week run or a 3-week run. And then they were like I said, you want to go out for 84 days? And I was like, sure.
Right.
So hopefully I'm better than I was. I've done shows before, like I used to do rap shows all the time, and I did 3 shows with my friend Grandson, who's here.
Right.
And then I did like one small headliner thing in LA 2 years ago, and then nothing, obviously.
Right.
So I had no prior. But I think it's going okay.
As far as you can tell, it's going all right.
It's going well in my opinion.
You know, one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, and it feels like a lot of us are the same way in that, you know, it's not necessary. There's all kinds of different musical, you know, not just genres, but flavors and the things that we like and we listen to. And I know that you're one of those guys that, you know, lots of different genres are involved. Do you ever feel like sometimes, man, like maybe we've got this thing in America maybe broken down a little bit too much by genre, and that it shouldn't just be more like, okay, this is really good music, period, let's put it somewhere together?
Well, I didn't know that like the UK is like Triple J is just like the thing. And they play they play all of it.
Right.
I didn't know that. I just found that out.
Yeah, absolutely.
So maybe yes, your question to you, yes.
You know what I mean? Because we all have these different influences. It's not just one singular thing.
And I get people all the time will be like, this isn't a rock song, and people will be like, well, then people will be like, well, it's not a rap song, and then it's like, well, it's not an alternative song.
Absolutely, and you were number 1 on the active rock chart with Adrenaline.
And that was apparently not a rock song, and apparently it wasn't a rap song either. We can't put it in rap caviar, so I don't know where we're supposed to put it.
Well, you know what I've gotten from this interview is that the things that have confused me also seem to sometimes confuse you too, so that I don't feel alone. I'm all right with it.
Hey, man, if you like it and I like it, we'll call it a day.
That's it, man. That's it. Well, it's really great to have you here today.
Absolutely.
I hope you enjoy yourself on that front stage a little bit earlier on and absolutely slay it, and then we hope we get to see you again here soon.
The concrete's worrying me. I don't like it's worrying me.
It shouldn't worry you.
Not for me.
Oh, for the people.
For the people.
Yeah, but the people will be all right. The sun will be down by then. It'll be a really great thing out there, I promise.
We played 2 festivals this year, and there was very big mosh pits at both. Hoping for it today, but hoping everybody does not get hurt.
Yeah. You just want everybody to stay safe.
Want everybody to get hurt at will, not like from the ground.
Right. I was out there once, actually, in the front stage before I worked at the station for the Deftones playing on a front stage up there. There was so much craziness going on that the fact that I made it out with all my limbs is something I'm still pretty proud of.
Well, the guy that was like gave me my COVID test, he was like, the most injuries I've ever seen here was at a Hollywood Undead set.
Yes.
And I'm going to call them right now.
And also, too, that's the same day they stole a golf cart. And we're taking the golf cart out and back and around. Those dudes were fantastic.
They're the best.
They were fantastic. Anyway.
Yeah, okay.
936. Thank you so very much for joining us today. We appreciate it and hope to see you again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Backstage live at Point Fest.
I'm on vacation every single day, cause I love my occupation. I'm on vacation. If you don't like your life, then you should go and change it. I'm on vacation every single day, cause I love my occupation. I'm on vacation every single day, every single day. Every single day, every single day. Every single day, every single day. Everybody sour like a lemon tree. I'm just smiling down upon my enemies. Do this shit, love it on a daily. Say you hate your job, but you'll never leave, never leave. That ain't gonna be me, that ain't gonna be me. My brother called me up, said he saw me on TV. I said it wasn't easy, but right now I'm living breezy. Built this engine from the ground up, now my hands ain't so greasy. Feel me? I'm on vacation every single day, cause I love my occupation. I'm on vacation every single day, every single day. Every single day, every single day. Every single day, every single day.
Illuminate my future bright, so thankful for everything. Rejuvenating my inner light as I work hard for all I need. Open arms, embracing life and all in which it gave to me. Hard work, it pays off, I'm happy now, it's paying me. I close my eyes, sometimes I feel as if I float away. I love the life I live and enjoy the ride along the way. I make a living out of living, yeah, that's what I say. I got one life to live, and I wouldn't live no other way.
Hey, 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 I'm on vacation every single day, cause I love my occupation. Hey, 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 I'm on vacation every single day, every single day. Every single day, every single day. Every single day, every single day. Van Gogh, my earlobe. I can't hear, I'm here though. I may be a weirdo, but this is my year, yo. Life may be crazy, lack of the lazy lets me do shit that I love on a daily. Get to do the shit I love up on a daily. Everybody go and live your daydreams. Hey, 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 I'm on vacation every single day, cause I love my occupation. Hey, 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 I'm on vacation. If you don't like your life, then you should go and change it. Hey, 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 I'm on vacation every single day, cause I love my occupation. Hey, 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 I'm on vacation every single day, every single day. Every single day, every single day. Every single day, every single day. Thank you.
The devil's gonna make me free. The devil's gonna set me free. The devil's gonna make me free, man. The devil's gonna set me free. All right. Devil in the eye, I hope it's gonna break this chain. The devil's gonna make me free. The devil's gonna set me free. The devil's gonna make me free. The devil's gonna set me free. Put two in his chest. You'll never say a word no more. No, you'll never say a word no more. The devil got him good for sure. Ain't got no place to call our home. Only chains and broken bones. Ain't got no place to call. So come on, Lord, what you waiting for? Ain't got no place to call our home. Only chains and broken bones. Ain't got no place to call our home. So come on, Lord, what you say tonight? swinging my hand through a swarm of bees, 'cause I want honey on my table. I keep swinging my hand through a swarm of bees, 'cause I want honey on my table. But I never get it right. No, I never get it right. I keep swinging my hand through a swarm of bees. Can't understand why it's stinging me. Do what I want, do what I please. Do it again till I got what I need. Rip and smash through the hornet's nest. Don't they understand I deserve the best? Do what I want, do what I please. Do it again till I got what I need. Try to stick this pin through a butterfly, 'cause I like all the pretty colors. It just fell apart, so I flung it in the fire to burn with all the others. But I never get it right. Oh, I never get it right. I keep swinging my hand through a swarm of bees. Can't understand why stinging me. Do what I want, do what I please. Do it again till I got what I need. Rip and smash through the hornet's nest. Don't they understand I deserve the best? Do what I want, do what I please. Do it again till I got what I need. And this time I'll get it right. This time I'll get it right. It's gonna be this time I'll get it right. Gotta let it be this time I'll get it right. Now I'm cutting that branch off the cherry tree, singing this will be my victory. Then I see them coming after me, and they're following me across the sea. Now stinging my friends and my family, and I don't know why this is happening, but I'll do what I want, I'll do what I please. Do it again till I got what I need. I keep swinging my hand through a swarm of bees, 'cause I want honey on my table.
Hey, it's Lux, and I'm backstage at the first Ho-Ho show of the season with Grandson. Woo! Grandson with a lowercase g specifically, which I definitely screwed up on Instagram the other day. That's my bad.
Everybody gets one.
Thank you. I hear the name has a sort of sentimental meaning. Can you explain that and the choice to go with the lowercase g?
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to, I think the whole thing was like, I wanted, when people heard it for the first time, I wanted people to feel that it was familiar for them in the way that rock and roll and blues music was familiar for me, because I grew up very much influenced by blues music, then got super into hip hop and felt that rock and roll wasn't speaking to me in the lyrics, in the aesthetic. I just never felt like I fit in this community. So I kind of took this detour through hip hop and electronic music. And then when it became time to kind of find my voice as an artist, something about the kind of cathartic energy of like a live band really spoke to me, and I got really influenced by different artists like the Beatles and Nirvana and Rage Against the Machine and Jimi Hendrix. And so I wanted a name that felt familiar in the way that rock and roll was for me. And I had like a bunch of names going, and they were all really, really, really bad. And I think it's really hard for anybody to think of their name for their thing. And I was talking to my manager about it, and my grandfather had passed away a couple months earlier, and my manager had a dream that he was side stage, and I was called grandson. So he sent me an email in January of 2016 with the header, "What about grandson?" And I've been called grandson ever since.
Well, it's really nice. I think it's a nice name. It's easy for me to say on the radio, so I got to say I appreciate you there. And it really is familiar. And the lowercase g was just aesthetics. I mean, as an artist, it's not just about the music. I'm sure it's about everything, the whole way you're presented. I mean,
I feel kind of conflicted about the whole thing because part of me really does pay a lot of attention to aesthetics, but another part of me is this is me. I know there are things I could do that could be more outlandish or more controversial or polarizing in how I present myself on social media or what I dress like that would maybe be more in line with the music I make, but I don't really give a fuck about any of that. I think that all I can do is just be as honest as possible. But I don't really think I had much of an idea of what the I was doing when I chose to make it a lowercase g. I think that, again, it was about familiarity. It was about trying to keep the ego out of it, and in some way a capital letter meant that to me, and I don't really care anymore, but it's what it is, and there's something familiar and underdog feeling to me when bands don't care enough to have proper punctuation.
I mean, you said the Beatles were,
Shouts out, But at first we were thinking of doing a period at the end of it, or an exclamation mark. That'll show them. Nothing's more punk rock than a fucking semicolon or something. I don't know.
I feel that way every time I'm with your label mates Panic at the Disco. I'm like, Panic, exclamation point.
Yeah,
grandson,
right. Let's
period.
get hype, So one day we'll do a crossover and it'll be a period and then a
people will lose
exclamation mark.
They'll lose it.
I'm down.
So you explained a little bit about why you make the music you do, obviously trying to find where you fit in and something that speaks to you because you weren't finding that in what was out there already. But what made you decide to, literally as a career path, choose music? You moved to Los Angeles. What was the catalyst moment for you know what, I'm just full-fledged, I'm going in, I'm doing it?
I don't really think I had very many other options that I realistically considered. I always felt two things really strongly. Number one, I always felt that the life that I get to live is unbelievably lucky, privileged, growing up in the community I got to grow up in, with the opportunities that I got. I always felt like the best way to honor that would be to do big shit, whatever that meant. I wanted to do something that mattered to me and mattered to other people because I think that's the best way to pay respect to the opportunity that we get to live this life every single fucking day. It's pretty awesome. That was one of the things.
I think you saw my head. Everyone just saw my head explode at that.
And then simultaneously, I always listened to music ever since I was a kid. Maybe it was because my family had music around. My dad was always making music. My mom was playing the piano. I always felt that music had this conversational element. I know that if anyone takes the time to be sitting at home on YouTube or wherever the fuck, looking up an interview with some artist, it's because they feel connected to the music. But I had this weird thing in my brain that might not have even been good, but I always felt that music was literally speaking to me, and I always felt that I had a responsibility or an urge to talk back and to make that an ongoing conversation. So that was just kind of inevitable. I would learn chords on a guitar from somebody else's song and then go try and structure those chords and tell a new story. That was just what I did. Really, really bad for a long time.
That's how we all start out.
Yeah.
Anything, right?
And I watched the movie That Thing You Do. Random ass Tom Hanks directed movie. Have you seen that movie?
I love that movie.
Classic
so much.
movie. Nobody knows that movie. Everyone thinks I'm so weird. But that movie, That Thing You Do, and the song, that was it. I saw that, I was like, being in a band is cool. Getting your song heard on the radio is super cool. That moment where his dad works at a radio store,
yes!
and they all run to the store and turn up the music and dance in the record store. I was like, let's fucking go. Though I was 10 years old and making trash music at that. It took me 15 years, but now my song's on the radio.
Have you had
what do you
that
think
moment?
about that, Tom Hanks?
Yeah, Tom. So have you had that moment where you've been listening and it just pops on the radio and you're
hell
like,
yeah.
that's
I
me.
fucking have. I've had a bunch of moments like that.
Describe it. What was it like the first time
I've
you
had
did
a
it?
couple moments like that over the last couple years. The first time I actually had my mom hear a song on the radio I was a part of was actually not my own song. It was a song I had written with and for another artist. It was like a pop song. But I was actually, the first time I heard my own song on the radio was in Los Angeles, California. And it was announced that it was going to be the Shouts Out Ted Striker was going to be the Striker 420.
Striker's my dude.
Gotta
That's
give
my
a quick
dude.
shout out because I know he's going to take the brag
That's
rights
my
on that.
homie. I love
So
that
I think
guy.
we found out that
Yes.
Bloodwater was going to be that song. It was sometime in 2017, I think. Or 2018, I don't even know anymore. And I remember like looking around being like, where do I listen to music anymore? I don't even know. And
Get in your car.
Exactly.
The radio's still there.
I don't have a car though in LA.
no.
My
Yeah, you might
roommate
not, yeah.
does. He was like sitting passed out on the couch and I started shaking. And it was gonna be it played at 420. I look up and it's like 419. And I run over, I'm like, where's your Prius keys music? And he's like, he hands me the
Like
keys.
he said it was a Prius.
Grab it, sprinted out, put in the keys, just caught the bridge till the end of the song, got so hype, and it felt good. But as I've learned so many times over and over again, every single spot in my musical journey thus far that I thought was a destination is actually just a mile marker on a marathon. I keep waiting for that feeling that's like going to be like I'm officially now a new human being. I have somehow been freed of all of my like insecurity and imposter syndrome by this one moment, and I don't think that exists for anybody.
No.
I think that it's all just internal work to like let go, and so.
How many years fully have you been working on Grandson?
I started working on Grandson in January of 2016, and the first song came out, Bills came out September 14th or 15th of 2016. So it's been a little over 2 years.
Well, I'm not a musician. I don't make music, but I've been in radio 12 years, and I still feel like I'm an imposter all the time.
Of course.
I can't tell you that that's going to go
I think
away.
that a lot of that has to do with, I think it was Ira Glass that was talking about, you don't start doing anything with passion unless you have good taste. You hear something, your taste is good, you go, I like that, that's why I want to do it, but there's going to be that gap between that which you can make and that which you were inspired by, and that might never be closed fully, but the only thing that closes that gap is just time, is effort, it's songs, it's bad segments or failed podcasts. I've done so many things that didn't work. I've written more songs that are bad than a lot of people have ever written songs. I've written hundreds of songs. So there's no way to get there. And I remember one day when I was like 18, stoned, writing a song, and it was one of the first times I wrote that, and I was like, that's pretty good. I actually kind of fuck with that. And then I went, wow, that took me all of this writing to get there. That was lying somewhere like in here. And I was like, what is waiting for me if I just keep writing? So that's what I've been doing, and I'm still in the active process of figuring out what it's going to sound like when I really tap into who I am, who these people are that are listening, and speak to them with a clarity that I'm still seeking. And Bloodwater was just one thus far that has kind of transcended the others and really mattered to people, and that's cool. It's cool. It's exciting.
I love Bloodwater. Yesterday I played Despicable, which I absolutely love. And I can't get out of here without talking to you about your collaboration with Mike Shinoda.
Cool.
Especially, people don't know this, but we've been chatting in the DMs, but I heard that's how you started talking to Mike Shinoda. It was a Instagram slide.
That's absolutely right. I was on the phone with my mom, and I'm not gonna lie, my eyes were kind of glazed over, and while we were speaking, she was on speakerphone, and I was just absentmindedly like on social media. I don't think I've ever told that to her, but it's not what I always do.
Sorry, Mom.
Usually I give her my full undivided attention. But as I was swiping around, I noticed that I was followed by Mike Shinoda from like Lincoln Park and from Fort Minor.
Yeah.
And, like, was a hugely influential. In the end, his verse on In the End, verse 1 of In the End was the first, my earliest hip hop memory that was untethered from my sisters or anything else, like me alone in the room and hip hop was Mike Shinoda. So when I first heard that he was following me or first saw that, I was like, I just assumed that he had like an intern or something that does it, but I was like, whatever, I'm still gonna shoot my shot.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta take a shot to make a shot.
Yeah.
Everybody in the room. So
I assumed a social media person was responding to me from your account.
Nope, that's me.
Know that it
So I just hollered at him and I let him know I really appreciated everything that he's done for mental health, for making people feel that it's okay not to be okay, and for all that he's done. Like when I look at what I'm doing in terms of synthesizing rock and hip hop and electronic music and finding where in this weird up Venn diagram I sit, I think that him and a couple other artists really paved the way for those intersections. So I just reached out to him to thank him for that, and then found out that it was him responding. So we got talking, and then we found out that we actually don't live that far from one another. We went and grabbed breakfast one day, and then, like, long story short, I ended up on his album. It remains insane to me.
Just grab breakfast with Mike
Got to hop on stage with him like a bunch of times. Opened for him at a couple shows. He's been an incredible mentor. He's a voracious music fan. He's a phenomenally talented guy. He cares a lot, and he's been helping me navigate a lot of the ups and downs of not just music, but how to take messages from your music and manifest them in real change for your fans. So I'm still working on how I'm going to do that, but I'm going to be unrolling more.
Hey, it's Lux, and I'm backstage at Point Fest with the Glorious Sons. What's up, guys?
How you doing?
This is your second Point Fest in a row.
Yep.
Not only were you invited once, but you've been invited back again. How has this day shaped up compared to last year?
It was a nice day.
Nice
Good
day?
crowd. Great
Yeah.
crowd.
Great
today.
crowd, yeah.
Good crowd, great
I
crowd.
needed that show today.
Did you?
Yep.
Where
I
were you guys?
didn't.
Brett didn't,
I could have
but I
just stayed
did.
home and done this. So where were you guys last night?
Oklahoma?
Good,
Yes,
good.
yes.
You know-
Rocklahoma.
Rocklahoma.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big festival.
Yeah.
Did you get to see any cool bands?
No.
No, we stayed in our bus and we left before tornado hit.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, really?
I don't think a tornado
it
actually
didn't
hit, but
hit,
there
but-
was like a
Bad weather?
Yeah,
just
bad
didn't
weather
wanna
warning.
Get hit by that one.
Never even seen a tornado, so I'm quite scared of them actually. To be
Now,
honest.
we have them quite often here in Missouri, but I have heard today's should be okay. So, but also maybe after the show,
Yeah, we'll leave.
leave the Midwest for a leave the Midwest for a little bit. May is not a great month.
Hunker
for
down
us.
in the casino.
Yeah.
Well, I know we talked about this the last time that we chatted. That you guys are hockey fans.
Not really, to be honest. Packer, our drummer, and Jesse, our guitar tech, are major Leafs fans. But I think we've both kind of grown out of it. It gets kind of spoon-fed to you.
Yeah.
you
Well,
know,
I was going to
from-
say, is it being a Canadian? That's like, is that like just a thing that everybody?
Yeah,
you
well,
expect?
it's a huge sport in the country, but I mean, I think there's a lot of people also that get sick of hearing about it.
Yeah.
And I'm one of those people. Yeah.
Oh, darn! Because I was going to say, here in St. Louis, going into the Stanley Cup Finals next
But
week.
you're playing my boys, the Bruins. I'm a Bruins fan.
What?
Yeah.
Where does that come from?
He's not a real hockey
Yes,
fan.
I
man.
am.
He's a
I'm a
he's a
Bruins
fan.
fraud.
Is
He's
he
a
lying to
liar.
me?
I'm a Patriots fan. I'm a Bruins fan.
He hasn't
I'm a
didn't
Celtics fan,
What?
even though I don't watch.
he didn't watch one single game
Bullshit.
all year.
Well, hey, I follow you guys on social media, and one of you tweeted out a great moment between the Las Vegas Knights and the San Jose Sharks. Just a nice nut shot, and I thought, oh god, these guys are hockey guys.
That's the extent of my fanship. Is that highlight right there? I love
cool.
that.
I watched it a few times over
Yeah.
last night, like
Yeah, it
a
was
few times.
brilliant.
It really was. Well,
Art.
this is something I do know about you. You're foodies.
Yeah, Jay
Hey.
is. I kind of follow in Jay's wake on that one.
Oh, yeah?
He's a big foodie.
Have you tried any of the St. Louis local foods the times that you've been here?
You know what? Yes, actually. Last time, I don't know. I can't tell this story actually.
Too bad.
We did go.
Last
out
time I
for,
was in a
like,
bathtub full of toasted wraps. Things got weird.
It involved a vape pen and up my nose, and then I
Oh, man.
blacked out while I was.
Jay's not very good at handling his weed. Neither am I. We're-
Smoke a vape pen up my nose, and then. So last time I was here, I was
That
gonna
must be the
like, yeah, we're gonna
Canadian way.
have
I'm not.
this
I'm not sure. I'm on
great-
that.
It got completely erased.
Gigantic lightweight, and he decided to smoke it up his nose for a night. And
Yeah. So
But that's a new. I mean, you must have loved everything you ate then,
meal of
right?
my fucking life.
I know
St. Louis food is so good.
I kind of didn't get a chance to eat that night. So
Oh no! So you've never tried gooey butter cake or?
I didn't know that was a real thing.
Oh god, it's butter and it's cake. As you
Sounds
can imagine,
pretty
it's
good.
gooey.
Does it taste like bread and butter? by
It
any
tastes
chance?
like sugar, like just pure
Oh.
sugar.
Cool. I mean, I'm in.
You guys had toasted raviolis? No.
no.
You've had regular raviolis, right?
Yeah.
Imagine them toasted and dipped like little fried pieces of
Okay,
goodness.
like deep fried.
Yeah, deep fried.
So our drummer, like, he goes to every city and like Googles what the like main
Yeah.
cultural food is, like the Chicago hot dogs.
You need one of those in every band, right?
Like he'll eat it even if it makes him sick. Every city.
He loves the hot dogs. They're friggin' disgusting.
It's
I love hot dogs.
A
Oh,
juicy
the
Lucy
Chicago
in
hot dogs don't
Minnesota.
look that
It's
good.
like it's all these
Yeah.
weird things that he eats, and it's just like, dude, that's not.
Oh,
that's
no.
It's just stuff people convince themselves is good over time. To be a
Yeah,
part of
is that what
something.
it is?
Kind of like being a Christian or something.
Yeah, you're like, it's good. It's just good. You know, we're all doing it. It's everywhere. It's all around us. We're in it.
All right, interview over.
No.
Radio edit.
No, I don't edit that out.
So, what do you guys eat on the bus then? Like, what do you guys? I mean, if hot dogs are out.
I try not to eat on the bus.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I saw a video where you made some mango salsa on the bus, and I'm
That
just
was
wondering.
me, and
Yeah, I'm wondering if I can get that recipe.
It didn't taste that good, to be honest. And it's Michelle's recipe, but I screwed it up royally. So, and it was for some cooking show, and we had to do something. So I tried that. I mean,
It looked better than it tasted then, I guess, because it looked good from my angle.
It was kind of like
Through
one of
the
those,
TV.
you know, when you make a meal for your mom and she says it's good.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it was like. It wasn't that good. It was just like a.
But I'd be like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's good.
It's a pity good.
You did a good job. Well, the last time you were here for Point Fest, my friend Mac interviewed you, and she asked you when you guys felt like you had made it, and your answer was that you were going to get to open for the Rolling Stones. And now you're going to be opening for the Rolling Stones again, but this time not in France, in Canada. Has that moment evolved for you now?
Yeah.
For sure.
We get an hour set. So last time we played 35 minutes. So
Oh, yeah.
that hour kind of like gives you some freedom to really
It's a real set.
do what you want. And I mean, on that huge stage in front of like 60,000 Canadians is going to be, I don't know, electrifying. And I get to kind of control them and make them do what I want.
Yeah.
And they know our music already.
Yes,
Like
yes,
a
yes.
natural step. Like, I mean,
And to get the call back.
yeah.
That's
To get
the other
call
thing.
back is a
France,
really,
They
It was
liked you
like-
so much that you get invited back. They don't. There's
they
only
liked
two
us
bands.
enough.
Yeah.
No
they
one in
liked you.
France knew who we were.
Oh,
like,
goodness.
Literally, it was like we have to prove to 70,000 people
Which
that
was
we're
fine.
good enough to be on the stage.
It's a challenge.
But in Canada, it's like we've already like kind of
Yeah.
got all the jitters out, and now we can just go and play in front of our home country and be like, all right, we've done this before. Let's go out and be ourselves and kick some
Yeah.
ass.
When was the last time you guys were home up north?
Well, not that long ago, probably like a month, 3 weeks ago.
Feels like 3
I
years.
feel like
but
I see. I was thinking it feels like it's been forever because you've just been touring so much.
No.
Yeah, we get little breaks here and there, though.
I don't know. We've had a good amount of time off. It just never seems like enough.
Never. What do you do when you do get
To me,
time
it
off?
seems like too much.
You just can't stop moving. Well, when you go home too,
Yeah.
it's weird because everybody else, your friends and family, have regular jobs.
Yeah.
So like
I
you
find
want to
that
hang
hard.
out and they are all doing things.
I find that hard. I just got my license, actually, which is a funny little fact. And I bought my first
Who's
car.
driving the bus tonight?
Not me.
No,
They don't
Brett-
trust me.
Brett would never be
blame
able to
him.
drive. Well, I mean,
Not drive something like that. But I got my license, so I get home now and I just drive around. I offer people rides. It's like I never come off tour.
Unofficial Uber.
Yeah.
What about you? What do you do when you're kicking it at home?
what do I do? I try.
I was gonna say, do you try and spend time apart
no.
for this? You know what I mean?
Oh, honestly, like
being
the-
siblings, being
the
in a band, being together all the
not
time.
Siblings wise, like Brett and I will hang out when the opportunity arises. But as a band, you know, like it's like we hit Kingston and we split. You know, we might see each other once in that time off. Brett and I will probably like
We hang out more.
reconnect.
Yeah.
You know,
We've
once a
always
week or
hung out,
something. Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
But you need that time apart as a band.
Yeah.
Because
You're in such
it's
close
such-
quarters for such a long time.
It's not a bad thing. But, you know, there is nights where we'll all come together and party. But when I'm at home, try to get off my tour life schedule. Like, just be normal for a minute. But
Shag his woman.
Go
yeah.
see some movies. Yeah, do the normal, you know, just normal things. I say movies, you say shag.
He's
it's
got a
fine.
dog, too. So
Oh, what kind of dog?
Oh, he's a little Jack Russell. You want to see that?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely. Absolutely, I do.
He's a very proud owner. His dog has an anxiety disorder, but he's a good boy. He does. He's a good boy.
Oh, he's so cute. You should take him on the road with you. He seems tiny.
He can't. No.
The guys from Palais Royale got a dog over there with headphones on.
Yeah, well, I think Senor might just have a heart attack on the
What's
road.
his name? What's his name?
Senor Brown.
Senior Brown. Well, he's a darling.
He is
dog.
a
He is.
darling.
He's a good boy.
I bet he'll be excited for you to get home.
Yeah.
So do you guys get to head home after this, or do you continue on?
We go on to Dallas tomorrow and then Austin.
It's not going to get hotter than this, I'm sure.
Will it?
Yeah, probably.
I don't mind the heat, though. It's
No, it's just the humidity.
good. Yeah.
I don't
And,
care
you
about
know,
any of it.
I'm starting to get a nice tan.
We're glistening.
Yeah.
We're shiny.
Not this cat.
He's white. He's white and cold.
How much sunscreen did you put on,
I don't
brother?
wear sunscreen. I
Straight
just
from
don't
the
spend
morgue.
very much time outside.
That's smart.
Jay will sit out there and burn himself and call it a tan.
Look at that.
I don't know. He's looking pretty
Golden
tan right now.
It's changed, but you should see how red he gets. People will walk by him and laugh.
Wrong.
Yes, that's
You can't tell they're brothers at all, right? Not at all, right?
the Trump wrong. What a great thing.
So what's going on musically for you guys now, moving forward?
A whole
We've
bunch.
got a bunch of stuff that we're not allowed to talk about.
It's okay. I mean, like any little hints, little
June.
little
We
stuff.
might have
June.
something coming up in June.
Good.
Yeah.
But we might not.
Well, we might.
But if you do, you would send it to St. Louis like right away, right? Because you love St. Louis.
I think we would.
Yeah.
We're like your second hometown.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
we'll
mean,
send it
you would
here.
pretty much consider yourself St. Louisans if you weren't Canadians, right?
Yeah, and if you don't play it, we'll never come back.
So, if I have my way, I'll play it. If I have my way. The Glorious Sons backstage at Point Fest. You guys are such a riot. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Cheers.
Hey, it's Blue October at Point Fest. Hello. All right. Sorry, I had to do that. No, that's all right. You do whatever you need.
We're
The next 10
back.
minutes are all about you.
Hey, Jeff's wife. Just want to say hi, Jeff's wife. Hi, Jeff's daughter. I love y'all.
So, okay, first and foremost, we were talking to Will just a second ago.
To Will, my boy.
Introducing me to Will.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that has become so apparent to me over time in meeting bands and talking to bands is that word chemistry. And how absolutely, positively crucial that is. And you can probably even like someone personally, but maybe not have that same musical connection. And it's got to be all of that.
It's got to be all
statement
that.
ever.
Yeah, you vibe with somebody. You can vibe with anybody, you know what I'm saying? But when you get musically, like the other night, take for instance, we played a show last night. And just backstage after the show, I was listening to some cool Miles Davis jazz, right? And then I went to Bill Evans jazz, and he sat down with me, and for 30 minutes, we just started discussing how piano and jazz and the art of rock and roll make us feel. And just by talking to us at the end of the conversation, we were going, woo, woo, I love what we do.
Yeah.
You know, and then when we're on stage, you can play chords, and this guy will go off. It's a chemistry thing. It's a bonding thing, but the true lesson for a new person in a band is whether you can live with them in the bus.
Right on. But you don't know that.
Some people don't shower, dog. Some people don't shower. Some people don't change their socks.
Okay, but then what do you do when you like a guy that you're auditioning with or what have you, but then you start to do shows and you're like,
You sit down with them and say, we need to have a real big talk. I love you. And you would tell me if I have a booger on my nose, right? And he'd say, yeah. And I'd say, you got a big booger on your nose. And it's called you need to take a shower.
and that's a legitimate conversation that you have had before.
Not with this guy.
No, well, right, because he's here.
Oh, yeah, not this guy. He smells good. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the single here. I Hope You're Happy is doing incredibly well nationally. We're having a great run with it. And I got to be very honest with you, and please don't be mad at me when I say this. The very first time that I heard that song, I thought, this is not at all what I would think Blue October to be. And when I came back to it the second and third time, I was like, ooh, this is another direction, and I like it a lot. And it just grows every time.
Exactly.
So is that, I mean, was it a purposeful, like, sort of right turn?
We all grew up on so many different styles of music. And like I said, we discussed jazz, opera, hip hop, urban rock is our foundation, and alternative rock is our foundation. So when we went into the studio this time, we wanted to write music like, remember when we were growing up and you'd watch a movie like Pretty in Pink or something like that, and Ducky was in love with that chick, or John Cusack held the radio up and played In Your Eye. We wanted to write an album like that, but with some balls behind it. So I Hope You're Happy was that song. So we just wanted to slap a little bit of groove on it and just play it outside of the box.
And what I find to be very fascinating, and we can, talk about as much or little of this as you want, but I mean, you are locked in to know how this record is doing. Like, because sometimes we get bands that'll be like, oh, we're at number 17 on the chart. That's awesome. We're up 50 spins, and they know what's going on. And then some bands are just like, oh, it's out there and it's happening, but you're locked in, man.
We watched the chart on it. Like, Paul right now is outside checking you checking the daily right now? Where are we sitting, bro? There you go.
Look at that.
Positive spins. We got our bullet back, baby. That's all our conversation is. My wife has to tell me and Paul, his wife, the same thing. Put your phone down. Stop checking media base.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? So.
But does that take any of the fun out of it for you, though? Like, no?
My whole thing is Paul will kill me. I don't want to be number one. I don't have to be definition of success, and I'll speak for you guys too, because we've all discussed it, is having a roof over our heads, having kids that are healthy, having wives that love us, we love them, and having these adoring, amazing supporters. That's it. you playing us is this added blessing and bonus. So it's just like, I can't believe we're here, and every day is this new exciting thing.
How long does it take you to get to that, though? You know what I'm saying? To get to where you, because it sounds like there's definitely that you get it, you love it, but there's a genuine appreciation happening here, too, of it.
There is, because back in 2007, when we had a lot of songs hitting really hot and going, when you hit number one, you go through this thing where you always are competing with that one again. When you stay around number 15, 14, you have this dodge and weave thing where you're still cool and you can still surprise people with another single. You know, that's where I'm at. My manager probably wants to kill me right now because he wants number one. But like I said, the fact that we rolled up today and we said, y'all remember in 2000 when we played Point Fest, and it was our first festival gig in 2000, and we were the band when the gates opened. Y'all let us play next to a Bud Light stand, and the gates opened and we played James and Angel and Breakfast After 10, and we were just like, we've made it. You know, that exciting. We don't ever want to lose that vibe, and we're not. We love each other, and we love y'all, and all that. I'm going to let somebody else speak.
Well, first of all, we're going to learn, for next Point Fest, I think we're going to bring 20 microphones just to make sure that everybody is taken care of. So I'm really sorry that that we don't get those. But with this said, you know, you talk about playing your first Point Fest. St. Louis has seemingly always been a spot that you guys have really, I mean, you have just really resonated here.
We have lots of fun in this town. Absolutely, every time we come.
Yeah, and we absolutely love having
you know, the only reason that we resonate in this spot is, and I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh God, I love you, is because you're playing us. That's, people don't get that.
Well, and they have over the years. I mean, from the first single, Breakfast After 10, to, and there may have been a few that you did or not, but we're all still here together, and we keep coming back. You keep asking us back, and we love it. I mean, we have memories from almost 20 years ago at Point Fest, and that's amazing.
Yeah, and you just are one of those bands that like, and you're not, it's not like the feeling like a local band, like I know you and you're my buddies, but like it has that sort of like, like our buddies, like like sort of that sense to it, and it just makes it that much better and makes these interviews that much more fun, and the sets that much more fun as well. Real quick before we're done, talk a little bit about the doc. Oh, damn it, two things. Record, when are we getting it? And talk about the documentary.
Okay, so check it out. August 17th, the record is coming out, but if you pre-order it right now, you get 2 free songs, and every month we're going to give you another song. So you'll have 5 songs by the time the album is released. Documentary, a lot of people are like, when is it going to be done? It has to be perfect. We've been filming for 6 years now, and it's one of the most precious things that we've ever laid our hands on. So we're going to be getting it out this year, but it's got to be perfect. So as soon as it's perfect, it'll be done.
I love this era of technology in the sense that there are more music documentaries than ever.
It's
and
amazing.
as just a total music nerd, it is so fantastic to learn. I mean, because sometimes there's docs you're watching about bands that you don't even necessarily care about, but you get locked in for whatever reason. That happened with me and the Eagles. I'm not a big Eagles guy.
Me too.
And that documentary was great and totally fascinating. Then I put a bunch of Eagles on my my phone for a while. Then I took them off like 2 weeks later. So
have you seen the Peter Gabriel? What is it? Classic albums. Oh my God!
Did he do it for So?
Yes, for So.
No, I
we
haven't
got the
seen that
chance.
one.
This is how good life is, dog. Let me tell you how good life is. Then I'll leave you alone. We were in Germany, right? And I said, man, I would love to go see that studio that he recorded So in. And they said, well, it's only an hour away. And we drove there. We're UK. Well, I don't know. But we drove there. We drove our bus down there, and we got to visit his studio where he recorded all his albums. And I just sat out there and said, if life ain't good, baby, you got a problem.
That is something else.
It's something else, man.
We just get to, and I'm not even in a band, but I get to do stuff that I'm like, this is really ridiculous.
Right?
It's like, this is really absolutely ridiculous. You know?
Yeah.
So it's a pinch yourself thing.
It is.
Gentlemen, Blue October, we love having you
Thank
here.
you.
Thank
God
you
bless.
so much,
Thank you so
guys.
much.
Very much.
Thank you.
Blue October backstage at Point Fest.
Peace. All right, we're clear. That was brilliant. Thanks.
That was awesome, man.
in a time where my Catalina, I don't spend my last buck on a title of my first come, my first love, where we got my first rub, where we did the first drugs. And the bikers and the vodkas that I grew up with, trying to steal the my zapatas that they give me shit for never being home for parties and the weekend trips. Fuck it, then I'm coming over, man, I'll be there quick. You keep telling me to make it, yeah, to the spot where we would stay lit. Finished bottles never wasted. That's where I'm from. Old school mixtape, that's all I need. I'm killing that low ride Sunday. That's all I need. Everybody sing. There ain't no place I'd rather be. I'm talking about right here, right now. That's all I need.
Well, this reminds me of a good time back in the day. Rolling through the neighborhood, must have been a Sunday. Caddy with the bench seat for an East Road City. Scarlet Begonia, cigarettes roll. The bossins in the back would make it sound so sweet. The drop Cadillac could make you dance to the beat. I love the way it feels when the sun shines down on me.
I'm feeling like old school lipstick. That's all I need. I'm killing that low ride Sunday. That's all I need. Everybody sing. There ain't no place I'd rather be. I'm talking about right here, right now. That's all I need. Everybody like, oh, 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 oh. That's all I need. Everybody like, oh, 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 oh. That's all I need. You keep telling me to make it to the spot where we were stay lit. Finished bottles never wasted. That's where I'm from. Everybody's coming to the show tonight? Okay. I'm feeling like old school mixtape. That's all I need. I'm killing that low ride Sunday. That's all I need. Everybody sing. There ain't no place I'd rather be. I'm talking about right here, right now. That's all I need. Everybody like, ooh, oh, oh, oh. That's all I need. Everybody like, ooh, oh, oh, oh. That's all I need. Everybody like, ooh, oh, oh, oh. That's all I need. Ooh, oh, oh, oh. That's all I need. Thank you, guys. We will see you tonight in 5 minutes.
All right, it's Rizz. It's Jeff Burton backstage at Point Fest with Eric and Jeff from Stone Temple Pilots.
All right, how you doing today?
Good, how are you?
You seem like you're like a morning radio show where you're all
A
amped
lot
up
of-
on caffeine.
Did you know I do a morning radio show?
do?
Yeah.
All right.
And a lot of cocaine.
Yeah. Hey,
Good morning. Actually, good afternoon. Hi.
it's kind of morning. That's why
To
I'm
me,
commenting
yeah.
on that. Yeah.
So how have the shows been so far? I mean, Jeff's the new guy. So what hazing has been going on, or any?
You ever see Full Metal Jacket?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bars of soap and
Yeah.
socks?
No, we haven't been doing that. But I just wondered if you saw the movie.
Of course I did.
It's a great movie.
He's
And
just a big fan of the movie.
I thought we were going to talk about Stanley Kubrick today because that.
Oh, we
you know,
can. We
yeah,
can. What do you
because
wanna
he's
know?
so just how great he was.
He was great.
Yeah.
He was great. No, seriously, no hazing? We don't do any of that stuff still?
No,
Or are we too
he's-
old for that?
We're not never too old for that. That's,
You're just not talking about it, is what it
yeah.
is.
Well, no, and he's doing such a great job. So.
He is.
Yeah.
He is fantastic. And
Yeah.
one of the things about being the new guy, and I've been the new guy before, talk about reaction from the fans, reaction from everybody else being that new guy.
Yeah, ultimately, that's not even up to me, so it's not something I can really control. All I can really control is going out there and just presenting STP at the best of my ability, which is all I really try to do. I'm not trying to be anything I'm not. Just try to go up there and do the songs justice and do them the way they made me feel when I heard them, growing up and through my musical journeys. Listening to Stone Temple Pilots had a huge influence on me. So.
Who did you listen to growing up?
Oh man, Simon and Garfunkel, Gordon Lightfoot, the Carpenters. My dad's record collection was very instrumental in my songwriting and my base of where I started from. And then, as I got older and was in bands, I was always the guitar player. I never wanted to be the center of attention. It's funny how that works out, but it was when Core came out. It was the same year that was the year I put down the guitar for a whole year and didn't pick one up, and all I did was concentrate on vocals. And it wasn't because of them, but it just happened to be that same time, and front men like Scott and people like that, and just seeing how that worked and how great it was. And I'm like, you know what? That's what I want to do.
So what's great is he was just mentioning his influences and when he was growing up with Simon Garfunkel and Gordon Lightfoot, and then you throw in Fleetwood Mac, Elton John, stuff that was pop in the 70s. When I was a kid, it was more of a singer-songwriter kind of influence, even though that was considered pop radio. But that's what we all grew up on. So that whole concept of the songwriting, the presentation, that's deep in our DNA. So I think that
making it about the song. And
make it about the song. And I think he's just kind of tapping into that.
So the new record came out last month, which congratulations. I mean, it sounds great. The reviews have been amazing on it. I'm sure there was there a hesitation to even keep the name Stone Temple Pilots moving forward?
No, not at all.
I mean, was there much backlash? Or did you hear about it? I mean,
I didn't hear about it. I read about it, but I didn't hear about it.
So, I mean,
no one would say that to my face, but they, but the little trolls would be on there.
Yeah,
just
of course,
typing away,
of course.
Just going, all right, this is cool. This is cool.
Was it always a thing like, hey, we're going to keep on moving forward with the Stone Temple Pilots name? Or was there even a thought of, hey, you know what, Scott's not here anymore, Chester's not here anymore?
No, we have such deep love and respect for him, but it was, as far as moving forward, that's a whole different topic. But we definitely, every day, we talk about Chester and talk about Scott and how much we appreciate them as artists, as humans, and what they contributed and the times we had together.
Was there even a thought of saying, that's it, it's over?
Oh, yeah.
So what was the decision to keep moving forward?
It's just when you come out of the depression, when you come out of the sadness.
Because there was a lot of sadness and sorrow.
Yeah. I mean, you think about everything. It's like it's just kind of like any breakup would be, where you're totally depressed and you hate yourself, you hate everything, you hate the world, and you just kind of come out of the haze and say, you know what, we have a lot to contribute. We have a lot of joy in what we do, and we want to share it with everybody. And there's a lot of people that still want to see it and appreciate the shows. Our shows have been sold out ever since.
You guys look tremendously happy on stage. Yeah. And hearing some of the stuff that, I mean, as a Stone Temple Pilots fan for many, many years, hearing songs that I've never heard played live before, like, Silver Gun Superman. I've never heard that song played live before.
Yeah, that's great. And then we were just playing in Nashville last night, and the way he sang Atlanta.
Atlanta's
it was incredible.
Another great song. Yeah. Sex and Violence I haven't heard in a long, long time. These are songs that have kind of been resting for a long time, and now you're bringing them back with your own style, which is great. But everybody looks happy on stage.
It's working.
So far, so good.
We're having a grand old time,
Then you're gonna see us
until the sock full of nickels.
But the sock full of soap, you don't really get bruised too bad. It's more of a deep internal bruise.
Oh, I could just imagine you guys just throwing the blanket over and just holding them down on the bunk.
You're giving him ideas, is what you're doing.
I know.
If he starts hearing Joker on the bus, he's going to start to get scared.
So, Jeff, for you, I mean, you guys went through a year and a half audition process.
Yeah, it was a long, long time.
So how did you come up with Jeff here?
Jeff, he did not actually submit his songs to us through the internet. He was
the other 20,000 plus people did.
20,000 plus?
Robert was on tour with the Hollywood Vampires, and he was up in Detroit. And someone mentioned, you got to check out Jeff over here. And then so we got a hold of Jeff. He came out and auditioned and knocked it out. Just came in and just killed it.
What were your thoughts on the way to that audition, to that first time?
Well, when they first started their search, I was overseas with a completely different band doing my own thing, and so it wasn't something that I was like, oh my God, I got to go do that. I'm like, they'll find a guy and it'll be great, And then I got back, and it was months later, and they still hadn't found anyone. I'm like, I almost felt like a sense of duty. You know? Like I have to show up and come do this.
And if I didn't do it,
I just have to get myself in the room.
Right.
And then they can make the decision from there, and that's pretty much what happened.
Yeah, if you didn't do it, you'd regret it.
I would regret it.
It's like the time I went skydiving. Somebody asked me to go skydiving, and I was like, if I don't
go, he gave me those bricks and said, just do it, Jeff. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Remember that?
What songs did you sing for the audition?
First song I sang was Piece of Pie because I didn't, that was the one I knew the least. I'm like, if I can get that one out of the way. And apparently I'm the only person who picked that song first, yeah?
First, yeah.
Because I'm like, if I can do that song first and get it out of the way, it had nothing to do with the range of the song. It had just to do with, I was literally studying it on the way over there in the Uber. And I'm like, let's get this one over with. And then from then on, it was, man, I know Trippin' was in there, Interstate Love Song, Big Empty maybe? I can't remember. There were 7 of them, but I'd have to go back and look through my
I don't know,
notes.
For us, it was kind of like speed dating, you know, there'd be 3 or 4 a day, and that'd be like 7 or 10 days straight. So it was like, so I don't remember exactly what songs, I just remember who was amazing.
All right, so
and he was amazing.
20,000 entries. How many times did you have to hear somebody attempt to do Plush?
Plush was a lot, but Interstate was probably the
that was the
did
one?
most. Yeah, and then they did a lot
Vaseline
of
was
tripping
in
too.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Vaseline was in it too. Some were really outstanding. One guy did a version of Plush, and it was all on keyboards.
Oh, really?
It was so great to hear, because like when you just hear person after person, it's so disappointing.
And you got the standout.
Yeah, and all of a sudden we just heard one that was just on keyboard, but he didn't sing. He just played the whole song instrumentally, and it was like, oh, this is great. So we put it up on the website, like, thank you.
Yeah, just for something different, for God's sakes. It's amazing to see you guys out and playing shows and being happy on stage, and I cannot wait to see you guys later on this evening.
Can't wait to do it.
There was a time when we never thought we would see this ever again, so this is fantastic. It's fantastic.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been going really good too, man. We've been doing quite a few festivals this month, and last night was in Nashville. And speaking of Piece of Pie, the way you sang that last night, it was really incredible. It was like one of the few times where I just went, holy shit.
Really?
As I'm playing. Yeah. Not for me or guitar or bass, you know, I've been hearing all that, you know, for 30 years, but to hear his vocals on that one, I was really blown away.
Are you playing that tonight?
I believe so, yeah.
Damn, right. Damn.
Yeah.
It's
It's become a part of our thing because it was the first song that we played together, so it's kind of
Awesome.
become important for that reason.
I can't wait. It's Eric, it's Jeff, it's Stone Temple Pilots playing today here at Point Fest. Backstage, it's Rizz, it's Jeff for 105.7 The Point.
All right, brothers.
Thank you.
Hey, it's Lux, and I'm backstage at the first Ho-Ho show of the season with Grandson.
Woo!
Grandson with a lowercase g specifically, which I definitely screwed up on Instagram the other day. That's my bad.
Everybody gets one.
Thank you. I hear the name has a sort of sentimental meaning. Can you explain that and the choice to go with the lowercase g?
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to. I think the whole thing was like I wanted when people heard it for the first time, I wanted people to feel that it was familiar for them in the way that rock and roll and blues music was familiar for me, because I grew up very much influenced by blues music, then got super into hip hop and felt that rock and roll wasn't speaking to me in the lyrics, in the aesthetic. I just never felt like I fit in this community. So I kind of took this detour through hip hop and electronic music. And then when it became time to kind of find my voice as an artist, something about the kind of cathartic energy of like a live band really spoke to me, and I got really influenced by different artists like the Beatles and Nirvana and Rage Against the Machine and Jimi Hendrix. And so I wanted a name that felt familiar in the way that rock and roll was for me. And I had like a bunch of names going, and they were all really, really, really bad. And I think it's really hard for anybody to think of their name for their thing. And I was talking to my manager about it, and my grandfather had passed away a couple months earlier, and my manager had a dream that he was side stage, and I was called Grandson. So he sent me an email in January of 2016 with the like header, "What about Grandson?" And I've been called Grandson ever since.
Well, it's really nice. I think it's a nice name. It's easy for me to say on the radio, so I gotta say I appreciate you there, and it really is familiar. And the lowercase g was just aesthetics. I mean, as an artist, it's not just about the music. I'm sure it's about everything, the whole way you're presented. I mean,
I feel kind of conflicted about the whole thing, because part of me really does pay a lot of attention to aesthetics, but another part of me is like, this is me. I know there are things I could do that could be more outlandish or more controversial or polarizing in how I present myself on social media or what I dress like, that would maybe be more in line with the music I make, but I don't really give a fuck about any of that. I think that all I can do is just be as honest as possible. But I don't really think I had much of an idea of what the I was doing when I chose to make it a lowercase g. I think that, again, it was about familiarity. It was about, like, trying to keep the ego out of it, and in some way a capital letter meant that to me, and I don't really care anymore. But it's what it is, and there's something familiar and underdog feeling to me when bands don't care enough to have proper punctuation.
I mean, you said the Beatles were,
Shouts out, you know? But at first we were thinking of doing like a period at the end of it,
Yeah,
or
it's
like
like-
exclamation mark, that'll show them. Nothing's more punk
every
rock
time-
than
every
a
time I'm
fucking
with,
semicolon or something, I don't know. So.
I feel that way every time I'm with your label mates Panic at the Disco. I'm like, Panic, exclamation point.
Yeah, right,
Grandson
let's
period.
get hype, you know? So
Grandson
one day we'll do a
semi-
crossover and it'll be a period and then a
People will lose
exclamation
it.
mark.
They'll lose it.
I'm down.
So you explained a little bit about why you make the music you do, obviously trying to find where you fit in and something that speaks to you because you weren't finding that in what was out there already. But what made you decide to, literally as a career path, choose music? You moved to Los Angeles. What was the catalyst moment for like, you know what, I'm just full-fledged, I'm going in, I'm doing it?
I don't really think I had very many other options that I realistically considered. I always felt two things really strongly. Number one, I always felt that the life that I get to live is unbelievably lucky, privileged, growing up in the community I got to grow up in, with the opportunities that I got. I always felt like the best way to honor that would be to do big shit, whatever that meant. Like, I wanted to do something that mattered to me and mattered to other people, because I think that's the best way to pay respect to the opportunity that we get to live this life every single fucking day. It's pretty awesome. That was one of the things.
I think you saw my head. Everyone just saw my head explode with that. That's
and then simultaneously, I always listened to music ever since I was a kid. Maybe it was because my family had music around. My dad was always making music. My mom was playing the piano. I always felt that music had this conversational element. I know that if anyone takes the time to be sitting at home on YouTube or wherever the fuck, looking up an interview with some artist, it's because they feel connected to the music. But I had this weird thing in my brain that might not have even been like good, but I always felt that music was literally speaking to me, and I always felt that I had a responsibility or like an urge to talk back and to make that an ongoing conversation. So that was just kind of inevitable. Like, I would learn chords on a guitar from somebody else's song and then go try and structure those chords and tell a new story. That was just what I did. Really, really bad for a long time.
That's how we all start out.
Yeah.
Everything, right?
And I watched the movie That Thing You Do. Random ass Tom Hanks directed movie. Have you seen that movie?
I love that movie so much.
Classic movie. Nobody knows that movie. Everyone thinks I'm so weird. But that movie, That Thing You Do, and the song, that was it. I saw that, I was like, being in a band is cool. Getting your song heard on the radio is super cool. That moment where his dad works at a radio store, and they all run to the store and turn up the music and dance in the record store. I was like, let's fucking go. Though I was 10 years old and making trash music at the time. It took me 15 years, but now my song's on the radio.
Have you
what
had
do you
that
think about
moment?
that, Tom Hanks?
Yeah, Tom. So have you had that moment where you've been listening and it just pops on the radio and you're
Hell
like,
yeah.
that's
I
me.
fucking have. I've had a bunch of moments like that.
Describe it. What was it like the first time
I've
you
had
heard
a
it?
couple moments like that over the last couple years. The first time I actually had my mom hear a song on the radio I was a part of was actually not my own song. It was a song I had written with and for another artist. It was like a pop song. But I was actually, the first time I heard my own song on the radio was in Los Angeles, California. And it was announced that it was going to be the, shouts out Ted Stryker, it was going to be the Striker 420.
Stryker's my dude.
Gotta
That's
give
my
a quick
dude.
shout out, because I know he's going to take the bragging
That's
rights
my
on that.
homie. I love
So I
that
think
guy.
we found out
Yes.
that Bloodwater was going to be that song. It was sometime in 2017, I think. Or 2018, I don't even know anymore. And I remember like looking around being like, where do I listen to music anymore? I don't even know. And
Get in your car.
Exactly.
The radio's still there.
I don't have a car though in LA.
no.
My
Yeah, you might
roommate
not, yeah.
does. He was like sitting passed out on the couch and I started shaking. And it was gonna be it played at 420.
Yeah.
I look up and it's like 419. And I run over, I'm like, where's your Prius keys music? And he's like, he hands me the
Like
keys.
you said, it was a Prius.
Grab it, sprinted out, put in the keys, just caught the bridge till the end of the song, got so hyped, and it felt good. But as I've learned so many times over and over again, every single spot in my musical journey thus far that I thought was a destination is actually just a mile marker on a marathon. I keep waiting for that feeling that's like going to be like, I'm officially now a new human being. I have somehow been freed of all of my like insecurity and imposter syndrome by this one moment, and I don't think that exists for anybody.
No.
I think that it's all just internal work to like let go, and so.
How many years fully have you been working on Grandson?
I started working on Grandson in January of 2016, and the first song came out, Bills came out September 14th or 15th of 2016. So it's been a little over 2 years.
Well, I'm not a musician. I don't make music, but I've been in radio 12 years, and I still feel like I'm an imposter all the time.
Of
so
course.
I can't tell you that that's going to go
I think
away.
that a lot of that has to do with, I think it was Ira Glass that was talking about, you don't start doing anything with passion unless you have good taste. You hear something, your taste is good, you go, I like that, that's why I want to do it, but there's going to be that gap between that which you can make and that which you were inspired by, and that might never be closed fully, but the only thing that closes that gap is just time, is effort, it's songs, it's bad segments or failed podcasts. I've done so many things that didn't work. I've written more songs that are bad than a lot of people have ever written songs. I've written hundreds of songs. So there's no way to get there. And I remember one day when I was like 18, stoned, writing a song, and it was one of the first times I wrote that, and I was like, that's pretty good. I actually kind of fuck with that. And then I went, wow, that took me all of this writing to get there. That was lying somewhere like in here. And I was like, what is waiting for me if I just keep writing? So that's what I've been doing, and I'm still in the active process of figuring out what it's gonna sound like when I really tap into who I am, who these people are that are listening, and speak to them with a clarity that I'm still seeking. And Bloodwater was just one thus far that has kind of transcended the others and really mattered to people, and that's cool. It's cool. It's exciting.
Well, I love Bloodwater. Yesterday I played Despicable, which I absolutely love. And I can't get out of here without talking to you about your collaboration with Mike Shinoda.
Cool.
Especially, people don't know this, but we've been chatting in the DMs, but I heard that's how you started talking to Mike Shinoda. It was a Instagram slide.
That's absolutely right. I was on the phone with my mom, and I'm not gonna lie, my eyes were kind of glazed over, and while we were speaking, she was on speakerphone, and I was just absentmindedly like on social media. I don't think I've ever told that to her, but it's not what I always do.
Sorry, Mom.
Usually I give her my full undivided attention. But as I was swiping around, I noticed that I was followed by Mike Shinoda from like Linkin Park and from Fort Minor, and like, was a hugely influential. In the End, his verse on In the End, verse 1 of In the End was the first, my earliest hip hop memory that was untethered from my sisters or anything else, like me alone in the room, and hip hop was Mike Shinoda. So when I first heard that he was following me or first saw that, I was like, I just assumed that he had like an intern or something that does it, but I was like, whatever, I'm still gonna shoot my shot. You know, you gotta take a shot to make a shot. Everybody in the room. So
I assumed a social media person was responding to me from your account.
Nope, that's me.
Know that it is.
So I just hollered at him and I let him know I really appreciated everything that he's done for mental health, for making people feel that it's okay not to be okay, and for all that he's done. Like when I look at what I'm doing in terms of synthesizing rock and hip hop and electronic music and finding where in this weird up Venn diagram I sit, I think that him and a couple other artists really paved the way for those intersections. So I just reached out to him to thank him for that, and then found out that it was him responding. So we got talking, and then we found out that we actually don't live that far from one another. We went and grabbed breakfast one day, and then, like, long story short, I ended up on his album. It remains insane to me.
Just grab breakfast with Mike Shinoda.
Got to hop on stage with him, like, a bunch of times. Opened for him at a couple shows. He's been an incredible mentor. He's a voracious music fan. He's a phenomenally talented guy. He cares a lot, and he's been helping me navigate a lot of the ups and downs of not just music, but how to take messages from your music and manifest them in real change for your fans. So I'm still working on how I'm going to do that, but I'm going to be unrolling more for what is XX Resistance, for what is these messages of empowerment and agency and youth advocacy over the next 24 months, and I'm pretty f***ing stoked about it.
Well,
and I appreciate you taking the time.
You just got me all freaking stoked about it, guys.
Let's do it.
I want to have just a bit of fun with you, if that's okay, just
Let's
before
do
we
it.
get out of here. I know
Let's get weird.
This is a long one, but it's the holiday season, so if you don't mind doing a this or that with me.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. Let's see. Find you by the fire or find you in a snow fort?
Ooh, fire.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Gifts and things or experiences and time spent?
Experiences and time spent.
Hey. Holiday music on repeat or holiday movies on repeat?
Oh man, I think that there is fire holiday music, but if it was on repeat, I would. It's like my version of like waking up in a Saw dungeon.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what would be
nightmare.
happening. So I'm gonna do holiday movies.
All right, last one. White winter or warm winter?
White winter.
Yeah, that's because you're from New Jersey by way of Canada, then all
Yep.
the way down to Los Angeles. And I know incredibly too much about grandson, so if you didn't
No.
get it from this interview, just feel free to ask me.
Right here.
Go
Lux,
get his tunes.
grandson, The Point,
Request him.
St. Louis, tonight.
I cannot wait
Young
to
the
see you
Giant.
perform.
It's going down. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much.
Bam.
Yeah.
Bam.
Bye.
Backstage at Point Fest, and this is, I gotta say, of all of the interviews that I've done, as far as the placement in conjunction with the show, this one is a little different because there's not going to be a show here tonight, but we've got Highly Suspect here to join us. So, gentlemen, hello, and I'm gonna make this probably pretty awkward for all of us.
Happy to be here. Grateful to be here.
Well, it's absolutely wonderful to see you guys again, and it has been a spell since we have heard new Highly Suspect music. All right, so I want to know when there's something new work. I mean, what do you got? There's got to be something going on. You got to have a single. You got to have a record.
June
There's gotta be something.
22nd. You heard it fucking here first, right here on the point.
Ooh.
June 22nd. I'm not
like
going
it.
to give you the name of the song, though.
Okay,
But that'll be the first single.
All right, I'm going to do this, though. I will admit, though, I heard the song yesterday, and it's freaking fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. Oh, we're on your Instagram Live? You do not want to be on the Instagram Live with me, man. I'm not a guy that's made for camera. I am the face for radio if there ever was an example.
I think you're
of that.
beautiful.
Well, I
June
appreciate that.
22nd, and we are so fucking bummed about not being able to play today because, you know, maybe you would have gotten a little tease.
I think we would have. That's your way of saying you were going to play the new song in the set.
I just said maybe. I don't know.
So, like, but it's been a while since we've had a chance to, like, kind of hang out and stuff and see you guys roll through town. What, like, what have you been up to? What have you been doing? Has there been anything new going on in the life, in the world? Catch us up.
Yeah, tons. I mean, my brother and I moved to Nashville. We built a studio in it, and then we got to work on the record, and that took a long time. Yeah, I mean, it was honestly just nice to be off the road for a little bit. We toured for like 6 years straight or something like that, and it was just nice to take a little break. And
We got really good at Apex.
Yeah.
That's the new development.
yeah, Apex Legends. It's
A lot of Netflix,
awesome.
a lot of Grubhub.
Oh,
and
man.
it's just been a honestly, like, it's a bum out that everything happened, but I think it was necessary because we wrote probably the best album any of you have ever heard. So that's it.
So was most of the writing and all this stuff done in Nashville at your place, Ryan?
We kind of bounced back and forth. Johnny's in LA, so we were going back and forth between the two, and it just took our time with it. And I think that's like the best part about it is that you shouldn't rush art, and we didn't. So we made something that we're really, really happy with.
But guys, that's kind of hard because you're in a bit of a business in which that when you have a successful single, the next thing is okay, when's the next one coming? So how do you balance?
You just stop giving a fuck.
Well, I guess that's probably it, though. But seriously, I mean, like, not even as a joke. Like, really, you probably have
You
to
have
do
to.
that at some point.
If we wanted to rush out music to elicit fame, we could have chosen that path.
Mm-hmm.
We care about the art. We care about what we put out. It's quality over quantity. So we said, no, fuck it, we're going to take our time. I think we've established, without sounding like too much of a jerk, we've established this point in our career where it's okay if we take 2.5 years and people wait as long as something's really good. You know what I mean? As opposed to like Lana Del Rey, that type of like, take your time with it as opposed to pop it out, because we have things that we really want to say. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean? And that you need life experience in order to say them. You have to go through experience. You have to have thoughts and opinions on subjects. Or you could just be like, my girl and my car and my dog, but like, you know.
Absolutely
That
so.
ain't us.
But I find it very odd, though, man, because not all bands have that same sort of mentality. And I feel like some bands will kind of allow themselves to, I don't want to say be manipulated by that system, but I mean, I'm sure you guys have friends in bands, man, that are trying to like push and push and push. How did you guys get to the point where you were like, no, we're going to do this our way, or we're not going to friggin' do this?
I think it's always been that way, and we're so fortunate and blessed to work with people that respect that about us. And while we do get pushed, we don't get told, so to speak, in like a bad way. You know what I mean? We feel like with our management, with our label, with everyone, it's partners. And then there's the fact that like we're also fortunate enough that we had, we're not like wealthy people, but we can survive for a couple years, just kind of like living for a couple years. I mean, we're pretty much at the end of the rope right now, but that's like thanks to you guys. That's thanks to radio stations and people that actually push and promote and have gotten us to this point where like we've become a thing, So thank you.
To this point.
Yeah.
I
to
gotta
this
tell you.
point fast.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I was in Asheville actually last weekend for the very first time. I had never been, and I had a chance to see a show at the Brooklyn Bowl. And what an absolutely incredible freaking room that is. And why aren't there more venues where we can bowl and watch rock bands? Because I would sign up for that virtually every time I could.
Let's make one right here in St. Louis.
I love it.
So Brooklyn Bowl is like, it's near and dear to my heart. I mean, still live in Brooklyn, but
So the original Brooklyn Bowl.
yeah.
Yeah.
I go there all the time.
And see all kinds of manners and shows. I saw the band Turnstile.
Yeah,
they're
Turnstile's
awesome.
great.
Holy.
I threw fried chicken at Gary Clark Jr.'s fucking leg at Brooklyn Bowl. I just remembered that.
Wow. Why did you do that?
Well, it was his
Alcohol.
chicken, and we were backstage, and I didn't mean to. By the way, it wasn't like, hey, let me throw this chicken at your leg. It was like we were backstage. The London Souls were opening up for Gary Clark at the Brooklyn Bowl, and they invited us back because we're friends with them. And we're really drunk. I think we're like 24, 25 years old, and we're just eating all their chicken, And he came back, and he was like, hey, you ate all my chicken. And I'm so wasted. And I just tried to throw the chicken into the actual bucket, but it rolled down his chino. It wasn't a good look. Like, I'm still to this day, I'm horrified about it. Gary, I'm sorry.
Because you can't really apologize out of that one.
I've apologized like 5 times in the past.
He was in the middle of a interview with Rolling Stone.
He was.
Yeah. And
Wow.
Rich was like Homer Simpson into the bush. Just like, no.
It was terrible and traumatizing. And but I've seen him a few times since over the years, and I'm always like, hey, Gary, I'm still so sorry about the chicken incident.
He doesn't care. He's living in a mansion back out in
he's like-
Texas,
he's like,
marrying a
who the fuck
supermodel.
are you?
He's
fine.
doing all right.
He's fine.
He's doing all right. That is, wow. That's because as you're telling that story, I'm trying to think of something in which that maybe I have done in that sort of vein, being drunk or anything. But like where that comes into play for me, unfortunately, is if I meet a band and I've had a couple of beers, like I did this with Jimmy Eat World, and I was like, you guys helped me so much, and you helped me through my divorce, and the next day I woke up and I said, why, man? And so now, anytime I see the Jimmy Eat World guys, I just am filled with shame. And I know they don't remember me, you know what I mean? But still, I just feel like I'm better than
I
that.
did that with Josh Homme in Sacramento, California, because he was playing drums for Eagles of Death Metal. And I just froze up and just started talking about how much I love his music and how it means so much to me. And he's just like, all right, well, I don't know what to say to that. And I just ruined it.
It happens. We all bomb. We're all nerds.
You have to do
Everyone's
it
a nerd.
to then not do it.
100%.
You
So
know?
I interviewed Josh Homme a couple years ago, and it was a total, lifer amazing moment. But I have really bad, this is going to sound so cool, I have really bad asthma, and he smokes cigarettes. And during the interview, he was chain smoking. And so, you can hear my wheezing get worse as the interview goes on. But there's nothing that I could do about it. We were in this small room, and he's just... And he's
Chiefing him.
And he's being cool. He's being nice, talking about everything. So I don't want to stop, but I also
Can't breathe.
I also can't breathe. So that going back and listening to that is something that I go, whoo. I'm just happy that I'm still kind of kicking after that one. Well, gentlemen, I really hope to see you again soon.
What are we going to do about this situation?
Well, here's what I've heard. I'm glad that you say that, Johnny, because I have heard that there is, things happening right now to maybe hopefully reschedule this situation. I think you probably are privy to those kinds of conversations.
I want to do it.
They were happening in catering.
Yeah, absolutely
Just
so.
now.
I mean, people are really trying to put it together because we very much do hate the fact that
that we couldn't make this happen today.
Yeah.
I mean, we really tried to wait it out, but in the end, man, like just for everybody's safety, we got to do the right thing.
Absolutely. But for you guys at home that don't get to experience this very often, right now it's so interesting because we've just got like a whole backstage full of music industry people, yourself, myself included. We're all just music industry people. They're like, well, what do we do now without the music? Which is a testament to the music. So you guys, thank you so much for supporting the music. June 22nd, Highly Suspect is putting out a new single for the new album that will be out later this summer. And yeah, we'll figure out this Point Fest thing. Can't do much without the music.
And I'm going to tell you this. The minute in which that I get that song in my email box from Highly Suspect, we will in turn have that song directly on the point as quickly as we can to turn that sucker around, man.
Let's go.
We are legitimately, we love you guys so much. And I'm not just saying that to BS. You're such a perfect band for us. You know, you're a rock band that doesn't lean too far one way or the other. And we're just really thrilled to be a part of what you do.
Appreciate those words, brother.
And to tell the people, the new song is freaking great.
He's not lying.
There you go. Highly Suspect. Point Fest. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Donnie Fandango from 105.7 The Point. Very happy to be joined by Dan Reynolds, frontman of Imagine Dragons. And Dan, we have a lot to talk about, but you are involved in one of my favorite life moments, and I have to tell you about it. And I've been wanting to tell you about it since it happened. It came up in my memories about 3 years ago this past weekend, and I had a chance to take, at that time, my 10-year-old daughter to see you guys live. My daughter's now 13. And some days are rough. And she's an amazing girl. But that day at your show, Dan, for the first time, I got to watch her get completely lost in a show. Her eyes were closed. She was singing the songs. She was completely unaware of anything else around her other than just being lost in the show. And as a music fan, as a father, as a person, it is one of my favorite memories of all time, and I thank you so much for being a part of that. I know you get to do that, you know, not just with me, but man, it's something that I look back on fondly and always, always, always will.
Thank you, man. Thanks for sharing that. That's, yeah, I miss shows. I miss looking out and seeing people do exactly that, you know, get lost in it. And that's what it's all about. I think the whole world needs music, you know. That's what unites us. So I love hearing stories like that. So thanks for sharing that.
Nah, man, not at all. So big things going on in the Imagine Dragons camp. The new album coming out September the 3rd. It's called Mercury Act 1. I want to know tell me about this album title. What does that mean, or do we find out?
Oh, yeah. The meaning of the title, originally when I was playing around with ideas and thinking through it, I thought I'd call the album Mercurial. Which is a word that basically means volatile or subject to dramatic changes, which is really indicative of the whole record and my state of being since I was a teenager. You know, I've dealt with a lot of mood swings and bipolar and depression and a lot of this record kind of delves into that. So there's a lot of high highs and low lows, and that's kind of, anybody who's close to me knows that that's kind of my point of existence. And it's just come to be something that I just accept, and it's it's who I am. But mercurial is quite a difficult word to just pronounce and say, and Mercury, the word Mercury is derivative of that. So yeah, that's how we ended up on Mercury, and I just love the visuals. Visuals are so important to me as well, and just the visuals of Mercury and how reflective and cool it is, and how much we can play around with that. That's kind of the process that led me there.
I'm very fascinated by songwriters just in general. It's something that I have never been able to do, and I find it to be just an unbelievable talent. But one of the things to me that is the most remarkable about it, Dan, is you're writing these songs that are so incredibly personal about these life experiences that are happening to you. And not only are you putting them into the song so that you have to sing about them, but then after the fact, you've got idiots like me that are asking you about these very super personal moments in your life that you have to kind of go back and talk about. To me, that would be extremely difficult to do on a semi-regular basis. How are you able to do that? Do you understand what I'm saying? It just seems like it would be bringing up these very sensitive and sometimes, hurtful memories, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's the life of touring times 10, because every night you're getting on that stage. It's one thing to talk about the songs and what they're about, but then it's another thing to perform them. And I am not able to perform a song without going to exactly where I was and how I felt when I wrote that song. So for instance, just to give you an example, when I was separated from my wife, which was a really difficult time for me, and I was in a super dark place, and this was just a few years back, we had a 7-month separation when I was touring Evolve, and every night I had to go on stage and sing multiple songs in the set that were about her and about our relationship. And it was excruciating for me. It was really difficult. I had to walk off stage so many nights and was very emotional, and the guys had to deal with that. But it was like, what do you do? Take the song off the set list, So yeah, talking about it, it's part of life. Like, I enjoy talking. I enjoy talking with other people and understanding each other and stuff. But performing it is actually the more difficult part of that. Yeah.
John, we have, man, in my entire life, I've been fascinated by Rick Rubin. I want to meet this man so much. I listen to the podcast. I still pay attention to the records and songs that he produces. And I've heard so many people say so many different things about Rick, but I read your Rolling Stone interview, and you said that he really pushed you guys on this record, and you in particular, and he was very black and white. Hey, this is really good. Hey, this really stinks. Can you kind of talk about, Rick, what was your relationship with him before this process started? Was there one? And how do you trust somebody like that with your band? Even though it's Rick Rubin, that's still your band, Imagine Dragons.
I did not know Rick before this process. I was very familiar with his work. He'd done a lot of stuff that I really loved. So when we were talking about, hey, should we bring on a producer for this record, which was a big conversation to begin with, because we typically self-produce the majority of our music, his name kept coming up. So we thought, okay, well, let's just see if there's a connection there. So we got on a Skype call with him, because it was during COVID, and had a lengthy call, and I really, really connected with him on a spiritual level, on a musical level, a personal level. Ended up sending him a bunch of songs. He listened to basically 100 songs and gave feedback on every single one that was really spot on. And then we got into the studio. He just was, he's now as a friend and someone I really look up to. And it's, it was just a perfect match. He reminds me of a lot of people in my life that I'm very close to, who are kind of no bullshit, just like say it how it is, not to be hurtful, but actually just to be helpful and to be a friend. And that's what a true friend does, and Rick's very much like that in the studio, super hands-on. So the pictures that I feel like he has this persona of being like elusive on the couch.
Yeah.
2 words, 3 words. That was not the case here. He was on his feet. He was hands-on the entire process, still is continually talking with me about visuals and videos. And he's very invested.
Well, and it seems like too, Dan, in just listening to him and reading interviews and things as I have over the years, he is not, it doesn't seem like he's a guy that's resting on what he did. Like he is still trying to expand and do something different. And, you know, not only for himself, but also for the band as well. He seems like there's a continual cycle of pushing and not, again, resting on laurels there, which, you know, I think would be an easy thing to do if you've got that name.
Yeah, no, Rick is all about challenging the art, not for the sake of challenging it, but for the sake of it being exciting and fulfilling. Anything that we worked on, he only wanted to work on things that were exciting to him. He would use this word a lot where he'd just talk about things that are in the box. And he would just say, I like that song, but it's just boxy. Or I like that song, but it's, I feel like I've heard it, you know, and he's always looking to do something new, but he also is looking to create timeless, great songs. And that's wherein lies the magic, because it's not, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's you can definitely do something that sounds extreme. You know, anybody can do that. You can throw together some stuff and someone say, whoa, I've never heard anything like that, but I don't want to listen to that.
Right.
You know, and the magic is, wow, this is new to me, but this also, it's pleasant and I love it, or it makes me angry and I love it and I want to listen to it again. Like therein lies the magic of songwriting and crafting. So he's good at finding that delicate balance.
Yeah, you know, Dan, I'm very fascinated by you, the person as well. You're definitely a guy that wears your heart on your sleeve, and I am very much the same way. I love that. What you do with pride organizations, with LGBTQ youth, is really amazing work. You're just doing good things right now when the world really, really needs it. And I know, because I know you were working with K-Flay a while ago with Love Loud, which is your foundation, but is there anything else? What are you doing these days to help? Is there any project in particular that you're passionate about at this moment, or, you know, something in that vein that you're kind of working on?
Yeah. Oh, first of all, I appreciate that. You know, I'm always trying to evaluate how we can do more. We've been given so much. This band is massive. I never could have dreamt of being in a band like this. And with that, you know, you feel this constant weight of kind of wanting to do more. And it just comes with the territory of being given a lot. And so my primary focuses are pediatric cancer, which is just devastating to you know, anybody who has gone through having a child, period, knows that having a child that gets hurt or has cancer is maybe the worst part of life. I can't think of anything that's more hellacious than that. So pediatric cancer is super important. The band started a foundation, the TRF Foundation, that raises funds millions of dollars for these families who have a child who has cancer, and it goes directly to these families. And we have a gala every single year that we raise millions of dollars and then distribute to these families. That's a primary focus to me. And then the other focus is Love Loud, which is what you touched on, which is we're in the midst of planning a festival right now for next year to raise millions of dollars for our LGBTQ youth. It goes towards all the money raised goes towards foundations that do life-saving work. One of which is in Circle that I just, you know, they're moving into my family house. I bought my home that I grew up in and donated it to them, and they're creating a safe space for LGBTQ youth in Las Vegas and providing therapy for these families that are primarily, a lot of them are religious based, and they just don't know how to deal with a child coming out to them. And so they tell them, hey, these are the things that we do. This is will ensure your child has better statistics than they have had.
Man, you're really doing some good stuff, Dan. You're making the world better while making great music at the same time, and making the world better in a couple of different ways, I suppose. But I am just such a fan of you personally and the band, and I can't wait for you guys to get back out on the road and come to St. Louis so that we can see you again. But again, Dan, I just really appreciate it. We just added the song Wrecked yesterday, so we're going to start playing the heck out of that, as we have many other Imagine Dragons singles in the past, my friend. Thank you again for your time this morning.
Thanks for all the support, man. Hope to see you at a show with your kids soon.
Absolutely, Dan. Take care of yourself, man.
All right, brother. Take care.
All right. Later, man.
reflection on it. Like a broken robot, money back guarantee. I'm in your custody, but I'm not a criminal. I can be your next big thing. Look at what I've become. Silly little monster, should've just held my tongue. I hate the feeling of this weight up on my shoulders, pushing the pressure down on me. You think you want the best for me, but nothing really matters. If you force it, it won't come. I guess I'm feeling numb. I guess I'm feeling numb. Sometimes I wish I could fly through a secret trapdoor into another life. Bury my head in the sand. And I don't wanna grow up. La 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 la. I hate the feeling of this weight up on my shoulders, pushing the pressure down on me. You think you want the best for me, but nothing really matters. If you force it, it won't come. I guess I'm feeling numb. I guess I'm feeling numb. I'll play the game, I'll do everything you tell me. All the losers win in the end. I'll play the game, I'll do anything you tell me. All the losers win in the end. I hate the feeling of this weight up on my shoulders, pushing the pressure down on me. You think you want the best for me, but nothing really matters. If you force it, it won't come. I guess I'm feeling numb. I guess I'm feeling numb. I guess I'm feeling numb. I guess I'm feeling
Hey, my life is real great. Feel I'm well on my way to my dreams coming true, and I'm getting to do it with you. It feels so nice when the people sing along. They're singing along with a banjo. And I take it all, take it all, take it all back. I take it all back just to have you. And I take it all, take it all, take it all back. I take it all back just to have you. One day we might have a big house with nice cars and fancy clothes and a wife with a big old diamond ring. Cause the people, they're dancing along to the mandolin, some sort of hip hop beat. And I take it all, take it all, take it all back.
Jeff from the Rizzuto Show, and I'm standing here underneath the beautiful Hubbard sign. This is our, quarter mile, whatever it is, to keep clean, and because I lost Real or Fake again, I have to clean up the highway. So we're here at 270 in Olive, and I'm going to go clean up the highway, so enjoy. Hope they made it home okay. When's the break? There's a room key from the Hilton. I wonder what guy threw this out of his car window on the way home. Tony Patrico. Smells like exhaust. It's the actual reason why we're out here, actually, right there. Get this crap off the highway. Here we are at the Sponsor a Highway section for Hubbard. I have cleaned up this entire 17 miles is what it felt like. We found ourselves a syringe. We found all kinds of great stuff, including a motorcycle seat. So I'm thinking, real or fake, punishment served. Bitch.
So let's start off with an easy one.
Okay.
You have this incredible career with Everclear.
Right.
Made all of these records. You've had, I would think, multiple opportunities to do like a solo record, but you're going to put out a solo record for seemingly the first time in your career.
For not seemingly the first time.
The first time in your career. Why now?
Well, I mean, you know as well as I do that Everclear has been my baby from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's my thing. So as far as doing a rock band situation, I never felt really a need to do a solo record. I tried to do one once, and it turned into an Everclear record. And I wanted this to be different. I wanted this to be just me playing everything.
Mm-hmm.
So it's mostly acoustic guitar, acoustic bass, some keyboards, some drums, not drums on every song. I sing all the vocals. I play all the instruments. Co-produced it with a friend of mine who's a great engineer, producer. And, yeah, it's very raw. It sounds like it sounds like an Everclear meets Cat Stevens meets Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young.
Oh, wow.
But with some Elvis Costello in there.
All right, I like it. I look forward to that. One of the reasons that I've always liked you and liked your band is because there was always this sort of punk sensibility on those and not only a punk sensibility in the music, but you as well sort of have a little bit of that punk rock swagger.
Absolutely. I've always had that. I've always seen myself in the punk rock aesthetic.
Well, but you're
You know
buddies
what I
with
mean?
like Jim Lindbergh from Pennywise and those guys, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I don't mean to name drop.
No. We're all suburban dads,
Right.
that live in Southern California that all grew up with a lot of the same music. They went a lot more punk rock than I did. I'm older than those guys, so there's more of a sense of melody to it as far as I'm concerned. But I mean, underlying, I've always looked at Everclear as a punk/hard rock band with a singer-songwriter. That's what we are.
Well, absolutely.
And it's not, it's not reinventing the wheel, but it's unique in its own right. And that's what we are.
Yeah, agreed. There are some artists that we have that will play our way back show and will not want us to use the phrase way back when we're kind of speaking of them. You, on the other hand, you do the Summerland Festival. You embrace that.
Why not?
Yeah,
that's kind of more my question for you. You know what I mean? Like, why do you think some other artists have like a hard time? Like, just people like it. No, they're coming out to see you no matter what it's called.
No one, a lot of people, especially people who feel a little insecure about where they are in the world, in my experience, seem to think that if they embrace any kind of, what's the word you want to use for it? Any kind of affection or acknowledgement of the old days, that it means that they're not relevant today. And to me, we define our own relevance as people and as artists and everything. I feel relevant. I go out and play to people who are singing the words and who are excited to see it and are paying money to see it, and it's value to them. That's a big deal. It's not just the money. It's not making the money, but that people will spend the money and they feel like they're getting value for it. Are you a dad?
Yes, I am.
So am I.
Yeah.
I'm a family guy. It's not hard to have it's not easy to have a family.
No, sir.
You want to find value wherever you go. I'll spend good money if I get the value for it, if it's worth what I'm paying for it. And if I feel that that's what we're giving to people, whether it's some sort of nostalgic trip or it's connecting with a part of themselves that they haven't felt connected to in a long time, what the hell is not relevant about that?
Right.
That's how I feel about it.
Absolutely. And one question in closing, and I hope that it's all right for me to ask you this, but how's your health overall?
You mean the MS thing?
The MS, yeah.
Dude, I'm doing okay. About 2 months ago, actually 2.5 months ago, I got an offer from this doctor who writes these nutrition books and bestsellers, and he has worked with people with autoimmune diseases, and a lot with RRMS is what I have, and by going on this plant-based diet, very strict plant-based diet, he believes that in 6 to 9 months I can start to put it into remission.
Wow.
So that's what I did. I spent a month out on this thing, spent all this money to do it, and feel great.
Yeah.
My whole family's trying to do it, and my daughter's doing it great. My wife's having a hard time with the vegan thing.
I'll tell you, that's one of the things. My daughter is this is going off on a bit of a tangent.
How old's your daughter?
She's 11.
Okay, mine's 11 too.
Man, she's the most adventurous eater, like way more so than I would ever be.
Because you and your wife brought her up to be.
100%.
Yeah. Did you ever give her kids food?
I mean, not really.
We never did that. It was like, you're eating what we're eating.
Yeah, 100%.
If it's too hot, we'll tone it down. But no, you're eating what we're eating. We eat good food. You're going to eat good food.
Well, and it's the same way. Yeah. We joke about it, though, because whomever takes her out on a date when she's 16 or 17, you best not thinking you're going to be getting away with Applebee's with my daughter, because she's not going to be having it, man.
It's not going to work, man. My daughter loves Indian food, sushi oysters. Man. She's got a palate on her.
Right.
And we built that, But she's really, really adapting to this plant-based lifestyle.
That's fantastic.
My wife, like I said, she's having a hard time, so she's putting a little. I've urged her to put little animal products, but very little. But it's mostly plants. But I got to tell you, I'm just blessed right now. I'm just so happy, and so I have MS. But I work out, I do physical therapy, I'm doing yoga, I'm building a swimming pool in my backyard. That's my big project right now. I'm not doing that.
Right, I would hope so.
No, I'm out there digging a hole.
Right.
Not going to happen. That would be bad.
Man, well, Art, it is, this is probably my third or fourth time getting to interview you over my career. I was so looking forward to getting a chance to chat with you today and see you guys today.
Thanks, man.
I will never forget seeing you guys with Hagfish at the American Theater. Last day of the tour, you guys are out there rocking your asses off, and Hagfish is throwing lettuce and carrots and all this stuff at you guys. It was one of the coolest.
It was the last show at tour.
Absolutely. It's some
Hijinks.
great memories, and it's great to have you here, Art. Thank you, and continued success.
Good to see you again, brother.
Same to you.
Yeah.
Same to you. That's Art from Everclear, backstage, Wayback Point Fest.
Hey, it's Lux, and I'm backstage at the first Ho-Ho show of the season with Grandson.
Woo!
Grandson with a lowercase g specifically, which I definitely screwed up on Instagram the other day. That's my bad.
Everybody has one.
Thank you. I hear the name has a sort of sentimental meaning. Can you explain that and the choice to go with the lowercase g?
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to, I think the whole thing was when people heard it for the first time, I wanted people to feel that it was familiar for them in the way that rock and roll and blues music was familiar for me, because I grew up very much influenced by blues music, then got super into hip hop and felt that rock and roll wasn't speaking to me in the lyrics, in the aesthetic. I just never felt like I fit in this community. So I kind of took this detour through hip hop and electronic music. And then when it became time to kind of find my voice as an artist, something about the kind of cathartic energy of like a live band really spoke to me, and I got really influenced by different artists like the Beatles and Nirvana and Rage Against the Machine and Jimi Hendrix. And so I wanted a name that felt familiar in the way that rock and roll was for me. And I had like a bunch of names going, and they were all really, really, really bad. And I think it's really hard for anybody to think of their name for their thing. And I was talking to my manager about it, and my grandfather had passed away a couple months earlier, and my manager had a dream that he was side stage, and I was called grandson. So he sent me an email in January of 2016 with the like header, "What about grandson?" And I've been called grandson ever since.
Well, it's really nice. I think it's a nice name. It's easy for me to say on the radio, so I got to say I appreciate you there. And it really is familiar. And the lowercase g was just aesthetics. I mean, as an artist, it's not just about the music. I'm sure it's about everything, the whole way you're presented. I mean,
I feel kind of conflicted about the whole thing, because part of me really does pay a lot of attention to aesthetics, but another part of me is like, this is me. I know there are things I could do that could be more outlandish or more controversial or polarizing in how I present myself on social media or what I dress like, that would maybe be more in line with the music I make, but I don't really give a about any of that. I think that all I can do is just be as honest as possible. But I don't really think I had much of an idea of what the I was doing when I chose to make it a lowercase g. I think that, again, it was about familiarity. It was about like trying to keep the ego out of it, and in some way a capital letter meant that to me, and I don't know if I don't really care anymore, but it's what it is. And there's something familiar and underdog feeling to me when bands don't care enough to have proper punctuation.
I mean, you said the Beatles were, you know.
Shouts out, you know? But at first we were thinking of doing like a period at the end of it, or like exclamation mark, that'll show them. Nothing's more punk rock than a fucking semicolon or something. I don't know.
I feel that way every time I'm with your label mates, Panic at the Disco. I'm like, Panic, exclamation point.
Yeah,
grandson,
right. Let's get hype, you know? So one day we'll do a crossover and it'll be a period and then a
people will lose
exclamation
it.
mark.
They'll lose it.
I'm down.
So you explained a little bit about why you make the music you do, obviously trying to find where you fit in and something that speaks to you because you weren't finding that in what was out there already. But what made you decide to, you know, literally as a career path, choose music? You moved to Los Angeles. What was the catalyst moment for like, you know what, I'm just full-fledged, I'm going in, I'm doing it?
I don't really think I had very many other options that I realistically considered. I always felt two things really strongly. Number one, I always felt that the life that I get to live is unbelievably lucky, privileged, growing up in the community I got to grow up in, with the opportunities that I got. I always felt like the best way to honor that would be to do big shit, whatever that meant. Like I wanted to do something that mattered to me and mattered to other people, because I think that's the best way to pay respect to the opportunity that we get to live this life every single fucking day. It's pretty awesome. That was one of the things.
I think you saw my head. Everyone just saw my head explode with that. That's
and then simultaneously, really I always listened to music ever since I was a kid. Maybe it was because my family had music around. My dad was always making music. My mom was playing the piano. I always felt that music had this conversational element. I know that if anyone takes the time to be sitting at home on YouTube or wherever the fuck, looking up an interview with some artist, it's because they feel connected to the music. But I had this weird thing in my brain that might not have even been like good, but I always felt that music was literally speaking to me, and I always felt that I had a responsibility or like an urge to talk back and to make that an ongoing conversation. So that was just kind of inevitable. Like I would learn chords on a guitar from somebody else's song and then go try and structure those chords and tell a new story. That was just what I did. Really, really bad for a long time.
That's how we all start out.
Yeah.
Anything, right?
And I watched the movie That Thing You Do random ass Tom Hanks directed movie. Have you seen that movie?
I love that movie so much.
Classic movie. Nobody knows that movie. Everyone thinks I'm so weird. But that movie, That Thing You Do, and the song, that was it. I saw that, I was like, being in a band is cool. Getting your song heard on the radio is super cool. That moment where his dad works at a radio store and they all run to the store and turn up the music and dance in the record store. I was like, let's fucking go. Though I was 10 years old and making trash music at that. It took me 15 years, but now my song's on the radio.
Have you
what do you
had
think
that
about that, Tom Hanks?
Yeah, Tom. So have you had that moment where you've been listening and it just pops on the radio and you're
Hell
like,
yeah.
that's
I fucking have. I've had a bunch of moments like that.
Describe it. What was it like the first time
I've
you
had
heard
a couple moments like that over the last couple years. The first time I actually had my mom hear a song on the radio I was a part of was actually not my own song. It was a song I had written with and for another artist. It was like a pop song. But I was actually, the first time I heard my own song on the radio was in Los Angeles, California. And it was announced that it was going to be the Shouts Out Ted Striker. It was going to be the Striker 420.
Striker's my dude.
Gotta
That's
give
my
a quick
dude.
shout out because I know he's going to take the bragging
That's
rights
my
on that.
homie. I love
So I
that
think
guy.
we found out
Yes.
that Blood Water was going to be that song. It was sometime in 2017, I think. Or 2018, I don't even know anymore. And I remember like looking around being like, where do I listen to music anymore? I don't even know. And
Get in your car.
Exactly.
The radio's still there.
I don't have a car though in LA.
No.
My
Yeah, you might
roommate
not, yeah.
does. He was like sitting passed out on the couch and I started shaking. And it was gonna be it played at 420. I look up and it's like 419. And I run over, I'm like, where's your Prius keys music? And he's like, he hands me the keys.
Like you said, it was a Prius.
Grab it, sprinted out, put in the keys, just caught the bridge till the end of the song, got so hyped, and it felt good. But as I've learned so many times over and over again, every single spot in my musical journey thus far that I thought was a destination is actually just a mile marker on a marathon. I keep waiting for that feeling that's like gonna be like, I'm officially now a new human being. I have somehow been freed of all of my like insecurity and imposter syndrome by this one moment, and I don't think that exists for anybody.
No.
I think that it's all just internal work to like let go, and so.
How many years fully have you been working on Grandson?
I started working on Grandson in January of 2016, and the first song came out, Bills came out September 14th or 15th of 2016. So it's been a little over 2 years.
Well, I'm not a musician. I don't make music, but I've been in radio 12 years, and I still feel like I'm an imposter all the time.
Of
so
course.
I can't tell you that that's going to go
I think
away.
that a lot of that has to do with, I think it was Ira Glass that was talking about, you don't start doing anything with passion unless you have good taste. You hear something, your taste is good, you go, I like that. Mm-hmm. That's why I want to do it. But there's going to be that gap between that which you can make and that which you were inspired by, and that might never be closed fully, but the only thing that closes that gap is just time, is effort, it's songs, it's bad segments or failed podcasts. I've done so many things that didn't work. I've written more songs that are bad than a lot of people have ever written songs. I've written hundreds of songs, so there's no way to get there. And I remember one day when I was like 18, stoned, writing a song, and it was one of the first times I wrote that, and I was like, that's pretty good. I actually kind of fuck with that. And then I went, wow, that took me all of this writing to get there. That was lying somewhere like in here. And I was like, what is waiting for me if I just keep writing? So that's what I've been doing, and I'm still in the active process of figuring out what it's going to sound like when I really tap into who I am, who these people are that are listening, and speak to them with a clarity that I'm still seeking. And Bloodwater was just one thus far that has kind of transcended the others and really mattered to people, and that's cool. It's cool. It's exciting.
Well, I love Bloodwater. Yesterday I played Despicable, which I absolutely love. And I can't get out of here without talking to you about your collaboration with Mike Shinoda.
Cool.
Especially, people don't know this, but we've been chatting in the DMs, but I heard that's how you started talking to Mike Shinoda. It was a Instagram slide.
That's absolutely right. I was on the phone with my mom, and I'm not gonna lie, my eyes were kind of glazed over, and while we were speaking, she was on speakerphone, and I was just absentmindedly like on social media. I don't think I've ever told that to her, but it's not what I always
Sorry,
do.
Mom.
Usually I give her my full undivided attention. But as I was swiping around, I noticed that I was followed by Mike Shinoda from like Linkin Park and from Fort Minor.
Yeah.
And, like, was a hugely influential. In the end, his verse on In the End, verse 1 of In the End was the first, my earliest hip hop memory that was untethered from my sisters or anything else. Like me alone in the room and hip hop was Mike Shinoda. So when I first heard that he was following me or first saw that, I was like, I just assumed that he had like an intern or something that does it. But I was like, whatever, I'm still gonna shoot my shot.
Yeah.
You got to take a shot to make a shot.
Yeah.
Everybody in the room. So
I assumed a social media person was responding to me.
Yeah.
From your account.
Nope, that's
to
me.
know that it isn't.
So I just hollered at him and I let him know I really appreciated everything that he's done for mental health, for making people feel that it's okay not to be okay, and for all that he's done. Like when I look at what I'm doing in terms of synthesizing rock and hip hop and electronic music and finding where in this weird up Venn diagram I sit, I think that him and a couple other artists really paved the way for those intersections. So I just reached out to him to thank him for that, and then found out that it was him responding. So we got talking, and then we found out that we actually don't live that far from one another. We went and grabbed breakfast one day, and then, like, long story short, I ended up on his album. It remains insane to me.
Just grab breakfast with Mike
Got to
Shinoda.
hop on stage with them like a bunch of times. Opened for him at a couple shows. He's been an incredible mentor. He's a voracious music fan. He's a phenomenally talented guy. He cares a lot, and he's been helping me navigate a lot of the ups and downs of not just music, but how to take messages from your music and manifest them in real change for your fans. So I'm still working on how I'm going to do that, but I'm going to be unrolling more for what is XX Resistance, for what is these messages of empowerment and agency and youth advocacy over the next 24 months, and I'm pretty stoked about it.
Well,
and I appreciate you taking the time.
You just got me all freaking stoked about it, guys.
Let's do it.
I want to have just a bit of fun with you, if that's okay, just
Let's
before
do
we
it.
get out of here. I know
Let's
this
get weird.
This is a long one, but it's the holiday season, so if you don't mind doing a this or that with me.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. Let's see. Find you by the fire or find you in a snow fort?
Ooh, fire.
Absolutely?
Yeah.
Gifts and things or experiences and time spent?
Experiences and time spent.
Hey. Holiday music on repeat or holiday movies on repeat?
Oh man, I think that there is fire holiday music, but if it was on repeat, I would. It's like my version of like waking up in a Saw dungeon.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what would be
nightmare.
happening. So I'm gonna do holiday movies.
All right, last one. White winter or warm winter?
White winter.
Yeah, that's because you're from New Jersey by way of Canada, then all the way down to Los Angeles. And I know incredibly too much about Grandson, so if you didn't get it from this interview, just feel free to ask me.
Right here.
Go get his tunes.
Grandson, The Point,
Request him.
St. Louis, tonight.
I cannot wait
Young
to
the
see you
Giant.
perform.
It's going down. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much.
Bam.
Yeah.
Bam.
Bye.
I wear a 36 long. What is my color? A little dot in the shoulder, but you know it still fit me good. I wear a 36 long. What is my color? A little dot in the shoulder, but you know it still fit me good. Anyone can see we're a perfect match. And it is a boy and a psychopath. Weeks worth of dating and you talk about moving it.
I talk about moving too fast.
My mom disapproved and my friends would say to break the girl's heart, but I'm too afraid. Her clickbait body was a tractor beam. She was a test of my last with the ludicrous speed. And sex was good, but my always fight. Try to leave a sorry ass, but ended up spending the night. Your sweetness, my weakness, you're me, no ingenious. Nothing can come between us. Have you seen us? I've lost it, you're toxic, I'm nauseous, I'm nauseous. Man, I've gotta be out of my mind. Be going crazy, cause it doesn't faze me. Yeah, the way you treat me so bad, I must be out of my brain. Hallucinating, no, it doesn't faze me. Yeah, the way you treat me so so bad, I must be out of my mind. Free at last, I'm free at last. She think it ever says I'm free at last. She ain't her answer, I can bank it up my chest.
So here we go, 3, 2, 1, and
Super kind of pessimistic, gets me out of narcissistic. You were Mary Poppins, you pursue and going out of business. Got a witness, you got a Honda Civic, cause your backseat driving my life. I just wanted to sleep my life away. I must be out of my mind, be going crazy, cause it doesn't faze me. Yeah, the way you treat me so bad, I must be out of my brain, hallucinated. Now it doesn't faze me. Yeah, the way you treat me so bad, 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 bad. I'm freaking out, panic attacking. Yeah, I'm mentally had and I'm a living room's padded. I'm a sadist, I'm addicted to your heroin. You're Johnny Harding and I'm your Nancy Kerrigan. Employed pride, I just wanted serenity, but your addict got testing me, give me suicide tendencies. Your little games, your little games. You trick me into staying, your plane is getting lame. Touching your sweet things, attracting your calls. Go for smacking your ass, or punching holes in the walls. Go for sending me fire news, I ain't a bother dude. Picking our favorite song, to play this and break the tunes. Started so hard, now I get out of breathe. Go from weak in the knees to be too weak, I can't leave. You caught it, it's all my fault, this I know. Guess I'm better on dead side than being alone. I just wanna sleep my life away. Oh, I must be out of my mind, be going crazy, cause it doesn't faze me. Yeah, the way you treat me so bad, I must be out of my brain, hallucinated. No, it doesn't faze me. Yeah, the way you treat me so bad, I must be out of my mind. Oh, yeah, I must be out of my mind.
Supercalifragilistic, you were Mary Poppins, you could soon be going out of business.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, bad, 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 bad.
Oh, hey, how's it going, man? Hey, good to see you, good to see you. Have a seat, man. Just wanted to have a chat with you, King Scott's Virginity, just to talk with you real fast and just to say, first of all, thank you for everything that you've done for King Scott and for his lovely fiance. And I also wanted to say that you've been such a big part of our lives, you know, whether it's the show or just in our personal lives. And relationships end and it's time for you to go. And I didn't want you to be shocked, to be surprised or anything. So I wanted to give you an idea of what's going to be happening on the wedding night, what's to come, so to speak. So when two people are in love, they get married, and then after they get married, they normally go away somewhere, someplace beautiful, and then they get, you know what I mean? Like, they will go behind doors. I recommend going behind doors, and then you so that bitch can't get out. You show her God. You know what I'm saying? This is how you show her. And so strong because she ain't never seen it before. And you drill. Okay, you know how when man first landed on the moon? That's what we're gonna do. We are gonna. She is your moon, and you are gonna take your flag, and you are gonna. No, it's gonna be fine. They're in love. If they got married, it's gonna. No, seriously, it's gonna be. We're gonna miss you. We love you. We miss you, but you gotta go. Beautiful. If you need more information, I've got a website. It's jerfinoff@gmail.com. It's all good.
devil's gonna make me free, man. The devil's gonna set me free. The devil's gonna make me free, man. The devil's gonna set me free. All right. I've been down Beach, Texas, Mississippi State. Open things might go my way. For every rider and dollar I make, that stands a white man just to take you away. Some might say I talk loud, see if I care. Unlike them, no walk away from my fear. I busted bones, broken stones, look the devil in the eye. I hope it's gonna break this chain. The devil's gonna make me free. The devil's gonna set me free. The devil's gonna make me free. The devil's gonna set me free. I saw my chance, so I got him at last. I took his 6-shooter, put 2 in his chest. You'll never say a word no more. Lord, you never say a word no more. The devil got him good for sure. Ain't got no place to call our home. Only chains and broken bones. Ain't got no place to call out. So come on, Lord, what you waiting for? Ain't got no place to call out. Only chains and broken bones. Ain't got no place to call out. So come on, Lord, what you take
Hey, it's Lux, and I'm backstage at the first Ho-Ho show of the season with Grandson. Woo! Grandson with a lowercase g specifically, which I definitely screwed up on Instagram the other day. That's my bad.
Everybody gets one.
Thank you. I hear the name has a sort of sentimental meaning. Can you explain that and the choice to go with the lowercase g?
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to, I think the whole thing was like, I wanted, when people heard it for the first time, I wanted people to feel that it was familiar for them in the way that rock and roll and blues music was familiar for me, because I grew up very much influenced by blues music, then got super into hip hop and felt that rock and roll wasn't speaking to me in the lyrics, in the aesthetic. I just never felt like I fit in this community. So I kind of took this detour through hip hop and electronic music. And then when it became time to kind of find my voice as an artist, something about the kind of cathartic energy of like a live band really spoke to me, and I got really influenced by different artists like the Beatles and Nirvana and Rage Against the Machine and Jimi Hendrix. And so I wanted a name that felt familiar in the way that rock and roll was for me. And I had like a bunch of names going, and they were all really, really, really bad. And I think it's really hard for anybody to think of their name for their thing. And I was talking to my manager about it, and my grandfather had passed away a couple months earlier, and my manager had a dream that he was side stage, and I was called grandson. So he sent me an email in January of 2016 with the header, "What about grandson?" And I've been called grandson ever since.
Well, it's really nice. I think it's a nice name. It's easy for me to say on the radio, so I got to say I appreciate you there. And it really is familiar. And the lowercase g was just aesthetics. I mean, as an artist, it's not just about the music. I'm sure it's about everything, the whole way you're presented. I mean,
I feel kind of conflicted about the whole thing because part of me really does pay a lot of attention to aesthetics, but another part of me is like, this is me. I know there are things I could do that could be more outlandish or more controversial or polarizing in how I present myself on social media or what I dress like that would maybe be more in line with the music I make, but I don't really give a fuck about any of that. I think that all I can do is just be as honest as possible. But I don't really think I had much of an idea of what the I was doing when I chose to make it a lowercase g. I think that, again, it was about familiarity. It was about trying to keep the ego out of it, and in some way a capital letter meant that to me, and I don't really care anymore, but it's what it is, and there's something familiar and underdog feeling to me when bands don't care enough to have proper punctuation.
I mean, you said the Beatles were,
Shouts out, you know? But at first we were thinking of doing a period at the end of it, or an exclamation mark. That'll show them. Nothing's more punk rock than a semicolon or something. I don't know. So.
I feel that way every time I'm with your label mates Panic at the Disco. I'm like, Panic, exclamation point.
Yeah, right.
Grandson
Let's
period.
get hype, you know? So one day we'll do a crossover and it'll be a period and then
people will lose
exclamation mark.
They'll lose it.
I'm down.
So you explained a little bit about why you make the music you do, obviously trying to find where you fit in and something that speaks to you because you weren't finding that in what was out there already. But what made you decide to, literally as a career path, choose music? You moved to Los Angeles. What was the catalyst moment for you know what, I'm just full-fledged, I'm going in, I'm doing it?
I don't really think I had very many other options that I realistically considered. I always felt two things really strongly. Number one, I always felt that the life that I get to live is unbelievably lucky, privileged, growing up in the community I got to grow up in, with the opportunities that I got. I always felt like the best way to honor that would be to do big shit, whatever that meant. I wanted to do something that mattered to me and mattered to other people because I think that's the best way to pay respect to the opportunity that we get to live this life every single fucking day. It's pretty awesome. That was one of the things.
I think you saw my head. Everyone just saw my head explode with that. That's
and then simultaneously, I always listened to music ever since I was a kid. Maybe it was because my family had music around. My dad was always making music. My mom was playing the piano. I always felt that music had this conversational element. I know that if anyone takes the time to be sitting at home on YouTube or wherever the fuck, looking up an interview with some artist, it's because they feel connected to the music. But I had this weird thing in my brain that might not have even been good, but I always felt that music was literally speaking to me, and I always felt that I had a responsibility or an urge to talk back and to make that an ongoing conversation. So that was just kind of inevitable. I would learn chords on a guitar from somebody else's song and then go try and structure those chords and tell a new story. That was just what I did. Really, really bad for a long time.
That's how we all start out.
Yeah.
Anything, right?
And I watched the movie That Thing You Do. Random ass Tom Hanks directed movie. Have you seen that movie?
I love that movie
Classic
so much.
movie. Nobody knows that movie. Everyone thinks I'm so weird. But that movie, That Thing You Do, and the song, that was it. I saw that, I was like, being in a band is cool. Getting your song heard on the radio is super cool. That moment where his dad works at a radio store and they all run to the store and turn up the music and dance in the record store. I was like, let's fucking go. Though I was 10 years old and making trash music at the time. Took me 15 years, but now my song's on the radio. What do you think about that, Tom Hanks?
Yeah, Tom. So have you had that moment where you've been listening and it just pops on the radio and you're
hell
like,
yeah.
that's
fucking have. I've had a bunch of moments like that.
Describe it. What was it like the first time
I've
you
had
heard
a
it?
couple moments like that over the last couple years. The first time I actually had my mom hear a song on the radio I was a part of was actually not my own song. It was a song I had written with and for another artist. It was like a pop song. But I was actually, the first time I heard my own song on the radio was in Los Angeles, California. And it was announced that it was going to be the, shouts out Ted Stryker, it was going to be the Stryker 420.
Stryker's my dude.
Gotta
That's
give a
my
quick shout
dude.
out because I know he's going to take the bragging
That's
rights
my
on that.
homie. I love
So
that
I think
guy.
we found out that
Yes.
Blood Water was going to be that song. It was sometime in 2017, I think. Or 2018, I don't even know anymore. And I remember like looking around being like, where do I listen to music anymore? I don't even know. And
Get in your car.
Exactly.
The radio's still there.
I don't have a car though in LA.
no.
My
Yeah, you might
roommate
not, yeah.
does. He was like sitting passed out on the couch and I started shaking. And it was gonna be it played at 420.
Yeah.
I look up and it's like 419. And I run over, I'm like, where's your Prius keys music? And he's like, he hands me the
Like
keys.
you said, it was a Prius.
Grab it, sprinted out, put in the keys, just caught the bridge till the end of the song, got so hyped, and it felt good. But as I've learned so many times over and over again, every single spot in my musical journey thus far that I thought was a destination is actually just a mile marker on a marathon. I keep waiting for that feeling that's like gonna be like, I'm officially now a new human being. I have somehow been freed
Real,
of
it's
all
done,
of my like insecurity and imposter syndrome by this one moment, and I don't think that exists for anybody.
No.
I think that it's all just internal work to like let go, and so
How many years fully have you been working on Grandson?
I started working on Grandson in January of 2016, and the first song came out, Bills came out September 14th or 15th of 2016. So it's been a little over 2 years.
Well, I'm not a musician. I don't make music, but I've been in radio 12 years, and I still feel like I'm an imposter all the time.
Of
so
course.
I can't tell you that that's going to go
I think
away.
that a lot of that has to do with, I think it was Ira Glass that was talking about, you don't start doing anything with passion unless you have good taste. You hear something, your taste is good, you go, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I want to do it. But there's going to be that gap between that which you can make and that which you were inspired by, and that might never be closed fully, but the only thing that closes that gap is just time, is effort, it's songs, it's bad segments or failed podcasts. I've done so many things that didn't work. I've written more songs that are bad than a lot of people have ever written songs. I've written hundreds of songs. So there's no way to get there. And I remember one day when I was like 18, stoned, writing a song, and it was one of the first times I wrote that, and I was like, that's pretty good. I actually kind of fuck with that. And then I went, wow, that took me all of this writing to get there. That was lying somewhere like in here. And I was like, what is waiting for me if I just keep writing? So that's what I've been doing, and I'm still in the active process of figuring out what it's gonna sound like when I really tap into who I am, who these people are that are listening, and speak to them with a clarity that I'm still seeking. And Bloodwater was just one thus far that has kind of transcended the others and really mattered to people, and that's cool. It's cool. It's exciting.
I love Bloodwater. Yesterday I played Despicable, which I absolutely love.
Thanks.
And I can't get out of here without talking to you about your collaboration with Mike Shinoda.
Cool.
Especially, people don't know this, but we've been chatting in the DMs, but I heard that's how you started talking to Mike Shinoda. It was a Instagram slide.
That's absolutely right. I was on the phone with my mom, and I'm not gonna lie, my eyes were kind of glazed over, and while we were speaking, she was on speakerphone, and I was just absentmindedly like on social media. I don't think I've ever told that to her, but it's not what I always
Sorry,
do.
Mom.
Usually I give her my full undivided attention. But as I was swiping around, I noticed that I was followed by Mike Shinoda from like Lincoln Park and from Fort Minor.
Yeah.
And, like, was a hugely influential. In the End, his verse on In the End, verse 1 of In the End was the first, my earliest hip hop memory that was untethered from my sisters or anything else, like me alone in a room, and hip hop was Mike Shinoda. So when I first heard that he was following me or first saw that, I was like, I just assumed that he had like an intern or something that does it, but I was like, whatever, I'm still gonna shoot my shot.
Yeah.
You got to take a shot to make a shot.
Yeah.
Everybody in the room. So
I assumed a social media person was responding to me from your account.
Nope, that's me.
Know that it isn't.
So I just hollered at him, and I let him know I really appreciated everything that he's done for mental health, for making people feel that it's okay not to be okay, and for all that he's done. Like, when I look at what I'm doing in terms of synthesizing rock and hip hop and electronic music and finding where in this weird up Venn diagram I sit, I think that him and a couple other artists really paved the way for those intersections. So I just reached out to him to thank him for that, and then found out that it was him responding. So we got talking, and then we found out that we actually don't live that far from one another. We went and grabbed breakfast one day, and then, like, long story short, I ended up on his album. It remains insane to me.
Just grab breakfast with Mike
Got to
Shinoda.
hop on stage with them like a bunch of times. Opened for him at a couple shows. He's been an incredible mentor. He's a voracious music fan. He's a phenomenally talented guy. He cares a lot, and he's been helping me navigate a lot of the ups and downs of not just music, but how to take messages from your music and manifest them in real change for your fans. So I'm still working on how I'm going to do that, but I'm going to be unrolling more for what is XX Resistance, for what is these messages of empowerment and agency and youth advocacy over the next 24 months, and I'm pretty stoked about it.
Well,
and I appreciate you taking the time.
You just got me all freaking stoked about it, guys.
Let's do it.
I want to have just a bit of fun with you, if that's okay, just
Let's
before
do
we
it.
get out of here. I know
Let's get weird.
This is a long one, but it's the holiday season, so if you don't mind doing a this or that with me.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. Let's see. Find you by the fire or find you in a snow fort?
Ooh, fire.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Gifts and things or experiences and time spent?
Experiences and time spent.
Hey. Holiday music on repeat or holiday movies on repeat?
Oh man, I think that there is fire holiday music, but if it was on repeat, I would. It's like my version of like waking up in a Saw dungeon.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what would be
nightmare.
happening. So I'm gonna do holiday movies.
All right, last one. White winter or warm winter?
White winter.
Yeah, that's because you're from New Jersey by way of Canada, then all
Yep.
the way down to Los Angeles. And I know incredibly too much about grandson, so if you didn't
No.
get it from this interview, just feel free to ask me.
Right here.
Go
Lux,
get his tunes.
grandson, The Point,
Request him.
St. Louis, tonight.
I cannot wait
Young
to
the
see you
Giant.
perform.
It's going down. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much.
Bam.
Yeah.
Bam.
Bye.
What's going on? It's Liv, and I am joined right now by Hailstorm. It is Point Fest 2022. So stoked to have you guys here, back from the dead, back here in St. Louis.
Absolutely. Yes, she said it.
Round two.
Round
back
two.
from the
Roll
dead.
credits.
Yes. The only storm today is going to be hailstorm.
Yes. Oh my
and
gosh.
we guarantee it.
Yes. Now, what I wanted to bust out, why I have my iPad here, is I've been a fan of yours for a while. And I kind of talked about this a little bit with the Struts, kind of watching your style change over the years.
Oh, boy.
And that's something I've definitely noticed with you guys. The first time I ever saw you was in 2011. And I don't know if the camera will be able to pick this up too much, but I got Lizzie here.
Oh, yes. This is
wearing a white corset, like an American flag bra.
American flag bra that I sewed myself. Thank you very much.
And then think like
polka
Hot
dot.
Topic skirt, fishnets.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to see this, but I'm, yes.
Hot Topic was so hot back
This
then.
was, what is it, 2011? Yeah, 2010 and 2011 were, I feel like I couldn't decide.
Okay.
So I just wore everything. Like, do I want a corset? Do I want boots? Do I want leggings?
Yes.
Do I
to
want a
all of
skirt?
it.
Do I want to wear my bra on the outside? Absolutely. Yes.
Incredible. So, like, you know, being able to watch you guys change, and RJ have some pictures of you. You had like long
Oh, I look the
purple
same, right?
hair.
Yeah, I'm totally the same.
Totally the same. So, as you guys, you know, grow as a band, like, are those conscious decisions to change the style, or do you think it just kind of happens with just maturing?
Well,
As a
I wouldn't say maturity. We can definitely take that off the table. But I think it's just the natural evolution of things. I feel like every couple tours feels like a different lifetime, so you almost
Sure.
have to like evolve. And so, and obviously, like, I have a lot of really awesome rock star friends, and so sometimes we'll play a show, be like, oh, I think I could pull that off. Where do I find that? On the internet. Like,
Yeah.
you know, get it somewhere. So,
Josh's style is the only one that's matured.
Josh is very consistent, I think.
yes.
Yeah, fair. I've made some bad choices.
Our lighting designer gave you a great compliment. He said, Josh doesn't just throw on clothes, he dresses.
Ooh,
That's true.
I like that. I like
With
that.
purpose. Yes.
So Back from the Dead is out. How different would this latest release have been had it not been for the pandemic?
It would be a totally, completely different record.
Wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, or
like
it wouldn't have or it wouldn't have happened, especially in the way that it was. Back from the Dead is really a true depiction of that journey that we were going through. And the craziest moment was we were all listening to the final mixes and we're like, guys, I think we made a heavy record. We weren't really intending on doing that, but we didn't have a stage to lay any of those emotions out on. We didn't have the camaraderie we do with other bands. We weren't seeing live music, so we had to lay it out there somewhere. So yeah, it would have been completely different.
Sure. It is heavy, but it still has all the elements, I think, of a Hailstorm album. Like, I can turn on a Hailstorm album, and I can get the feels, I can get horny, and I can get angry, and like all the emotions are in there.
So that's a solid night. That's a solid night.
It really is. You hit all the points on there.
I'm sad. I'm angry. I'm horny. What to do?
We're gonna have to write some songs about being hungry too, because then we
There
get the
you go.
full array of
And then you guys can retire, and you've covered it all. You've done it all. But I really think you guys are one of the busiest bands, I think, going right now, because you tour like nobody else. Do you feel like the pandemic was good in that it gave you time to just be?
I think in some ways, for me, I have a very hard time sitting still. But whereas with Josh has a family and he has 2 kids, so we got to actually spend like quality time.
Yeah.
You know, RJ got a new girlfriend. Right before the pandemic hit, and
We
that's
survived.
still surviving. So you know, it was a challenge in both ways. We tried to keep ourselves busy, but now there's just this renewed sense of like living in the now and being so appreciative that we actually have a show.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, we just played this festival a few days ago in Kentucky, and like the party afterward was us saying like, oh, we were hanging with Amy and like all of our old buddies that we haven't seen, and some of them we haven't seen in years, and it felt like 2019 again. We're like, oh my God, I think we're officially back.
Yeah, we're back. Yeah, we're
Those
seeing all our
moments.
people. Yeah, so
Those
it's
moments
beautiful.
are amazing. And I actually just saw you guys with your tour with the Pretty Reckless and the Warning and Lilith Czar, and what a girl power lineup.
Oh,
like,
hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Is that fun for you?
Oh, absolutely.
To be able to do that?
I'm in you know, we're in an amazing position right now where we're able to kind of like cherry pick who we want to go out with us. So as soon as like the gates open, I'm like, all right, I want these guys. And then selfishly for myself, I want to hang out with some girl rockers too. You know, like we have a very different path. Like I love hanging out with all my boys and all. Like I'm so happy to be out here with Papa Roach right now and Highly Suspect. They're my boys, but
it's different.
They get me, but they don't get me the way like Amy or Taylor does.
Sure.
You know, we have some deep talks, you know, over a bottle of wine every now and then, you know. So yeah, I don't know. It is fun, and then also, like, for myself, I'm in a position where I'm able to kind of push out the young talent too, like the young girls that are inspiring me, and like just give them a platform to do their thing. So yeah, it's selfish on my part, but I love it.
It is, but at the same time, like it was because of you guys that I learned about Dorothy.
Oh,
and fell head over heels in love with her, and then through her I discovered the Struts. So I'm like, this brilliant domino effect. So that's amazing that you do that. So to wrap up, I do want to talk about an unofficial 5th member of the band, RJ, the Big Sticks.
Yes.
5th and 6th members of the band.
Yes.
Got 2 of them.
How did that start?
Sorry. Okay, so that was started as a gag that we did at one show when we first kind of started playing shows, you know, on our first album cycle. We were like, well, we can't afford pyro, we can't afford a light show, so what can we do to make our show different? And we had like big stacks of amps, we had the trash can thing that we did, and then we had the big sticks, so it was like, why not?
Well, okay,
and it kind of just caught on, and now we have to do it.
Yes.
So Big Sister remembers it differently.
Oh.
We had his very first pair of Big Sticks was from a super fan that was kind of following us around in the club circuit. Like, we weren't signed or anything yet. And this super fan had gotten it from a Chuck E. Cheese that was closing down.
He was a franchise owner, yeah.
Yeah, and so he was like, hey, can I take that for my buddy RJ? He's this young drummer. And so he gives it to RJ.
You think they ever get freaky with those animatronic animals?
No, you never know. You know, everyone's got their thing. But he gave it to him thinking RJ's going to hang him up in his room or something. It's like, no, he busted him out first show during his drum solo, and it hasn't been the same ever since. Yeah,
amazing. So we'll expect the big sticks later on tonight. Hailstorm, love you guys to pieces.
Love you too.
Thanks so much for coming out. Big part of Point Fest 2022, finally.
And here's to Jeff.
Jeff.
Here's to Jeff.
I hate the feeling of this weight up
look at me, you can see I'm in a brace. Yeah, you got a giant halo right there on your face. And every time I look at you, girl, you know it's true. Yeah, you got a giant halo right there on your face. Hello, hello, hi. Howdy, hello, hi. That was Beyonce's Halo.
This is a new song that we have out right now that you guys are supporting, and I appreciate you so much. It's called Oh My My, and I wrote it about my 12-year-old, dropping her off at middle school the first day, and she's the new kid. She's kind of that emo, kind of mysterious girl like her dad, like a mysterious girl like her dad, mysterious girl like her dad. And I dropped her off, and I noticed all the boys just looked at her like, who's the new girl?
Oh,
So
boy,
I went
oh,
home,
boy.
and I was like, I remember being in that position, but I was listening to like New Order and the Smiths and the Cure, and so I wanted to write her a little theme song, so that all the boys must be thinking. Here it goes. It's called Oh My My. You wear black hair, I have blue. You look sadder than most girls do. The way you walk around, always watching the ground. Well, I like watching you. Your friends, they don't like me. I think they're jealous of my tattoos. I'm not a bad guy, just like wearing black. I'm not scared of anything but saying this to you. But it's going down. Neither of us wanna be alone right now. What you gonna do? Oh my, my. Yeah, I'm loving all your warning signs. 'Cause I'm a sucker for you, oh my, my. Girl, you get me high. Yeah, you're my type. Danger, danger. I'll be waiting by the blacktop like a cigarette stain for you. Every day I just won't go away. I'm not scared of anything but saying this to you. It's going down. Neither of us wanna be alone right now. What you gonna do? Oh my, my. Yeah, I'm loving all your warning signs. 'Cause I'm a sucker for you, oh my, my. Girl, you get me high. Yeah, you're my type. You're danger, danger, oh my, my. Yeah, I'm a sucker for the lonely kind. Because I'm loving all your oh my, my. Girl, you get me high. Yeah, you're my type. Danger, danger. I'll go anywhere you want me. You want me to. Caught my eye. Now we free fall. Catch me. I'll catch you too. I can. I'll go anywhere you want me. 'Cause you want me to. Caught my eye. Watch us free fall. Catch me. I'll catch you too. Oh my, my. Yeah, I'm loving all your warning signs. 'Cause I'm a sucker for you, oh my, my. Girl, you get me high. Yeah, you're my type. Danger, danger, oh my, my. Yeah, I'm a sucker for the lonely kind. Because I'm loving all your, oh my, my. Girl, you get me high. Yeah, you're my type. You're danger, danger.
Dangles on a string, like slow spinning redemption, winding in, winding out. The shine of it has caught my eye, wrote me in, so mesmerizing, so hypnotizing. I am captivated. selfish, I am wrong, I am right, I swear I'm right, swear I knew it all along, and I am flawed, but I am cleaning up so well. I am seeing in me now the things you swore you saw yourself so clear, like the diamond in your ring. Cut to mirror your intentions, oversized, no more whelm, shine of it has caught my eye, rendered me so isolated, so motivated. I am certain now that I am vindicated. I am selfish, I am wrong, I am right, I swear I'm right, swear I knew it all along, and I am flawed, but I am cleaning up so well. I am seeing in me now the things you swore you saw yourself. So turn up the corners of your lips, part them and feel my fingertips, trace the moment for forever. Defenses paper thin, just one touch and I'd be in too deep now to ever swim against the current. So let me slip away, let me slip away, let me slip away, let me slip against the current. So let me slip away, vindicated. I am selfish, I am wrong, I am right, I swear I'm right, swear I knew it all along, and I am flawed, but I am cleaning up so well. I am seeing in me now the things you swore you saw yourself, like hope dangles on a string, like slow spinning redemption.
Keep swinging my hand through a swarm of bees, 'cause I want honey on my table. I keep swinging my hand through a swarm of bees, 'cause I want honey on my table. But I never get it right. No, I never get it right. I keep swinging my hand through a swarm of bees. Can't understand why it's stinging me. Do what I want, do what I please. Do it again till I got what I need. Rip and smash through the hornet's nest. Don't they understand I deserve the best? Do what I want, do what I please. Do it again till I got what I need. So I stick this pin through a butterfly, 'cause I like all the pretty colors. It just fell apart, so I flung it in the fire to burn with all the others. But I never get it right. Oh, I never get it right. I keep swinging my hand through a swarm of bees. Can't understand why it's stinging me. Do what I want, do what I please. Do it again till I got what I need. Rip and smash through the hornet's nest. Don't they understand I deserve the best? Do what I want, do what I please. Do it again till I got what I need. And this time I'll get it right. This time I'll get it right. It's gonna be this time, I'll get it right. Gotta let it be this time, I'll get it right. Now I'm cutting that branch off the cherry tree, singing this will be my victory. Then I see them coming after me, and they're following me across the sea. Now stinging my friends and my family, and I don't know why this is happening, but I'll do what I want, I'll do what I please, do it again till I got what I need. I keep swinging my hand through a swarm of bees, 'cause I want honey on my table.
We are backstage at Point Fest with a St. Louis favorite, and the great part about this today is that they're actually going to get to play. Ladies and gentlemen, Highly Suspect backstage at Point Fest. What's going on? Welcome back. It's wonderful to see you as always, but I would also like to tell you that Natural Born Killer has been one of our favorite songs of the year so far. It sounds great on the air, and it sounds like a great Highly Suspect song. So let me ask you, where did that come in the recording process? One of the first, one of the last? Where was that?
Smack dab in the middle.
Oh, okay. All right. I always wonder if, when it comes out as a strong lead single like that, if where it was in the creative process matters. You know what I'm saying?
I think once we heard that riff, it was like, okay, this is like the sports anthem style riff. We just kind of knew it would be the one.
Yeah, absolutely so. So a new album is out now. All right. How quickly do you see the audience singing songs back to you?
Almost immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you are
Luckily.
And you got to be kind of like amazed and taken aback by that a little bit.
Oh my God, it's a blessing. It's incredible.
I can't remember words to songs I love from 20 years ago.
I can't remember the words to the songs that we wrote, so I struggle.
You know, here's like kind of a weird one, and I'm very curious about like little things like this. I was at a show the other night. Pearl Jam was here. They played the Enterprise Center. And you have half of the venue that have phones up and are trying to record the entire show. And then you have the other half that are seemingly annoyed by those that are recording. As a band, do you care?
I hate it.
You hate it.
It's the worst.
Let me ask why you hate it. And I hate it because I'm a short guy. Inevitably, somebody in front of me has got it, and then I'm not seeing anything. I'm dancing the entire show.
As another short guy, it bugs me too. You know, it's killing the view. Like, I want to see the show.
I also wonder who's watching these videos.
That's the thing, is like you take a cell phone video, and then what? You listen to it sounds terrible, you're never gonna watch it again. It's like, take a picture, and put your phone down, be present.
Right.
You know, back in my day, we didn't even have the option to do that, so.
It's crazy to me when I see people complain about Jack White's phone policy, where he won't let you gotta leave it in a bag. And maybe that's a little bit too much, but I like the general idea of just going to the show and watching the freaking show. Like, right, exactly.
That's unheard of.
Yeah, completely unheard of. So, touring-wise, we busy the rest of the year, I would assume?
We are.
Well into 2023?
We are.
How far do they book you dudes out? So, like, if I want to make a 30th anniversary show for The Point for next year, because we're turning 30, how far ahead do I have to, do I have to talk to the booking people to get Highly Suspect in?
No, you just talked to us, you just said that, we'll be there. You know we'll be there for you.
All right, well, thank you very much. It's a big birthday. I mean, 30 years for an alternative radio station these days.
I can't wait until I have mine.
My next birthday is 50. I'm not prepared for that even in the slightest. But now when my kids say I do old man stuff, I do old man. I mean, I can't even fight them on it anymore.
Like what? What's old man stuff for you?
Well, let me tell you. I have this particular pair of New Balance tennis shoes, okay? I got them to walk in, and as soon as I took them out of the box, I am not even lying, my two oldest kids started crying, laughing at me and my old man shoes. And then when I tried to point out to them that how much the arch support means to me, oh my God, like they were hyperventilating. So that's just one of the things. I have the TV on super loud all the time. My hearing is going, the hair. I mean, dude, it's not a pretty picture. Like, my wife is way too cute, truthfully, for what's going on here.
You're selling yourself short, Donnie. You're a beautiful man.
Thank you, man, very much. I've taken this in a very weird direction, but more than anything, I just wanted to tell you guys thank you. We love it when you're here. You mean so much to us as a band for the radio station, and we're just genuinely thankful when we get to see you.
No, the pleasure is ours. You guys have done nothing but support us since day one, and it's honestly like an honor to be loved so much by you guys and by St. Louis, and it's felt, and we're very excited to be here as always, and yeah, tonight's gonna rock.
I really wish I could get away with wearing sunglasses like that too. Your sense of style, fantastic. Well done. Johnny, the boys from Highly Suspect, backstage at Point Fest. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
Told you so. No need to point the finger, that would be cold. You cried like a baby, don't let me go. I said that you could tell everyone it was mutual. We went our separate ways, I was relieved, until the gossip made its way back to me. You flipped the story, put the truth in reverse. I know the game you're playing, and this revenge is dangerous. You just keep on kicking dirt in my eyes. Dirt in my eyes. You just keep on acting surprised. Don't be surprised. Tell me your lies, tell me your lies. Such a chameleon, you're fake and a freak. You're like the talented Miss Ripley. You will regret twisting my words. May I remind you, I'm the one that kicked you to the curb. Keep on kicking dirt in my eyes. Dirt in my eyes. Just keep on acting surprised. Don't be surprised. Just keep on kicking dirt in my eyes. Tell me your lies. Tell me your lies. Throw your sticks and stones. When you do me wrong, your anger only makes me stronger. Now you should have known all along. Throw your sticks and stones. Now when you do me wrong, your anger only makes me stronger. You
first big summer show of 2018. We've got 30 Seconds to Mars and Wellesley Arms and Walk the Moon and K-Flay. How are you?
I'm doing great.
It's really great to see you. I got to tell you this, though, kind of changing up the interview from where I thought it was going to go. I want to know about the fitness regime in which that you have, how you do it out there when it's 105 degrees, because I need to.
Okay, so we've just started something. We're calling it Witness the Fitness.
Okay.
It's good branding, right?
Right.
We're off to a good start. But basically, like with a tour like this too, we have a lot of downtime.
Sure.
So we're trying to take like times when we could do bad things and do good things.
Oh, very good. So you're just kind of keeping yourself busy, more or less.
Sort of.
But then also doing something very good for your mind and for your body as well.
Exactly, because I feel like one of the things, there's like a weird cycle that can happen on tour where you get locked into this like never changing like Groundhog Day thing.
Sure.
And this is a good way to disrupt that potentially damaging cycle.
Absolutely so. But I mean, and also too, though, I mean, you're kind of able again to do something for the body as well as.
Yeah, and it's good for the mind.
Yeah.
It's very good for the mind.
You don't do well with downtime, I'm assuming. Like as far as
Right.
like you get bored, probably super easy.
I do get pretty bored, yeah.
Well, what do you do like when you're not working, when you're not touring? I assume we've had this conversation before where I know you write a lot, where you're always doing something. But I would think downtime would almost be your enemy to a certain extent, just for you personally. You know what I mean? You probably don't dig it.
This is like a therapy session. Yes.
Yeah. I'm good at that.
I have trouble with quiet. So yeah, I'm working on that. I mean,
Yeah.
for the most part, honestly, this last like couple of years has been pretty much work stuff.
Right.
Pretty relentlessly, which is, I mean, I also just like making music pretty fundamentally, so that feels like it's always worthwhile, even if it's not going to be a song for me, if I'm just like trying to get better at guitar and recording riffs in my bedroom or something like
Yeah.
that. But I listen to a lot of podcasts. I read a lot. I do a lot of crossword puzzles.
Yeah.
Big crossword puzzle fan.
I've turned to the crossword puzzle game here recently, which is because it's never sort of been my thing.
Okay.
But then my two youngest like really got into it as the school year went on. So I found myself like actually buying like a crossword puzzle book at the grocery store in the checkout.
Yeah.
Now I'm only a couple in and I'm not very good at it, but it's a nice little challenge for the brain. You know what I mean? Like I find myself like actually probably using parts of my brain I wouldn't be using otherwise.
Yeah, we've been talking about this. Crossword puzzles are like an interesting skill, like a very specific skill. I was sort of like trained by my father to do them and be good at them. So I started doing like the New York Times Sunday puzzle, not like I needed help, but as a young kid. And you kind of learn like there's a language to crossword puzzles that you develop over time. So you kind of have to do them to be good at them. Like a lot of really smart people aren't that great at crossword puzzles if they haven't done a lot of them.
How young, like when you say you're doing this, like how young are you saying that you started doing it?
I mean, well, he was always doing them, so I was around them, but I probably started helping around like, 7 or 8 or something like that. I wasn't very good.
But still, I mean,
Yeah.
but to be able to be a part of that process and help in any way, shape, or form at 7 or 8 is pretty stinking impressive.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, absolutely so. I want to go back a little bit about the whole Grammy process, and I know you had a chance to talk to Lux about this, but I want to know, like, how do you find out about something like that? When you do find out, what are those first couple minutes like? And then I can imagine the calls that you're making after the fact have to be some of the most fun and exciting phone conversations and calls that you've ever made.
Yeah. Actually, Brandon, who's not pictured here, but he's standing in this room, he's off camera. He's here, though. You called me. At like what? Oh, well, he tried calling. Oh no, Lauren. Right. Okay. So I live with like one of my best college friends in LA in a house, and so she came into my room, and I'd just gotten off tour, so I was like trying to sleep in a little bit, or not even sleep in, just like sleep till 9 or something.
Right.
And she came into my room and was like knocking, and she's like, "I'm really sorry, like." You have to talk to Brandon. So Brandon had tried calling me. I didn't pick up because it was on silent.
Right.
Because I'm not a monster. I have my phone on silent while I sleep. And he was like, "Yeah, you got nominated for 2 Grammys. Call your mom, and then you have to do a radio interview." So I did that.
That's just unbelievable because I mean.
And I didn't know I had, by the way, no awareness of them being announced. Or I didn't know I was submitted or anything like that. You know what I mean?
I just can't even imagine. Because then it's got to be, even as you're telling these people, it's got to be kind of surreal, like, wow, this is amazing.
It's very bizarre. I mean, as someone who has always kind of had the like DIY indie background, I guess some of those like kind of like mainstream things feel like in a separate world.
Absolutely.
And so it was quite shocking, but good, you know.
But I also
nice.
think for the Grammys, I mean, I think it adds legitimacy when they're putting some really great artists on there that might be still bubbling a little bit underground. You know what I mean? Because I think sometimes some of those awards, like they don't, at least even for me as a music fan, they just seem kind of far off. And so then when, you know, some of my people are nominated for those as well, it seems to kind of relate a little bit more. I want to talk about collaborations real quick, because the one that you did with Robert DeLong is absolutely phenomenal. Just phenomenal. Where does that come up? How did that come up? Because the first time that I heard that song, and like a lot of times with music, and I talk about it with interviews a lot, like it, even if it's something that I like, it takes me a minute to really kind of grip it. With that song, that was not it. I was about halfway through when Robert's rep was playing it for me that I was like, oh man, I can't wait to put this on the radio. Like, it's just so good. How did that come about?
Thank you. It actually came about very organically. So Rob and I are like neighbors. He lives like a couple minutes away from me. I can walk to his house. I actually, unbeknownst to myself, I was walking by his house. I just didn't know him yet. But we had gotten introduced and we're like, oh, we should work on something, but it was kind of like nothing was happening yet, or I was on the road or he was on the road or something. But I was having a party at my house, and so I invited him, and everyone drank a lot of alcohol at the party.
Imagine that.
Imagine that at a fun party in my backyard. And we had set up, we were gonna write the next day, just at he has a studio in his garage. And we both woke up like struggling big time. But we're both very reliable people, so we both showed up, we got breakfast, both felt terrible, and just went to his place. And I was like in a fugue state personally, like I was like having some kind of like manic episode. And I actually believe that hangovers are pretty creatively productive if you choose to view them with a positive lens.
Sure.
And so we just like wrote that song in a couple hours. We were just like in a crazy state of mind, and I think we'd had like the bonding experience the night before. And what's actually really cool is since that time he and I have become really good friends, like actually. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, it sparked a real thing.
When it's somebody that you know but you don't like really know, you know, I mean, I would have. That has to make it a little tougher for when you're in the studio or something, right? Or is it the exact opposite of that? Because you, at some point, you got to be the one to be like, I don't particularly like that part, or we need to redo this, or what have you.
I think there's, you know, and I've thought about this a lot, because when you're, you know, as a solo artist, you know, I'm not part of a band. So the producer that I'm working with is often like that other person. So I'm always kind of thinking about that relationship and that collaboration. I think there's some kind of like apex of intersection of like familiarity and tension. I'm not sure what the two words are exactly, but where you do feel comfortable to say like, no, we can do better, or you can do better in a nice way, and also feeling like you can be vulnerable truly, because that's what ultimately makes for good music, I think.
Absolutely.
So you want to have that kind of balance between like knowing someone, but also feeling like you want to impress someone, or you want to challenge someone, and you're willing to be challenged too.
Absolutely. Well, it's been great to talk to you again, Kay Flay. I always have the worst time when we're doing interviews like this with the table of knowing what to do with my hands.
Oh!
You know what I'm saying? You're a champ,
I
and that's where it
down.
went. But then what happened is I started low, and then I came up, and then I didn't know where to go from there, and so it's just been a disaster for the last 30 seconds.
Just to put it in perspective, I did not notice any bizarre hand movements, arm movements on your part.
We like to keep it that way. I try to consider myself a bit of a professional.
I'll do some weird stuff now just to make up for what
I don't know how it's going to go. It's Kay Flay, Big Summer Show. Thank you very much, as always. Absolute pleasure.
Thanks so much.
Paps, be good to your daughters. That's how you know to be good. 'Cause some will turn to mommies when others will be daughters and dads. That's how your brothers can be mothers too. That was John Mayer. daughters.
My sweet summer is gone. She left me here with sand in my bed. She played me all night long, but I do it all over again. Oh, my sweet summer is gone, and on my mirror she made it clear her lipstick can't be wrong. My summer, my sweet summer is gone. Yeah, my sweet summer is gone.
Weather outside the day we met. Blue was the color of skies the day she left. Short was the time we had, it was the best. Cause fun with the nights we spend with no rest. I met her on a Friday, she left on a Monday. Wrote me a letter, said she hope to see me someday. We had a good time, I can't deny that. You could be my sunshine every time you fly back.
There's another one you're loving, and I hate to see. My sweet summer is gone. She left me here with sand in my bed. She played me all night long, but I do it all over again. Oh, my sweet summer is gone, and on my mirror she made it clear the lipstick can't be wrong. My summer, my sweet summer is gone. Oh, my sweet summer is gone.
Yeah, she left in the morning, gone without warning. Phone while it lasted, lost in the moment. She paid me real good, took me for a ride. Now she's off on an aeroplane, back to real life. She dipped out, smoked on my weed, then she flipped out. Left in my slumber, waited till I passed out. And on my dresser was a paper and her number. I filled it up with grass and I burned it for summer.
'Cause there's another one you're loving, and I hate to see. Ooh, my sweet summer is gone. She left me here with sand in my bed. She played me all night long, but I do it all over again. Oh, my sweet summer is gone, and on my mirror she made it clear her lipstick can't be wrong. My summer, my sweet summer is gone. Yeah, my sweet summer is gone. Ooh, left like a midnight thief. Ooh, you ain't no friend of me. Ooh, how could you lead me on? Ooh, now my sweet summer is gone. Yeah, my sweet summer is gone. Oh, my sweet summer is gone. Yeah, my sweet summer is gone.
So we've had this place for a little over a year now, and every time I come up here, I discover something new, whether it be a new structure or just something hidden in part of the woods here. So a couple months ago, just spotted something in the woods, and what the hell is that? So I went exploring, and let me show you what I found. Check this out. That, my friends, is a hidden sawmill. So I drove out here one afternoon, I said, what the hell is this? Well, you get all this cut wood. You got this wooden structure out here. I said, what is that? And then I go in here, it's a big saw. So this is a sawmill that was just hidden in the woods. So I guess what you do is that little pipe at the end there, you'd hook a tractor up to that and turn the PTO on, and that spins the blade. And you would take your logs, and you'd push your logs up onto here, and this thing slides, and you'd make yourselves some 2x4s or whatever.
Am I ever going to use it? Absolutely not. All I could see is an accident happening. I mean, this guy was using this sawmill up until basically the day he died. And this was an 80-something-year-old guy who was taking logs, putting them up here, and making planks or whatever he needed to use around the farm. And I don't know what the heck this is. It says observation booth. What are you observing? This would be a good spot for Jeff to come and just do weird things. That's what I was thinking. Again, this is all hidden. I just kind of found it. You got a lot of cut wood, tires, extra fencing. I don't know why there are so many tires. I guess he was a tire collector. Is this a Blair Witch Project thing? Maybe. Let's not find out. Let's go. Here we are coming up to one of the pastures that flush with cows. Look at them all just waiting for me. Hey, it's your buddy Rizz. Hi, guys. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, ladies. Let me introduce you to the ladies. There's 33, and there's 59, and 45, and oh, hi, 97. Yeah, there they are. The girls. They're close because they think I'm going to feed them. But little do they know I'm going to feed off them. And look at the calf. Look, they just crap everywhere. They just stand there and, well, you know what they do all day? They eat and poop. That's it. Just eat and poop. Look at that one drooling. So the cows are on the field and they graze. And they're doing the lawn mowing for me. They eat, they poop, they eat, they poop. Man, I wish you guys were out here when the stud was out here. And this stud was just running around, just trying to mount all the cows. And some cows weren't having it. Imagine that job. Just your job is just to be out on the field and just have sex with things. You see with these damn cows, they crap everywhere. I got my tires dirty. So here's the deal with the cows. They aren't actually our cows. They're the neighbor's cows, the neighboring farm. So he pays us to put the cows on our fields so the cows can graze and do their thing, and he moves the cows from field to field. So they're right here now. In a week or two, they'll be on another side of the farm, and in a week or two, they'll be on another side of the farm. So they just kind of rotates them around, and they eat, they poop, they fertilize our fields. They're doing the lawn mowing for me by grazing, and maybe I'll get a couple steaks out of the deal. I don't know.
Oh, 1,000 faces staring at me. 1,000 times I've fallen. 1,000 voices stood at my feet. Now I'm gone, now I'm gone, now I'm gone. And then rolling thunder clapping at me. Rolling tide, come on hauling. Rolling dice all dance at my feet. Now I'm gone, now I'm gone, now I'm gone. Lord, give me that fire. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Lord, give me that fire. Ooh, ooh. Lord, give me that fire. Burn, burn, burn. Ghosts and devils come calling, calling my name out, lost in the fire. Sweet virgin, your blood is calling, calling my name out, lost in the fire. Lord, give me that fire. Ooh, Lord, give me that fire. Ooh, Lord, give me that fire. Burn, 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 yeah. Lord, give me that fire. Ooh, Lord, give me that fire. Ooh, Lord, give me that fire. Burn, burn, burn.
All right, so the lead-off interview for Point Fest 2019, my guy Claudio from Coheed and Cambria. How you doing, man? Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having us.
You know, I believe the last time that you were here, and I so wish that I could have talked to you while that it was happening. Coheed was playing a show at the pageant, and oh my gosh, the hubbub about your hair was on that day, man. Like it was so fascinating to watch some of your fans completely lose their minds about that. And I'm curious from your perspective because, you know, I mean, I know that the music is so important and everything that goes involved in this is such a big deal. And the hair thing to me seems like it would be something that you would be a little uncomfortable with as far as like the direct attention of it all. How do you take it? Do you just think it's kind of a goof and move on with it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was just having a good time. You know, doing this for a living, you don't want to take yourself too seriously. And I know that that's something that a lot of people think with Coheed and its whole like concept and, it's just so inflated. But at the same time, it's like we're really just out here to kind of have a good time, and that was just a way to kill time and just have fun. So
what was amazing to me was that you had made a social media post about it, and then like an hour later, like all of the websites picked up on it. So it was just like social media crazy for a few hours. Like it just really caught fire, and I was like, this is about this man's hair. So I think today, if I'm not mistaken, even though Mastodon is not here, this kind of sort of begins that trek with Mastodon. And when I was reading an interview with you kind of talking about both of you guys going out, it was really cool to read and really kind of feel you a bit fanboy out about being able to be on the road with those guys. So this is nothing that's ever happened before. The first time that you've been out on an extended run with them.
Yeah.
But they've been friends with you guys for a while. You've been mutual friends, kind of thing.
So, somewhat. I mean, we've just kind of been in the same circles, and we've seen each other's bands on tour, like whether it's in a festival situation or at NAMM shows or just sort of gatherings. So it just kind of made sense. I mean, both bands being these like kind of progressive rock, things that like, why not? So.
Yeah, one of the things you kind of alluded to it a little bit before. Do you obviously have this intricate storyline that's laid out for these records, but I feel as though that you can love these records even if you don't exactly know the ins and outs of the storyline. Are you okay with that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, all the songs are really written from like a personal experience. So right at the creation of them, they're all very real songs. It's just I kind of take them and then kind of translate them into this other piece of fiction so people can experience the music and the stories in another way. But yeah, it's very personal stuff. If you actually like kind of dive into Coheed's music and actually read the lyrics and get in there, I mean, it's really they're basically love songs,
right?
That's all they are. It's like so yeah.
I really appreciated the last time that we had a chance to sit down and talk. You guys had just released the record that broke out of the storyline, and kind of did like the one-off because your kid had just been born and all of those kinds of things. And I think that it was very remarkable to see your band to be able to kind of do that. Like kind of jump off, do that record kind of in and of itself as an anomaly, and then come back and kind of get back into things. And I think it says a lot too about the fan base that they are along for the ride, kind of in however you want to do. That's got to be an amazing feeling to have that kind of trust of the fans.
Absolutely. I think they respect us and understand that, again, like the concept stuff was really just a creation. It came about because I had a hard time, singing about myself. You know what I mean? Being the front man of a band and having to sort of wear your heart on your sleeve. That whole sort of idea about telling my own story. I mean, I had a hard time just accepting that, and that's what the concept was there for. It's basically a curtain to hide behind. And, at that moment in time when my son was, all those sort of feelings about him coming into the world, and, it was like, okay, this makes sense. Let's just take a step away from the concept and really allow that experience to sort of take center stage in the record. And to see everybody sort of jump on board and be very accepting of that. I mean, it's so great. I mean, to be allowed that flexibility, You know.
It's pretty impressive, and I've never met one of the things about your band is I've never met a guy or a girl that like are kind of into Coheed. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? Like it seems like they are, because I remember the guys that introduced them to me very early on when I worked at a record store, and they were in it to win it and still are to this day. And I think that it's, you know, you do have fan bases that you see kind of ebb and flow, and it seems like you guys just continue to build and build and build. And for a band that is not necessarily super easy to kind of pigeonhole or whatever, I mean, I think that that's an amazing accomplishment.
It's incredible. I mean, you know, if you really like Coheed, you are all in. I mean, you know, the tattoos, you sort of, all of that stuff. But, you know, if you don't like Coheed, you don't like Coheed.
But, and you know what, I do want to ask about that real quick, though, because when you do open yourself up so much to write these songs so personally, and then somebody does like crack on them for whatever, you know, a poor review or what have you, that would then, to me, seemingly be like the absolute worst, because you're opening yourself up, and then you see somebody who, you know, might not be as into it kind of criticize it or whatever. That would seemingly make me mad.
Well, yeah, again, I think that's why this was created the way it was back then. You know, 2001, you know, 1998 is actually when I conceived the idea of Coheed and Cambria. But that's why I created it that way, because I didn't know how I was going to receive that, you know, backlash, if there would be any. But now as an adult, I don't care. I understand that, like, this is really for me, you know, when getting these things out, it's a way for me to sort of exercise and work through my sort of issues as a human being, and regardless of how anyone sort of receives it, I mean, hopefully it's for the better and it helps the one that's receiving it. But for the most part, I know it's helped me.
Yeah.
So that's really kind of what matters most, I think.
The last time that you were here, you talked to me about how you wrote a lot in the morning. Oh, yeah. That you felt like that was kind of your most sort of creative time. And I want to let you know, in this conversation that we had, was probably 3 years ago at this point, maybe 2, that I have started, instead of when I wake up laying back down, I will get up now and start to do my like sort of work and start to do some of the things that I do. And man, there's really something about starting your day by like accomplishing things before it even really gets going. Like it like sets you on the right foot kind of.
Absolutely. I mean, I still, to like wake up 5 o'clock, I'll walk around my neighborhood and I'll conceptualize ideas, you know, whether they're for the band or outside of it. I mean, it's just there's this place, your mind just coming out of sleep. It's, I don't know, for me, I just feel the most creative and the most productive. Like I'm you know, and I don't know what that is, but I do find that yeah, I do sort of create a way more at that point in time.
Well, I just wanted to say that I thank you and appreciate that.
Oh, well, you got it.
That's a nice little life advice that you were giving me at that particular time that I took. But Claudio, thank you very much. We always appreciate having you here. You're a big part of the station and of Point Fest, and we again just really thank you and appreciative for your time.
You got
today.
it, brother.
Thank you. Backstage at Point Fest, Donnie.
Sweet summer is gone. She left me here with sand in my bed. She played me all night long, but I do it all over again. Oh, my sweet summer is gone, and on my bed she made it clear her lipstick can't be wrong. My summer, my sweet summer is gone. Yeah, my sweet summer is gone.
Weather outside the day we met. Blue was the color of skies the day she left. Short was the time we had, it was the best. Cause long were the nights we spent with no rest. I met her on a Friday, she left on a Monday. Wrote me a letter, said she hope to see me someday. We had a good time, I can't deny that. You could be my sunshine every time you fly back.
There's another one you're loving, and I hate to see. My sweet summer is gone. She left me with sand in my bed. She played me all night long, but I do it all over again. Oh, my sweet summer is gone, and on my bed she made it clear her lipstick can't be wrong. My summer, my sweet summer is gone. Oh, my sweet summer is gone.
Yeah, she left morning, gone without warning. Fun while it lasted, lost in the moment. She paid me real good, took me for a ride. Now she's off on an aeroplane, back to real life. She dipped out, smoked on my weed, then she flipped out. In my slumber, waited till I passed out. And on my dresser was a paper and a number. I filled it up with grass and I burned it for summer. 'Cause there's another one you're loving, and I hate to see you go. My sweet summer is gone. She left me, he was saying in my bed. She played me all night long, but I do it all over again. Oh, my sweet summer is gone, and on my mirror she made it clear lipstick can't be wrong. My summer, summer, my sweet summer is gone. Yeah, yeah, my sweet summer is gone. Ooh, left like a midnight thief. Ooh, you ain't no friend of me. Ooh, how could you lead me on? Ooh, now my sweet summer is gone. Yeah, yeah, my sweet summer is gone. Oh, my sweet summer is gone. Yeah, my sweet summer is gone.
Backstage at Point Fest, and I'm completely honored to be joined by Ed from Live. This is one of my childhood dreams, to always talk to you every time you're in town.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Been following you. I was telling your tour manager, I've been following you guys since, and I'm sorry if nobody out there cares, but I'm going to walk down memory lane with you. MTV 120-minute tour, Springfield, Missouri.
Oh, yeah.
Shrine Mosque, I think is what it was.
I think so. It was our first tour.
That was your first tour?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you guys were like, talk about just being with the guys you grew up with. You guys were like 12 at the time or something.
Gosh, a beautiful, beautiful song. Beautiful day. Just seemed perfect. Your first song of the day for Mountaintop Motors. MountaintopMotors.com. Sell them your ride. Leave with a check. All right, let's get into March Music Mayhem. All right, it is March Music Mayhem. And we've got a great matchup right now. We got Point Fest 23 from 2008 going against Point Fest 33 from 2015. Starting off with Apocalyptica, I Don't Care on 105.7 The Point.
Hey, we're the Interrupters! And we're here with our new friends Sarah and Donnie from The Point. We're at Music Record Shop and we're gonna go get some records.
Reggae and ska. This record is going to change your life. It really is. This is nightclub, gangsters, Rudy, A Message to You, Rat Race, man, Ghost Town. So we come, Interrupters, before we come out on stage, we play Ghost Town, and it's on this. You just have to get, this is, I insist that you get that one. Okay.
If you were gonna get a Ramones record, are you a fan of the Ramones?
I don't know. A lot of times I hear songs and I'm like, oh yeah, I love that song. I just can't remember who it was.
I Want to Be Sedated.
Mm-hmm.
And like Blitzkrieg Bop.
Mm-hmm.
So this is their second record, and it's really good.
In 8th grade, I went to Catholic school. I had to walk from my school to my parents' office, and in between the school and the office was a reggae record store. Like it was a record store, mostly just reggae. From school until then, that most of my time was spent at that record shop.
Wow. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of where it
Yeah.
started. Like,
and the
pretty
owner
much.
of that record shop was like, check this out. It's called incense, and you burn it. And I was like, cool.
Check this out. It's kind of like incense, but it makes it feel fun.
And then he was
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4, 5, 6, 7.
Ready to roll? We are backstage at Point Fest. Ladies and gentlemen, Brent and Barry from Shinedown. What's up, gentlemen?
Well,
How are
hello.
you?
What's going on? How are you?
It's great to see you. It's great to see you.
Good to
First
see
of
you.
all,
Thanks for being cool with us because I was super, super late. I was very, very late. Some things in rock and roll haven't changed. The singers are usually late.
now listen, if we're going to do it, you are 18 minutes behind. I don't think that that's even late as far as rock stars go. I think that's just about flat.
All right, we'll take that.
We can take that.
Yeah.
I don't know if do we look at ourselves as, the RS, the rock star type?
You don't have to. I appreciate that you don't, but I do, and I can. You know what I
appreciate
mean?
it. The reason I am late though is because I needed to take a shower because, quite frankly, I smelled like a farm animal. So I wanted to make sure that we were good today.
So see, the 18 minutes late is completely acceptable, and I do appreciate it.
Oh, you should, because I had to be next to him. It was not good.
Well, first and foremost, congratulations on the record.
Thank you.
I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. The song Devil has been doing amazing things for the radio station. People loved it as soon as we put it on the air. There is something so great, and it just has that sort of anthemic quality about it. Where did that song fall in the recording of this particular record? Was that one of your first ones that came about?
It came about probably right in the middle. There were a lot of things about and are, in regards to Attention, the new album. We did things a little differently this time. We've had the pleasure of working with a lot of producers, a lot of great engineers, male and female. But it was time for us to do it in-house. So our bass player, Eric Bass, who is quite frankly, way more than a bass player. He produced Attention. He also mixed it. And so the dynamic of everything, too, is that it is a conceptual piece of work, but not in the traditional sense. We call it a story album because everything takes place inside of a room on the record. The goal is to put the audience and the listener into this room to take this journey. And Devil is basically the beginning of this journey because we don't look at it as like the story starts off at rock bottom, but the fact is this individual that is inside the story has come to a place in their life where if they don't confront what's inside of them that could potentially sabotage them, their family, and quite frankly, their actual life in general, they're going to have to face these demons basically. So Devil starts the beginning of the story of Attention, but the actual song was probably written about middle of the way in the recording process, or the writing process, I should say.
And there's a lot going on here because you recorded at Eric's studio, which was not a commercial studio that normally does this kind of thing, correct?
It is a commercial studio for him. He's done a lot of stuff there. In fact, when we met Eric 10 years ago, 11 years ago, when we were doing Sound of Madness, we were writing for Sound of Madness, and we actually went to his studio to write. We didn't know him. He was just a producer at that studio, and we wrote at that studio. And then, things happened and changed, and we said, what about that guy? Because he's extremely smart and a great producer. He was a producer first, came into us as the bass player.
Sure.
So, but he's done other records out of there, and other records have been done out of there even when he's not home. But it's not one of the, it's his place. So he has ownership of it. He built it. And this was actually the last record done there. He's moving the studio, so this was it. This was the, it's bittersweet, but it was a great time.
Well, I watched that documentary, and finding out that he's a big Ben Folds fan,
I
am borderline stalker-like when it comes to that man. So
Really?
well, not really, but
That's
just
okay.
a big
Ben Folds
fan.
is great.
Yeah. So that part was very interesting. I wonder about the dynamic while you guys are recording. Now, I have interviewed you guys numerous times over the years. I don't know you though as people, but I would bet you that while you're making a record, it can get intense.
Sure.
Do you guys fight? Do you guys argue? Do you guys? Because I would think everybody's passionate. Passion levels are on high when you're doing this project that you put so much into. Do you guys communicate that way? Do you get after each other that way, or am I misreading that?
What are your
Sometimes.
thoughts on that?
I think sometimes we do. You put a lot of pressure on yourselves, and then Eric took extra pressure on himself producing and mixing the record. But what's nice about us is we're still a family. We truly love each other and hang out with each other. So if it is a spat, it's more like, a frustration type of thing instead of, you suck and you can't do it right or any of that kind of thing. But having Eric on the other side, having Eric produce this record, he knows us so well, he was able to pull different things out of us. He knows our strengths and weaknesses. So if he knew he was going to push you in a direction that might be not in your comfort zone for a song, he knew how to kind of manipulate you that way to get it out of you.
That's fantastic.
Because I think any producer with any band is also a psychiatrist in a way, because you're dealing with very fragile egos. We're all artists. And so you really have to be able to get inside somebody's head and know how far you can push them without pushing them over the edge.
I have to be very, very frank about it, though. The fact of the matter is Eric had a really good way of looking at this process and this album. We would rather go crazy making it ourselves rather than watch.
God, I love me a good cover song. Shaman's Harvest, Dirty Diana representing Point Fest 33 from 2015. They're going up against Point Fest 23 from 2008 in March Music Mayhem. Get your votes in, 1057thepoint.com, the Point mobile app. I'll have your results at the end of the hour.
What an absolute honor. This is first Ho-Ho show of 2017. Headliner tonight, Rise Against, Tim McElrath from Rise Against. Absolute pleasure to meet you, man.
Good to be here, yeah.
So, okay, a couple of things that I wanted to ask you about, but I think I'm going to kind of start on the serious side of things, if that's all right with you.
Let's do it.
It is an unbelievable time in our country politically. Some people would maybe not say that it's a sad time politically, but I think that it's one of the lowest points that I can ever remember.
Yeah.
As somebody that is keeping track of what's going on in the world, like I know you guys do, sometimes myself I get so frustrated with just the daily, just punch in the face of it all, that I kind of want to back away from it. How do you consume the news that's out there, and do you ever get that feeling like when you're reading like Twitter or Facebook or something like, God, I feel like I got punched in the face just trying to get through the news of the day?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's so overwhelming, and you're like, we live in such a tumultuous time right now, especially in American history. And for a band like us who've been plugging away this for like 18 years and singing about the ills of society and singing about things where places where we find injustice, we want to put water where the fire is. That's kind of what we do. And so to have all these ideas that we thought made such progress on, I feel like racism and sexism and homophobia and xenophobia, and I feel like all that stuff kind of has come to rear its ugly head back again. And in this administration has such a permissive culture around all those ideas, which is sad. It lets you know and it reminds you that the monsters of racism and sexism don't ever really go away. No. We put them behind bars, but they find their way out. If we don't constantly maintain that visibility on those issues. And so it's interesting, as a band that's been trying to rile people up for 18 years, I'm excited to see people riled up.
Sure.
I don't care that if it wasn't Rise Against to do it. I don't care what did it.
Right.
And certainly this election did it. So I get to see a lot of people who have opened their eyes, a lot of people who have traditionally buried their head in the sand, who have now come out and said, I gotta be more engaged, I have to speak up when I hear something that's wrong. I see what happens now when good people stay silent, And so we've been a band through 4 different presidential administrations, so we also realized that a lot of the problems with this administration, are just symptoms of a bigger disease. There's an ideology that fuels administrations like this one, and the ideology is something that we like to attack. It's more effective to treat the disease than just to be constantly treating the symptoms.
Now I'm 41, and when the undercurrent, this is kind of a crazy, like when the undercurrent of racism started to sort of peak back up kind of and became sort of acceptable in the last couple of years, or what, not acceptable, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, did it at all shock you? It shocked me because absolutely, I thought I was like, this is still happening? Like we're really going backwards. So
Gorillas on 105.7 The Point. It's Liv. It's been quite the afternoon here so far. Normally I don't talk this much right off the bat, but what's so funny, I think I have superpowers. I went and I plugged in my headphones right at 2 o'clock, right? And the slightest little shock happened, and like so many things changed on my soundboard here. Some interview Donnie did started playing. Like, I thought I broke the point, and then for my first few breaks, I couldn't hear myself. Wasn't sure if you could hear me, but I think we're rocking and rolling now. Thank God. Shout out to Craig. We have the best team here. Story of the year, War.
Oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me. We were victims of the night. Mechanical, physical, kryptonite held us to the face and the fading light. Oh, we were bound to get together, bound to get together. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said, you're holding back. She said, shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said, ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me. A backless dress and some beat up sneaks. My discotheque, Juliet, teenage dream. I felt it in my chest as she looked at me. I knew we were bound to be together, bound to be together. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said, you're holding back. She said, shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said, ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me. Oh, come on, girl. Deep in her eyes, I think I see the future. I realize this is my last chance. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, come on. Oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said shut up and dance. Don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me. Ooh, shut up and dance with me. Oh, shut up and dance with me. Thank you very much.
Backstage at Point Fest, and this is, I gotta say, of all of the interviews that I've done, as far as the placement in conjunction with the show, this one is a little different because there's not going to be a show here tonight, but we've got Highly Suspect here to join us. So, gentlemen, hello, and I'm going to make this probably pretty awkward for all of us.
Happy to be here. Grateful to be here.
Well, it's absolutely wonderful to see you guys again, and it has been a spell since we have heard new Highly Suspect music. All right, so I want to know when there's something new work. I mean, what do you got? There's got to be something going on. You got to have a single. You got to have a record.
June 22nd. You heard it fucking here first, right here on the point.
Ooh.
June 22nd. I'm not
like
going to give you the name of the song, though.
Okay.
But that'll be the first single.
All right, I'm going to do this, though. I will admit, though, I heard the song yesterday, and it's freaking fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, we're on your Instagram Live? You do not want to be on the Instagram Live with me, man. I'm not a guy that's made for camera. I am the face for radio if there ever was an example.
I think you're beautiful.
Well,
June 22nd, and we are so fucking bummed about not being able to play today because, you know, maybe you would have gotten a little tease.
I think we would have. That's your way of saying you were going to play the new song in the set.
I just said maybe. I don't know.
So, like, but it's been a while since we've had a chance to, like, kind of hang out and stuff and see you guys roll through town. What have you been up to? What have you been doing? Has there been anything new going on in the life, in the world? Catch us up.
Yeah, tons. I mean, my brother and I moved to Nashville. We built a studio in it, and then we got to work on the record, and that took a long time. Yeah, I mean, it was honestly just nice to be off the road for a little bit. We toured for like 6 years straight or something like that, and it was just nice to take a little break. And
we got really good at Apex.
Yeah.
That's the new development.
Yeah, Apex Legends. It's
a lot of Netflix,
awesome.
A lot of Grubhub.
Oh, man.
It's just been a fantastic. Honestly, like, it's a bum out that everything happened, but I think it was necessary because we wrote probably the best album any of you have ever heard. So that's it.
So was most of the writing and all this stuff done in Nashville at your place, Ryan?
We kind of bounced back and forth. Johnny's in LA, so we were going back and forth between the two, and it just took our time with it. And I think that's like the best part about it is that you shouldn't rush art, and we didn't. So we made something that we're really, really happy with.
But guys, that's kind of hard because you're in a bit of a business in which that when you have a successful single, the next thing is okay, when's the next one coming? So how do you balance?
You just stop giving a fuck.
Well, I guess that's probably it, though. But seriously, I mean, like, not even as a joke. Like, really, you probably have to do that at some point.
If we wanted to rush out music to elicit fame, we could have chosen that path. Mm-hmm. We care about the art. We care about what we put out. It's quality over quantity. So we said, no, fuck it, we're going to take our time. I think we've established, without sounding like too much of a jerk, we've established this point in our career where it's okay if we take 2.5 years and people wait as long as something's really good. You know what I mean? As opposed to like Lana Del Rey, that type of like, take your time with it as opposed to pop it out, pop it out, pop it out, because we have things that we really want to say. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean? And that you need life experience in order to say them. You have to go through experience. You have to have thoughts and opinions on subjects. Or you could just be like, my girl and my car and my dog, but like, you know.
Absolutely
that
so.
Ain't us.
But I find it very odd, though, man, because not all bands have that same sort of mentality. And I feel like some bands will kind of allow themselves to, I don't want to say be manipulated by that system, but you know, I mean, I'm sure you guys have friends in bands, man, that are trying to like push and push and push. How did you guys get to the point where you were like, no, we're going to do this our way or we're not going to friggin' do this?
I think it's always been that way, and we're so fortunate and blessed to work with people that respect that about us. And while we do get pushed, we don't get told, so to speak, in like a bad way. You know what I mean? We feel like with our management, with our label, with everyone, it's partners. And then there's the fact that like we're also fortunate enough that we had, you know, we're not like wealthy people, but we can survive for a couple years just kind of like living for a couple years. I mean, we're pretty much at the end of the rope right now, but that's like thanks to you guys. That's thanks to radio stations and people that actually push and promote and have gotten us to this point where like we've become a thing, you know? So thank you.
To this point.
Yeah.
I got to tell
point fest.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I was in Nashville actually last weekend for the very first time. I had never been, and I had a chance to see a show at the Brooklyn Bowl. And what an absolutely incredible freaking room that is. And why aren't there more venues where we can bowl and watch rock bands? Because I would sign up for that virtually every time I could.
Let's make one right here in St. Louis.
I love it.
So Brooklyn Bowl is like, it's near and dear to my heart. I mean, still live in Brooklyn, but
so the original Brooklyn Bowl.
Yeah. I go there all the time
and see all kinds of manners of shows. I saw the band Turnstile.
Yeah,
they're awesome.
Great. I threw fried chicken at Gary Clark Jr.'s fucking leg at Brooklyn Bowl. I just remembered that.
Wow. Why did you do that?
Well, it was his chicken, and we were backstage, and I didn't mean to. By the way, it wasn't like, hey, let me throw this chicken at your leg. It was like we were backstage. The London Souls were opening up for Gary Clark at the Brooklyn Bowl, and they invited us back because we're friends with them. And we're really drunk. I think we're like 24, 25 years old, and we're just eating all their chicken, you know. And he came back, and he was like, hey, you ate all my chicken. And I'm so wasted. And I just tried to throw the chicken into the actual bucket, but it rolled down his chino. It wasn't a good look. Like, I'm still to this day, I'm horrified about it. Gary, I'm sorry.
Because you can't really apologize out of that one.
I've apologized like 5 times in the past.
He was in the middle of a interview with Rolling Stone.
He was.
Yeah.
Wow.
Rich was like Homer Simpson into the bush. Just like, no.
It was terrible and traumatizing, and but I've seen him a few times since over the years, and I'm always like, hey, Gary, I'm still so sorry about the chicken incident.
He doesn't care. He's living in a mansion back out in Texas, marrying a
who the
supermodel.
fuck are you?
He's doing all right.
He's fine.
He's doing all right. That is, wow. That's because as you're telling that story, I'm trying to think of something in which that maybe I have done in that sort of vein, being drunk or anything. But like where that comes into play for me, unfortunately, is if I meet a band and I've had a couple of beers. Like I did this with Jimmy Eat World, and I was like, "You guys helped me so much, and you helped me through my divorce." And the next day I woke up and I said, why, man? And so now, anytime I see the Jimmy Eat World guys, I just am filled with shame. And I know they don't remember me, you know what I mean? But still, I just feel like I'm better than
I did that with Josh Homme in Sacramento, California, because he was playing drums for Eagles of Death Metal. And I just froze up and just started talking about how much I love his music and how it means so much to me. And he's just like, all right, well, I don't know what to say
right.
to that, and I just ruined it.
It happens. We all bomb. We're all nerds.
You have to do
Everyone's
it,
a nerd.
so then not do it.
100%.
You
So
know?
I interviewed Josh Homme a couple years ago, and it was a total, lifer amazing moment. But I have really bad, this is going to sound so cool, I have really bad asthma, and he smokes cigarettes. And during the interview, he was chain smoking. And so, you can hear my wheezing get worse as the interview goes on. But there's nothing that I could do about it. We were in this small room, and he's just... And he's being cool. He's being nice, talking about everything. So I don't want to stop, but I also
Can't breathe.
I also can't breathe. So that going back and listening to that is something that I go, whoo. I'm just happy that I'm still kind of kicking after that one. Well, gentlemen, I really hope to see you again soon.
What are we going to do about this situation?
Well, here's what I've heard. I'm glad that you say that, Johnny, because I have heard that there is, things happening right now to maybe hopefully reschedule this situation. I think you probably are privy to those kinds of conversations.
I want to do it.
They were happening in catering.
Yeah, absolutely
Just
so.
now.
I mean, people are really trying to put it together because we very much do hate the fact that we couldn't make this happen today.
Yeah.
I mean, we really tried to wait it out, but in the end, man, just for everybody's safety, we got to do the right thing.
Yeah. Absolutely. But for you guys at home that don't get to experience this very often, right now it's so interesting because we've just got a whole backstage full of music industry people, yourself, myself included. We're all just music industry people. They're like, well, what do we do now without the music? Which is a testament to the music. So you guys, thank you so much for supporting the music. June 22nd, Highly Suspect is putting out a new single for the new album that will be out later this summer. And yeah, we'll figure out this Point Fest thing. Can't do much without the music.
And I'm going to tell you this. The minute in which that I get that song in my email box from Highly Suspect, we will in turn have that song directly on the point as quickly as we can to turn that sucker around, man.
Let's go.
We are legitimately, we love you guys so much. And I'm not just saying that to BS. You're such a perfect band for us. You're a rock band that doesn't lean too far one way or the other. And we're just really thrilled to be a part of what you do.
Appreciate those words, brother.
And to tell the people, the new song is freaking great.
He's not lying.
There you go. Highly Suspect. Point Fest, thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
What's going on? It's Liv, and I am joined right now by a hailstorm. It is Point Fest 2022. So stoked to have you guys here, back from the dead. Back here in St. Louis.
Absolutely. Yes, she said it.
Round two.
Literally back from the dead.
Roll credits.
Yes. The only storm today is going to be hailstorm.
Yes. Oh my
and
gosh.
we guarantee it.
Yes. Now, what I wanted to bust out, why I have my iPad here, is I've been a fan of yours for a while. And I kind of talked about this a little bit with the Struts, kind of watching your style change over the years.
Oh, boy.
And that's something I've definitely noticed with you guys. The first time I ever saw you was in 2011. And I don't know if the camera will be able to pick this up too much, but I got Lizzie here.
Oh, yes. This is
wearing a white corset, like an American flag bra.
American flag bra that I sewed myself. Thank you very much.
And then think like
polka
Hot
dot.
Topic skirt, fishnets.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to see this, but I'm yes.
Hot Topic was so hot back
This
then.
was what is it? 2011? Yeah, 2010 and 2011 were. I feel
Forever
like
favorite, Crossfade and Cold on 105.7 The Point. You're hanging out with Liv. Cannot wait to see Disturbed for the very first time in my life. They are coming to town with Breaking Benjamin, who is always a pleasure to have in town. They're coming for a Point Big summer show, August 29th, Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. I got a pair of tickets up for grabs right now. Going to caller 7-314-624-3833 or 618-398-3833. You and a friend at Disturbed. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Got $1. Got $1, guys. Hey, it's Rizz, a.k.a. the Sexy Sax Man, and I'm here to serve out my punishment. Street musician for 1 hour outside of Busch Stadium. Maybe I got thrown out, maybe I won't. But here's the good thing, guys. Listen, it's all for a good cause. Help kids rock cancer, guys. How can you say no to that? This next song's called You Can't Laugh at a Buffalo Herd. Playing fire, guys. Playing fire. I watched the Grammys 4 times. The song is called Stand By Your Sausages. This song is called South City Sewage. South City Sewage. South City Sewage. Hair's looking good tonight. Saxophone is playing like an angel, singing.
I saw the outfit and I was expecting great things, but it's the worst thing I've ever heard.
Better luck next time.
I think I have served my punishment. King Scott, have I served my punishment?
For sure. This has been really hot out here, and this dude was sweating his brass off. So he did good.
That's it.
Yeah.
Sax band's done. Sax band's gonna jam. Ready? And 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you, sir. Got $1. Got $1, guys. Hey, it's Rizz, a.k.a. the Sexy Sax Man, and I'm here to serve out my punishment. Street musician for 1 hour outside of Busch Stadium. Maybe I got thrown out, maybe I won't. But here's the good thing, guys. Listen, it's all for a good cause. Help kids rock cancer, guys. How can you say no to that? This next song's called You Can't Laugh at a Buffalo Herd. Playing fire, guys. Playing fire. I watched the Grammys 4 times. The song is called Stand By Your Sausages. This song is called South City Sewage. South City Sewage. South City Sewage. Hair's looking good tonight. The saxophone is playing like an angel, singing.
I saw the outfit, and I was expecting great things, but it's the worst thing I've ever heard.
Better luck next time.
I think I have served my punishment. King Scott, have I served my punishment?
For sure. This has been really hot out here, and this dude was sweating his brass off, so he did good.
That's it.
Yeah.
Sax band's done. Sax band's gonna jam. Ready? And 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, here we are backstage, Wayback Point Fest, with the boys from Lit. Gentlemen, how are you? It's great to see you again.
Doing great. Great to see you guys.
Okay, first and foremost, I hear that there is illness sweeping through the Lit camp. Can we confirm, deny, what's going on?
I'd rather not use the word sweeping through because it's just one guy at the moment, and luckily we're at the tail end. We got like less than a week left of the tour.
Man, so you're hanging on.
We've been out for over 10 weeks, or about 10 weeks, and that's not bad. And
logistical question for those of us that have never had to do this. And obviously the advent of the urgent care probably changes the game a little bit. Yeah. But when you guys are in East Lansing or wherever the hell and you're nowhere near home, somebody gets sick, it gets to the point where you're like, we got to do something. What do you do?
We have doctors we can call, and they'll phone in a prescription. I'm surprised he didn't do that today.
Yeah.
Make it things hard on himself.
That's all right.
It is Labor Day. Yeah, thanks, Christian.
Well, so new album is out as we speak.
Yeah, album's out.
I find it very interesting to me, and it seems as though the reviewers are the first ones to point out how different a record is, where the fans, and I've seen you guys even talk about this, go, no man, our fans know that our music is a part of everything. We do a little bit of everything. So it seems like the reviewers are more surprised than the actual fans are, yes?
Yeah, I think usually for me, we were just talking about that. Of course.
I'm glad it wasn't me.
Usually, and he answers the phone.
Right,
that's like
doing.
I was gonna say the naysayers usually are the ones that haven't. It's off now. Let me see that phone. Yeah. There it is. You just totally almost this hard drop. Are we gonna edit this? Or are we just gonna?
No, we're gonna keep it in, man. This is how it goes.
I mean, usually people that have kind of been out of the loop over the course of the last 18 years, 20 years, and then they hear a new song. It doesn't matter if it's like, to me, I use the analogy like looking back at pictures of your friends 20 years ago, or like hanging out at, with the group you hung out with and the things you did and the things you wore, and then fast forward 20 years, you're going to be shocked by what you see. You're going to be like, oh, Jesus, I haven't seen you in forever. The fans that have followed along, they've kind of been along with the growth of the band, and although this new record has taken a little bit of a turn, it's stuff that we as a band have been indulging in over the past almost 10 years, and writing in Nashville and recording in Nashville, and so the country music sort of community has had a big influence on our new record. But at the same time, it's when you watch us live today, you'll see it's very much a rock band still. We're not claiming to be a country band. We're not claiming, we're not disowning our fans. We're still, we still play all. We still play a lot of the old catalog. Our favorite songs from across,
Sure. What is it about Nashville, and not just country music side? Because it seems like I do our new music show on this station, and it seems like every other friggin' band is either from Nashville proper or has moved from somewhere else. to be in Nashville? Is it the ability to have the session musicians and the producers and places to play? I mean,
I would say this as an outsider, because I still live in Orange County, California. I do have a home in Nashville, but it's a growing artistic community. I mean, it always has been, but it's growing. It's a thriving community of not only musicians, session players, but there's a lot of artists there too. You know, photographers, painters, whatever. I mean, I'm a photographer myself, so I know a lot of people there that are photographers. So it's a huge art community, like LA would be. You know,
it's inspiring. I think more than anything, it's like it's hard enough to, as songwriters, to be inspired and want to write. So when you're surrounded by people that are so talented and so good at it, it just makes you better. Yeah. So I think that's what kind of drew me in. And I started writing there. I was like, damn, I've only been here for a week and I've written more songs in a week than I have in the past year.
Yeah, and you feel like the quality of it too is better, because that you're surrounded by these folks and maybe challenged a lot of times to push yourselves.
100%. Anytime you always hear motivational speakers say surround yourself with people with what you want to be and with good people and talented people, and that's what you'll aspire to be. And it's very true.
Well, on the flip side too, I mean, coming from a musician that lives in California property in Nashville, you can get more bang for your buck.
Sure.
So and it's a tough business, the music business. So to be in not only a community with artists, like-minded musicians, blah blah blah, you can get more bang for your buck living out there too. It's crazy.
Absolutely.
So,
not for long.
For sure.
There'll be a new place, yeah.
Right. Well, guys, thank you so much.
Yeah,
we appreciate you being a part of the show today.
Absolutely. I gotta point out a fun fact. You guys, The Point was the very first station to play lit in the world. So the Point was, My Hour Enemy was played here before anywhere else.
You guys played the demo version. You didn't even play the album version.
Well, you know what's kind of crazy about that is that I remember the first time you guys came in the studio because I had you. It was me and your brother and you. And I mean, that song just has been such a huge hit. And I saw you later that night at Mississippi Nights. And so, we have been along for the ride. And you know what? I mean, it is still a song. I mean, that is still a song that is still relevant, that our people still love to hear. So congratulations on that. I mean,
thanks to everybody out there.
Thank you. We're lit. We're back with Lit, way back Point Fest.
We are lit. Let's get lit.
We are backstage at Point Fest, and I am absolutely honored and incredibly nervous, as a matter of fact, to have the pleasure of speaking to Alice in Chains. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. It's really great to see you here today.
Why is he nervous? Is he owes money or something?
I do not. I do not.
You slept with my wife, you son of a bitch.
Oh. See, none of those kinds of things other than just your random fanboy saw you in '93 at Lollapalooza,
That's all right.
all
That's
of that
acceptable.
sort of thing,
All good, man.
It's really great to have you here. And, one of the things that, in reading about the new record, it seems like the excitement level is more than just kind of like, of course everybody says the nice things when their new album is about to come out.
Not everybody, man.
Well, but it seems like there's genuine excitement about this particular project. Can you tell us a bit why? Yeah.
Well, we don't do records every year, so it takes a while. So when we get one out, it's like, all right, they actually did one. It's been about 5 years since we put a record out, so the response to the one has been really strong. We've been having a great time playing it. People seem to enjoy it, so it's all good. We've been lucky enough to be able to still be doing this. We still get to go cool places and show up and have people want us to play our music for them, and we're still making new music that people like too. So it's great.
Some of this stuff is just cyclical, you never know why it is that a certain record might get a little bit more attention or energy behind it or excitement around it than others, but you just kind of weather it either way, And so it's cool that this one seems to have a little bit more, I don't know, some kind of enthusiasm maybe around it, It's good.
Absolutely so. I mean, do you guys kind of, say that a bit to yourselves when it comes to songs like, the big smashes that are still getting lots and lots and lots of play in Rooster? And do you ever sometimes kind of say, well, I'm not sure why this song sticks more so than another track that might not have gotten as popular?
It's all about money. We just pay.
It's who you pay.
It's who you pay, how much you pay, and for 30 years we've been paying a lot, and it's.
Truth be told, music is stupid, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't even.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, you
He
gotta.
doesn't even like. He doesn't even like music.
You gotta.
So
you
I
gotta,
don't even know.
You gotta do some things. Is all I'm saying.
Right.
And every once in a while, you gotta
No,
do
I mean
some
that's
stuff,
you know, you never know why songs take on a life of their own. That's for everybody else makes that decision for you, right? So if you're lucky enough to have that happen, then you're honored by it, and you're kind of blown away, and you just. But we did our part. We did those songs all those years ago. Now for some reason they keep going on. What gets weird is like we used to joke when we were young. It was like classic rock, and then you become that. You know,
Yeah,
you're
like
like
classic
holy
rock now.
shit.
Do you remember like the first time that maybe you heard yourself on one of those kinds of stations and were like, whoa, wait, we are not there. That is not us.
It's cool, man, because
It's,
you're
yeah,
wedged
it's
in
actually
between
really
these
cool.
bands you like, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like I said, you thought when you're young and you're kind of a dipshit, you think it's funny or whatever. And you're like, oh, hey, and then you kind of realize like, wow, we're wedged in there with all our favorite bands, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
You know.
I saw a quote from you, Jerry, not very long ago. We're talking about.
All right, this one was tough for me to pick a favorite. Point Fest 23 from 2008, the year I graduated high school. Seether, Shinedown, Bullet for My Valentine going up against Point Fest 33 from 2015. Breaking Benjamin, Seether, The Used coming through victorious with 81% of the votes. Point Fest 23 from 2008. Moving on till the next round. We got another matchup coming up just after the top of the hour. In the meantime, how about the very latest from Fall Out Boy, Love from the Other Side? It's on 105.7 The Point. .7 The Point. AO. Let's go. It's Liv Maddox. Broadcasting live from the Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. And I am joined now by the one, the only, Jelly Roll.
Yeah, baby.
How are
Howdy,
you,
howdy.
sir?
I feel like I'm back home, man. I love St. Louis. It's one of my favorite cities in America for dozens of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last time I was here was just sheer disappointment because Point Fest got rained out that day. And
Yeah.
Oh,
We're still mourning that. And the crazy thing is that, you know, I wasn't here yet when that happened, but I keep hearing that when that announcement came out that it had to be pushed out and then you couldn't make the scheduled show, people were so upset. You've got St. Louis in the palm of your hand, man. How does that feel?
No. I just love St. Louis and they love me. I've been coming here for years. We used to play Pops.
Yep.
I probably played Pops 30 times in my life.
And now here you are at the Hollywood
This
Casino
is
Amphitheater.
awesome.
Well,
Yes.
I
With
know.
limited tickets. You like limited is in get in your car and come on and grab 'em.
Exactly. Got to get here. Box office. The music doesn't start till 7. You still got time to settle in before Jelly Roll hits the stage. Now, what's really cool about you, Jelly Roll, is that, and I promise you this isn't a commentary on your size, is that you don't fit into a box musically. You got the hip hop, you got the country, you got the rock all in one. So if somebody comes up and they're like, Liv, what kind of musician is Jelly Roll? What do I say?
He's a music man.
He's a music man.
Right, listen, so in the 90s, I was listening to Korn.
Okay.
But I also knew every single word of Gin and Juice.
Okay.
And secretly, as a Southern boy, I knew every single word of Time Marches On by Tracy Lawrence, right? So that was the 90s country music era. And this is stuff I've just known since I was a kid. So it wasn't, I don't know, I just always judged music on whether it was good or it sucked. And a lot of music has sucked over the years. So anytime we get something that's pretty good, we should hang on to it, not categorize it and alienate it. We should embrace it, you know?
Sure. So what music doesn't suck right now? What are you listening to?
It depends. Across the board, I'm still listening. I'm stuck in the 70s.
Okay.
Right? Because I have a rule when I record, I don't listen to much current music because I don't want to be influenced.
Okay.
I hate that when the sounds become, so I'm really weird about that. But I do love Crown the Empire on the rock side. I don't know why, they just do it for me. I've always thought a lot of that band. Listening to a lot of Greta Van Fleet still. There's a kid named Bailey Zimmerman on the countryside that's just absolutely insane. Just young, raspy voice, just wild.
Sure.
It's probably what I'm listening to now. Co Wetzel. I got Co Wetzel on repeat. Good old party music.
Yeah. So you were touring with Brantley Gilbert, and now you're out here with Shinedown. Do you approach the shows differently, country versus rock? Are you still same guy, same show, same energy?
Same guy, same show, same energy. Everywhere you see me, whether I'm sitting at church with a pastor or out drinking with the boys, I'm the same bubble. You can count on that. Take it to the bank and cash it. If you like me, I love you. If you don't, that's fine. At least I know who I am. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. That's something I love about you is that you are who you are. You're not shy about your past. You share that openly, and I think that's part of why people are drawn to you. It's like, this is an authentic dude, and he has shown that he can break the cycle, you know, in and out of incarceration as a youth and into adult. What was that moment for you that kind of broke you out of that system?
It was having a daughter.
That'll
It was
do
the realization that I could no longer be selfish, and that there was something that he's solely relying on me, and I knew that that was an important task. So I wanted to take it serious, and I did.
You did.
I did. Take it very serious to this day. She's 14 years old. My wife and I have had full custody of her for 8 years, 7 years, as soon as me and her got together.
So what's it like to be a full-time musician and a full-time father?
You know, it's awesome because she's 14 now, right? So she can
A little
fly out on
easier.
the weekends and come hang out. It was a little rougher when she was young, but now she's like a little roadie. She loves music. She plays the piano, plays the guitar. She's also into the drama stuff and the theater stuff at school. So
That's incredible. That's incredible. Now,
she's finding her way to express herself, and I encourage that. So I think it helps.
and I love seeing multi-generational musicians. I don't know if you caught any of the Taylor Hawkins tribute
goodness.
over the weekend.
Yeah, John Harvey was watching it in his green room, so we go in there and check it out.
Incredible. And to have, you know, his son come out and support, you know, I would think that as a father that gives you a feeling that not everybody can relate to.
It was the most emotional moment of the whole thing for me, right? Because you're somewhere between so proud of this kid, yet so deeply hurt for him.
Exactly. And I looked at that whole special, like,
And man, let's not take away the fact that that kid was drumming.
he was drumming his
boy,
little butt
he
off.
came and I'm telling you, man.
And I think all of us, you know, God forbid any of us go early. To be remembered in that way, yes, it's sad, but hell, that's a party.
Yeah, no, I thought it was awesome. I heard they're coming to L.A. and doing it next.
Yes.
But it's awesome.
That's awesome.
Might have to try to get a day off and go do that and take the whole band.
There you go. You can be like the pre-show concert before the big show. So what can we expect today from you, Jelly Roll?
You can expect rock and roll mixed with a little bit of country and a little bit of hip hop. I'm gonna do what we always do.
I'm all about it, man. Jelly Roll, thank you so much for being here. St. Louis loves you. We love Dead Man Walking. We love the album, and we look forward to what's next from you.
This was the first station in the United States of America that added any song of mine to rotation in radio ever.
Okay, well, I wasn't here then, but I'm gonna pat myself on the back for that.
Big shout out to The Point, baby.
Liv Maddox, Jelly Roll, 105.7 The Point.
Yes, yes.
Oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me. We were victims of the night, mechanical, physical, kryptonite. Held us to the face and the fading light. Oh, we were bound to get together, bound to get together. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said, you're holding back. She said, shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said, ooh, ooh, shut up. Backless dress and some beat-up sneaks. My discotheque, Juliet, teenage dream. I felt it in my chest as she looked at me. I knew we were bound to be together, bound to be together. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said, you're holding back. She said, shut up. With me, this woman is my destiny. She said, ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said shut up and dance. Don't you dare look back. Just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me. Shut up and dance with me. Shut up and dance with me. Thank you very much.
Backstage at Point Fest, and this is, I gotta say, of all of the interviews that I've done, as far as the placement in conjunction with the show, this one is a little different because there's not going to be a show here tonight, but we've got Highly Suspect here to join us. So, gentlemen, hello, and I'm gonna make this probably pretty awkward for all of us.
Happy to be here.
Grateful to be here.
Well, it's absolutely wonderful to see you guys again, and it has been a spell since we have heard new Highly Suspect music. All right, so I want to know when there's something new work. I mean, what do you got? There's got to be something going on. You got to have a single. You got to have a record.
June 22nd. You heard it fucking here first, right here on the point. Ooh. June 22nd. I'm not going to give you the name of the song, though.
Okay.
But that'll be the first single.
All right, I'm going to do this, though. I will admit, though, I heard the song yesterday, and it's freaking fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, we're on your Instagram Live? You do not want to be on the Instagram Live with me, man. I'm not a guy that's made for camera. I am the face for radio if there ever was an example.
I think you're beautiful.
Well,
June 22nd, and we are so fucking bummed about not being able to play today because, you know, maybe you would have gotten a little tease.
I think we would have. That's your way of saying you were going to play the new song in the set.
I just said maybe. I don't know.
So, like, but it's been a while since we've had a chance to, like, kind of hang out and stuff and see you guys roll through town. What have you been up to? What have you been doing? Has there been anything new going on in the life, in the world? Catch us up.
Yeah, tons. I mean, my brother and I moved to Nashville. We built a studio in it, and then we got to work on the record, and that took a long time. Yeah, I mean, it was honestly just nice to be off the road for a little bit. We toured for like 6 years straight or something like that, and it was just nice to take a little break. And
we got really good at Apex.
Yeah.
That's the new development.
Yeah, Apex Legends. It's
a lot of Netflix.
Awesome.
A lot of Grubhub.
Oh,
and it's just been honestly, like, it's a bum out that everything happened, but I think it was necessary because we wrote probably the best album any of you have ever heard. So that's it.
So was most of the writing and all this stuff done in Nashville at your place, right?
We kind of bounced back and forth. Johnny's in LA, so we were going back and forth between the.
All right, we got another matchup, and these ones are always fun to me, the ones that are only a few years apart from each other, because they feel like the same era to me. We got Point Fest 27 from 2010, Flyleaf, Puddle of Mud, My Darkest Days, Stone Sour, Avenged Sevenfold, against Point Fest 30, Rob Zombie, Megadeth, Incubus, Chevelle. Get your vote in 1057thepoint.com, the Point mobile app, starting things off with Puddle of Mud, representing Point Fest 27 from the year 2010.
Check this out. There's nothing. Nothing. It's a blank canvas. You see that? The plants are coming in nicely. Come a long way since last year. Oh, hey, you want to come in? Let's go. It's night and day from what you guys saw before. I mean, this is an actual house now with rooms all framed out. But here's the cool part. We kept basically the frame of the old garage. I mean, that's all old garage. So this is gonna be a bedroom, huh? Can you see it? Can you see it? I'm gonna be sleeping right over here. Oh, let me show you my favorite part. The bathroom. And I'm gonna be right here, you know. Let me show you the kitchen. Yeah, washing my hands in the sink. Let's see what's in the fridge. Nothing. Pantry. This will be the kids' room. Hey, come on in. Check out the house. So here's a living room. And check out this wood-burning stove. How sweet is this thing? Now I want to take you to the kitchen. We have an all things elderberry marketing meeting going on right here. But yeah, here's the kitchen. All the modern amenities. Running water. We got a box to keep things cold. Huh? You may call it a fridge. Custom countertops. Stove. Everything we need. Everything we need here on the farm. Now, let's check some other stuff out. So if you guys remember last year, this was just all framed out. And now, look at this. 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. Want to see the bedrooms? Bunk beds. Now you've seen inside the house, let's go check out the porch. So we got a carport and check out the porch. So when it's hot out, we've been working in the field all day, we are protected, and I can sit and stare and watch the grass grow. All right, well, there you go. That is the house. It's amazing. A year and a half later, we have this. This is where, you know, we come to hang out on the weekends after working in the field. Come hang out here. The kids love it. I love it. This is my fortress of solitude. All right, thanks for coming to the farm. Next week, chickens, ducks, and turkeys.
What's going on? It's Liv, and I am joined right now by a hailstorm. It is Point Fest 2022. So stoked to have you guys here, back from the dead, back here in St. Louis.
Absolutely. Yes, she said it.
Round 2.
Round
back
2.
from the
Roll
dead.
credits.
Yes. The only storm today is going to be hailstorm.
Yes. Oh my
and
gosh.
we guarantee it.
Yes. Now, what I wanted to bust out, why I have my iPad here, is I've been a fan of yours for a while. And I kind of talked about this a little bit with the struts, kind of watching your style change over the years. Oh, boy. And that's something I've definitely noticed with you guys. The first time I ever saw you was in 2011. Ooh. And I don't know if the camera will be able to pick this up too much, but I got Lizzie here.
Oh, yes. This is
wearing a white corset, like an American flag bra.
American flag bra that I sewed myself. Thank you very much.
And then think like
polka
Hot
dot.
Topic skirt, fishnets.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to see this, but I'm. Yes.
Hot Topic was so hot back
This
then.
was what is it? 2011. Yeah, 2010 and 2011 were. I feel like I couldn't decide.
Okay.
So I just wore everything. Like, do I want a corset? Do I want boots? Do I want leggings?
Yes.
Do I want a
all of
skirt?
it.
Do I want to wear my bra on the outside? Absolutely. Yes.
Incredible. So, like, you know, being able to watch you guys change, and RJ, I have some pictures of you. You had like long
I look the
purple
same, right?
hair.
Yeah, I'm totally the same.
Totally the same. So, as you guys, you know, grow as a band, like, are those conscious decisions to change the style, or do you think it just kind of happens with just maturing?
Well, I wouldn't say maturity. We can definitely take that off the table. But I think it's just the natural evolution of things. I feel like every couple tours feels like a different lifetime. So you almost have to like evolve. And so, and obviously, like, I have a lot of really awesome rock star friends, and so sometimes we'll play a show, be like, oh, I think I could pull that off. Where do I find that? On the internet. Like, you know, get it somewhere, so.
Josh's style is the only one that's matured.
Josh is very consistent, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, fair. I've made some bad choices.
Our lighting designer gave you a great compliment. He said, Josh doesn't just throw on clothes, he dresses.
Ooh,
That's true.
I like that. I like
With
that.
purpose. Yes.
So Back from the Dead is out. How different would this latest release have been had it not been for the pandemic?
It would be a totally, completely different record.
Wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, or
like
it wouldn't have. Yeah, or it wouldn't have happened, especially in the way that it was. Back from the Dead is really a true depiction of
POD representing a Point Fest 30 from 2012. They were going up against Point Fest 27 from 2010. They had Puddle of Mud representing them. Get your vote in 1057thepoint.com, the Point mobile app for March Music Mayhem. I will have the results coming up at the end of the hour.
And it's Rizz. We are backstage at Point Fest, and say hi to POD. Hello, fellas.
Hello, hello. What's up?
I could hear him right now saying hello. Welcome back to St. Louis. Welcome back to Point Fest.
Yeah. Great to be St. Louis.
St. Louis, indeed.
In the house.
You like it here?
Oh, yeah. We've been coming here for many, many, many years.
Any?
I want to say a few decades. Yeah, it's been a while. For sure.
Any memories, special memories of St. Louis?
It is, but it's not a good one. We actually went to we were touring in a van back in the day, and we went to the movie theater by the train station. And it was like the only movie theater on the planet that's ever ran out of popcorn.
Really?
I don't even think they had popcorn. They didn't have popcorn.
They didn't have popcorn.
And we were like, this is how St. Louis does it, no popcorn? What's up with that?
Our radio station used to be down by that movie theater, by the train station, and somebody got axed to death in front of that theater.
Axed to death. See what I'm saying? Like, there's no good memories right there, you know what I mean?
And
popcorn, axed to death.
Popcorn, no popcorn, and axed to death. I think there actually is something a connection there. But that theater right now is still empty. I think it's been empty for 15 years now.
Venue? Come on. Wow.
I think
you know what the downfall of that theater was?
No popcorn.
No popcorn.
I think the poster for Dr. Dolittle 2 is still hanging.
What a trip.
in that movie theater.
But all in all, you know what I mean? We've been coming to St. Louis for a long time. You know, Pops, we always play Pops.
Oh, Pops is great. Well, we love having you here. Yeah. I mean, it's been a long time for POD doing your guys' thing. How have you survived all this time?
Wow. Well, you know, we take our vitamins.
Cardio.
Lots of water, cardio. No, actually, you know what? Just learning how to get along and you know, our friendships, you know, respect, and all the years of touring the world together. We're either on a bus, train, or an airplane together, and just respect, and like we're like brothers. We get along, and sometimes we don't, and learning to accept each other for who we are and stuff like that. I think that helps. I mean, there's not many bands that can actually say that the original core is together, and we are 27 years later.
It's a long time.
27 years,
27 years.
Yeah.
That is a long time.
I mean, we've done a few Ozfests.
I think we hold the record here. We actually hold the record for playing in this parking lot. The main stage.
Right. I believe you. How do you guys still stay motivated to play to play it live still, or Youth of the Nation still, or some of the really old stuff?
Well, people still come out to the shows worldwide. It's not just here in the States. And regardless if they speak English or not, they sing it, and it just makes a connection, man. And plus, I mean, there's no greater feeling than getting on stage and seeing a sea of people that you completely don't know on a personal level, connecting with the music that you created
and singing along.
Yeah, we're definitely a positive band too. So a lot of our music, I think, has definitely helped people get through some hard times. And a lot of times we get people come up to us and tell us how much our music may have inspired them to get off drugs or
and it keeps on impacting like the youth. Like, so the parents are the parents now, like they love the message of our band, so they pass it on down to their kids. You know what I mean? Their kids grow up listening, and then it just keeps going and going. You know what I mean? So
that's all. So it's a generational thing at this point.
To see that circle.
It's a trip, because at shows they'll ask how many people have seen us before, and you'll see hands go up. How many people haven't? And like half of the room has their hands in the air, and you're like, wow.
Just think about 27 years. Just think the kids that were seeing you in the 90s are now growing up and are now bringing their kids to POD shows. That's got to be a trip to even see that.
It's a trip.
So what advice would you give to new bands? You know, what is the misconception of it about being a big band that the young bands would man, you guys must get paid $1 gazillion, and it's
That's not
limos
true
everywhere.
anymore.
And
There's definitely some peaks and valleys. And you just got to weather the storm, man. I think people give up too quick sometimes on themselves and their music and everything else. I think you just got to stay the course, man. I mean, stay true to what it is that you do and what you believe in, and just keep grinding.
Love it.
You know what I mean? You got to love it, too,
of course.
sure.
This isn't the game to get into to make a ton of money anymore.
If that's all you're in it for.
Yeah,
I mean, it's definitely a byproduct of doing great things, but
because everyone's getting their hand in the pot.
Yeah.
And you're just like, wow, we had a nice big pie. Now we get this little piece, and we have to share it amongst
There's
4
a lot of
guys.
hands out.
Yeah, so we can
Give me
share
some
that.
crumbs, homie.
No, but so a young band comes up to you and says what, and you go, it ain't like that at all.
You know what? Like, if they're a young band, it's like, you know what? Make sure you get along with the dudes you're jamming with first.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And if you got an attitude, get rid of it.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna be gone tomorrow, straight
Yeah.
up. You know what I mean? It's frustrating, especially now. I mean, there's the way you sell records, the way you do all that stuff. Like Marcos was saying, ain't the same as it used to be. You know what I mean? Even that was hard. That was harder, I think. Now you get, with all the digital age, that's cool. So people get a false sense because they'll do something real quick and then they fall off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't quit. And it's like, hey, if you're in it, you're in it to win it, not half-ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I'm sure you guys have seen a lot of bands break up or make a wrong move, and you
What's
go, man,
funny,
why are these
'cause
guys doing this?
We were just talking about this today on the bus.
I was listening, so that's why I bring it up.
Well, check it out. We've seen a lot of bands and a lot of trends come and go in our career. We saw the ska thing came and went. The pop punk thing came and went. Right now, everyone's on this Greta Van Fleet, like trying to be like Zeppelin.
Yes, yes.
And I like, let me see. This band was popular, so all the labels are like, we need a band just like that one.
Yeah.
And when we were doing it, it was like, there was a lot of bands coming out kind of similar to what we were doing. We get it, but we're like, man, we're like this old freight train that's just chugging along, solid steel.
It's like, you know what it is? Like, it's, here's the radar. It's like just a little under the radar just to keep going, keep going. And the longevity is 27 years is amazing.
Long time, man.
It's amazing. And still have people come out and go, man, I'm here to see POD.
Yeah. We get it. We get it all the time. People are like, we'll see people, and they'll be like, "Man, I can't believe you." Oh no, they'll be like, "You guys are still playing?" And we'll be like, "Yeah, we just got back from around the world or whatever." And we're like, we expect them to like be knowing what's going on with us, but they don't. You know what I mean? And so you're like, you gotta recreate fans all the time, every city. You know what I mean?
Well, I know your lead singer, Sonny, maybe, I don't know if people misconstrued his words, but got in a little, I wouldn't say trouble, but got some heat for saying the younger band's not respecting the older bands.
Yeah. Well, you know what, man?
Was that something that was taken kind of out of context?
That was a band that was trying to get some hype on them.
Nobody really cares about them.
And they're freaking done and gone. You know what I mean?
Like
they were trying to get controversy so they can get a little spike in their action. But.
So I don't know if you guys want to look this up, but Sonny said something about respect. Another band, I forget their name, came out and said, "Well, screw POD."
But you know why? Because they were butthurt because they were promised our tour, which we knew nothing about, and they were all hurt. So they're like, "Screw POD." Well, hey, you're like a scorned ex-girlfriend because you wanted
that we
to
never
be
knew
with
about.
us.
That we never knew about.
You wanted to be on the tour. We had no clue about
no
it. Now
idea
you're gonna
who this band even
try to
was.
get some publicity out of it. It's stupid.
Long story short, it's all done and gone.
Yeah.
But I think there still is something to be said about, though, a respect for the guys that have done it for so many years.
Yeah, I back what he said 100%.
As if I was in a younger band, I would want to learn everything I could off you guys because you guys have done everything.
That is true. Like
Well,
we look
man,
up to the bands that we look up to, Bad Brains. You know what I mean? All the bands that we give them respect.
Who was the first big band you guys went out on the road with?
Primus.
Primus was the first band.
They took us out on the first big national tour. We were like, we're out on tour with Primus? Wow.
What did you learn from them?
That
How to treat people.
Yeah.
Like they treated us really good, man. Sometimes you open up for these bands, and it's like they kind of put a cap on your volume, your sound, and stuff like that. And they just, don't treat you really well.
What's the almighty-
Primus treated us really good, and he said you guys can play as loud as you wanted to. So it's like I remember playing, thinking, we're gonna kill this, and we do our thing, and Primus would get on, and the place would go nuts.
Yeah.
But they just, they just treated us good, good people.
Well, they're secure as a band. Like
Secure,
it's the
yeah.
almighty Primus.
Yeah.
No one's going to do what they do.
Uh-huh.
Right? So they taught us how to kind of treat the bands underneath us.
Yeah.
When we take bands out on the road.
And were you there as a young band just to absorb? Did you just absorb the whole thing? Like watch these guys night in and night out, day in and day out, what they do?
Yeah, it was cool. I mean, at that point, we had been touring for many years on our own. You know what I mean? That was the first big band that kind of took us, you know what I mean, to do that. But it was another thing that was cool was he told us, like, Les, he's like, you know what, we're taking you guys out now, but you guys are gonna blow up, and we're gonna ask you guys to take us out on tour, and you guys will probably forget about us. And we're like, hell no.
How you forget about Promise?
We would love to do that, but he knew like the wave, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even Stone Temple Pilots, when we got signed to Atlantic, they told us the same thing. They're like, dude, enjoy the wave, enjoy the wave. You guys are on top right now. We were on top, and we just enjoy the wave.
It's definitely peaks and valleys, that's for sure.
So we know we got a lot of insight from the dudes that were doing it at a bigger level, not necessarily longer, but like at a bigger level, longer. And they were just giving us some insight, and it was cool to see their side of it.
So those are the good experiences. Now, when you're a younger band and you go out with somebody else, was anybody like, I don't need these guys showing me up anymore?
Oh, that happens to this day. You'll see a band that just puts a cap on sound, and you're like, wow, they're telling us we can't crank. Yeah. And then you're like sitting there going, what's the problem?
Sometimes
here,
they can be a real douche.
Wow.
Real doucher.
Even still to this day, huh? All right, so what, I'm gonna leave you with this one question. I'll go down the row here. What's POD's legacy? When you guys are hanging it up, whatever, what is POD's legacy?
Well, for me, it's heart. Getting on stage, taking that heart, whether it's their singer or the bass player, the drummer, guitar player. We had a lot of heart. We're like that fighter in the ring that's going up against all odds. Mm-hmm. We're like Rocky Balboa. Mm-hmm. And you know what? And we whooping that ass. You know what I'm saying? We might come back in the whatever 12th round or 10th round, whatever it is these days, but that was POD. And you know, we get a little discouraged at times because we should be on the main stage. But we're the kings of the side stage, and we're headlining.
We'll take that.
You know what I'm saying? But it's all good. We're still going to knock people out.
I'm just going to say, we've had bands play the side stage and the main stage, and the side stage is where it's at because there's no seats.
Yeah.
No, of course.
Definitely. Go ahead, Trey.
Marco said it pretty good, man. But I think just staying true to POD and just who we are, and not, you know, trying to be something we're not. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I mean, but he that's it.
Marcus nailed it.
He nailed it, man.
All right, well, what do you got?
I'm the same boat as what these guys said, but like I like to be known as like the band that played the music that they wanted to play, but had something to say, and they backed it up, and they didn't really turn from it. That's what I love about our band the most. That people come out to the show and they connect. You know what I mean, with the things that we're saying, and they enjoy the music that we're playing.
And also in this day and age, it's nice to see positive. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like a positive show, people having fun, forgetting about, you know, the whatever's going on, and you know, rocking out.
We really try to take what you just said and put that on and put that out from the stage.
Well, you guys have been walking the walk for 27 years, and it's, you know, it's appreciated.
Thanks. It's not easy, man, because, you know, there's that side of us when we see these little disrespectful punks.
We'll get gangster. Don't even trip.
Like, we're like, hey, you know what, man? We're nice, but we're not a bunch of punching bags. You know
no, that ain't never gonna happen. Guaranteed.
Well, thank you guys. Have a great time today. POD live from Point Fest.
Thank you, Rizz.
Churches and shadows. ready for this. Somebody, I'm staying in Stockholm. I'm not ready for this. Somebody, I'm staying in Stockholm. All right, B-Mac. So if you need me, you know where I'll be. If you need me, oh yeah.
Sorry, I just got really tickled because Mumford & Sons is playing on the TV. When we first started out, because we had a banjo in the van, everybody's like, "Oh, you sound just like Mumford & Sons." We were like, "Thank you." Anyways,
I'm not ready for this. Somebody, I'm staying in Stockholm till I'm not ready for this. Somebody, I'm staying in Stockholm till who knows?
thank you.
The devil's gonna make me free. The devil's gonna set me free. The devil's gonna make me free, man. The devil's gonna set me free. All right. I've been down Beach, Texas, Mississippi State, open case my on my way. For every $100 I make, that stands a white man just to take you away. Some might say I talk loud, see if I care. I'm like them, don't walk away from my fear. I busted bones, broken stones, look the devil in the eye. I hope it's gonna break this chain. The devil's gonna make me free. The devil's gonna set me free. The devil's gonna make me free. The devil's gonna set me free. Another hard day, water no rest. I saw my chance, so I got him at last. I took his 6-shooter, put 2 in his chest. You'll never say a word no more. Lord, you'll never say a word no more. The devil got him good for sure. You got no place to call our home. Only chains and broken
broken bones. You got no place to call out. So come on, Lord, what you waiting for? You got no place to call out. Only chains and broken bones. You got no place to call out. So come on, Lord, what you say tonight? The devil's gonna make me a free man. The devil's gonna set me free. The devil's gonna make me free, man, yeah. The devil's gonna set me free.
And if only you could make a deal with God, I know we'll eat places. Been running up that road, been running in my heels, been running on the buildings and those places. If only could. That was Kate W. Bush, Running Up the Hill.
Yeah, every crack in a vinyl takes me back in a time where my Catalina auto spent my last book on the title of my first car, my first love, where we got my first rub, where we did the first drugs. And the bikers and the vodkas that I grew up with, trying to steal my zapatos that they give me shit for never being up for parties and the weekend trips. Fucking in and coming over, man, I'll be there quick. You keep telling me to make it to the spot where we were stay lit. Finished bottles never wasted. That's where I'm from. I'm feeling like old school extend. That's all I need. I'm killing my low ride Sunday. That's all I need. Everybody saying, ooh, there ain't no place I'd rather be. I'm talking about right here, right now. That's all I need.
Yeah, yeah. Well, this reminds me of a good time back in the day. Rolling through my neighborhood, must have been a Sunday. Caddy with the bench seat for an East Row singing. Scarlet Begonia, cigarettes roll. The Boston's in the back will make it sound so sweet. The drop Cadillac will make you dance to the beat. I love the way it feels when the sun shines down on me.
I'm feeling like old school extend. That's all I need. I'm killing my low ride Sunday. That's all I need. Everybody saying, ooh, there ain't no place I'd rather be. I'm talking about right here, right now. That's all I need. Everybody like, oh, oh, oh. That's all I need. Everybody like, oh, oh, oh. That's all I need. You keep telling me to make it to a spot where we were stayed lit. Finished bottles never wasted. Cause that's where I'm from. I'm feeling like old school mixtape. That's all I need. I'm killing my low ride Sunday. That's all I need. Everybody saying, ooh, there ain't no place I'd rather be. I'm talking about right here, right now. That's all I need. Everybody like, oh, 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 oh. That's all I need. Everybody like, oh, 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 oh. That's all I need.
Good job, you guys.
Thanks, man.
Good job, everybody.
Look up to the sound. Little man has always been, never been around, and he told me to change my ways at the start. Read the childish games, I told him I know I'm never ever gonna change. He's who I am, gonna feel my own pain. Been here years and it's not your choice. Gonna do what I want, cause I'm not a little boy. Get higher, get higher. The sun is shining, I'm on fire. Like the streets, but I hear no sound. Locking the door, let you fall to the ground. Get higher, get higher. The sun is shining, I'm on fire. Turn off the lights, but I hear no sound. I'm shining blue eyes turn a painful, painful brown. Lena Park where we sat down. Still the payphone was ringing. Didn't see the sound. Need a lot of color. Man, keeps on talking. Don't know where it went. Must have lost it in my pocket now. Get higher, get higher. The sun is shining, I'm on fire. Like the streets flying, no sound. Locking the door as you fall to the ground. And I get higher. Oh, I get higher. Let's try it. I can take it. I can take it. I can take it. I can't take it all. Yeah, yeah. Get higher, get higher. The sun is shining, I'm on fire. I walk the streets. Ain't no sound, locking the door, let's fall to the ground. Get higher, get higher. The sun is shining, I'm on fire. Walk the streets, but I let no sound. Locking the door, let's fall to the ground. Good God, lie, lie. No, 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 I can take it. I can take it. I can take it. Well, I can take it all.
Oh, 1,000 faces staring at me. 1,000 times I've fallen. 1,000 voices stood at my feet. Now I'm gone, now I'm gone, now I'm gone. And that rolling thunder clapping at me. Rolling tide, come on hauling. Rolling dice all dance at my feet. Now I'm gone, now I'm gone, now I'm gone. Lord, give me that fire. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Lord, give me that fire. Ooh, ooh. Lord, give me that fire. Burn, burn, burn. Ghosts and devils come calling, calling my name out, lost in the fire. Sweet Virginia blood is calling, calling my name out, lost in the fire. Lord, give me that fire. Ooh, Lord, give me that fire. Ooh, Lord, give me that fire. Burn, 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 yeah. Lord, give me that fire. Lord, give me that fire.
Gotta I especially love the beginning to that one. Point New music from Portugal, the man Dummy. You're hanging out with Liv. It is Woof Wednesday. So be sure to go on to our Instagram and see the video where we met Sweet Iced Honey Bun and learned more about the volunteer opportunities over at Stray Rescue of St. Louis. Now let's get into some music news. So what's going on with Rage Against the Machine? They had to cancel their tour for this year after frontman Zach had an injury. Well, Tom Morello addressed that very question in a recent interview, and I got to be honest with you, didn't give us a lot to go on. He said, and I quote, "We'll see," and that if there's any more shows, they will announce it together as a band. Morello went on to say that he knows just as much as the rest of us. And if you're a